Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Could Devour Quirks. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Everything in this school was big and loud. So loud. His home was always quiet unless he was eating dinner. Then it was filled with chatting so loud noises didn't suit him. In middle school, he could ignore it by using headphones, sometimes listening to softer music, and other times just wearing them to block out the noise. But he couldn't do so on the most important exam of his life, could he? He swallowed invisible bile rising up his throat. God, he was so nervous. And guilty. He really shouldn't be here. He should go. But he can't. But he should. He shook his head. Midoriya Izuku already decided that he was taking this exam. He had to follow through with it. One last time. It's not like he didn't practice. He had actually put quite the effort into preparing for this exam. He spent 10 months on this actually, and not a day went by that was put to waste. There was a hidden beach behind a forest that was filled with trash due to its location getting exposed a long time ago to tourists. No one went there anymore, its secret beauty was gone, and there were a lot more beaches around elsewhere with restaurants near them. The only people who went there anymore were private companies dumping their waste illegally, and even then, they had stopped coming due to getting their costing more than just paying the legal fees. But despite the odds, he managed to clean it up, all for the sake of learning. Funny how a power he had taken from literal trash ended up removing trash elsewhere. He had no one who could laugh at the joke though. He kept his head down. He didn't want to risk even a second of awkward eye contact with someone and frazzle his nerves more than they already were. Instead, he played a small game of trying to avoid stepping on the lines of the walkway, even if it was basically impossible with the path being made of bricks. It calmed his nerves. The moving around always seemed to do that. Keep his head down. Hands in pocket. Don't be a threat. Don't look around. Follow the crowd. Just ahead of him, someone else pushed the door open harshly, enough so that he could keep his hands in his pockets and maneuver around the closing door. He blinked a bit, trying to adjust to the somehow brighter atmosphere. UA was somehow even grander on the inside. The lights coming from the numerous windows almost blinded him, putting a spotlight on everyone. The crowd came pouring in around him, some nervous, and others confident. The sheer amount of people took all the oxygen out of the air, and he felt as if invisible hands were placing pressure on his neck. He wasn't the only one. Many people tugged at their collars, letting their tracheas expand, but that didn't soothe him at all. Not one bit. He gnawed on the inside of his cheek. He really should go home, shouldn't he? Hi. State your name, please. He blinked. The crowd had moved him to one of the stands handing out ID tickets to enter inside. He looked at the woman talking to him, taking a moment to study her. Purple cozy pillows warm filled with hot magenta fluffy feathers flying in the air. He cleared his throat. Midoriya Izuku. He croaked, feeling his voice snap into higher pitch. The woman just smiled, either out of kindness or amusement from his panicked state, a little bit of both, probably, writing his name down and handing it to him. All right, just peel it from the wax paper and stick it on your shirt. Then head through the metal detectors. Our reputation is quite formidable, so we have to be extra careful in case we get any unwanted guests. So sorry for the extra security. He nodded, giving a smile he didn't mean. Insincerely, he continued on his path, biting the inside of his mouth lightly as he walked through the metal detectors without trouble, checking for his name on the participant board and wandering around the halls to find his testing room. There were so many, it took people over 10 minutes to find. Walk in, sit down, keep his eyes locked onto the floor so no one could trip him. He'd been through the motions before at his old middle school. This was child's play when no one was targeting him. He settled into a seat, choosing the far left corner that was in the back but closer to the door than the right. The classroom was surprisingly full of chatter and conversation. Different types of people, loners, criers, the ones who thought acting normally until the very last second would calm their nerves. For some people the method actually worked, but he could tell that others were just faking it. Everyone could, but no one gave a DM in. He was a little more than surprised when a pro hero, Snipe, walked in, even though it should have been obvious. UA was a hero school, of course its staff was mostly licensed pro-heroes. White sharp snowflakes falling strong and fast cutting through the air like birds in the wind. The man was wearing his hero outfit, his cape wrapping around him like a blanket and blocking Izuku from seeing what was underneath. He had a giant S emblem on his cowboy hat, and a gas mask that reminded him of Chernobyl masks from hundreds of years ago. His eyes flickered from observing the powerful stranger to his desk, pointedly looking when Snipe was clearly not looking at him. No matter how much he wanted to ask questions, or maybe even get an autograph, he was far too shy to ever try and ask. Pro-heroes get asked for that stuff a lot. It was probably annoying to them at this point, and Izuku didn't want to bother them. He closed his eyes, taking a moment to breathe as his test was placed in front of him. He had crammed hard, he was so back and forth on attending that he waited until 2 weeks before the exam to start studying for the written portion. Training physically was different. 10 months ago showing up was more of an ideal than a possibility. Like everyone else, Midoriya Izuku had fantasies, and he favored them over reality. He dreamed of his hard work paying off in this very moment, every experience shaping him into a hero, helping people the best way he could, helping himself by running to his dreams. But practicing academics was more of a commitment. After all, studying's only purpose was to get into UA. Becoming a hero was make-believe, hero school was real. So he hesitated until he was forced to make a choice. And he still didn't know if his decision was right. What would his mom think if she figured out what he was doing right now? His heel was bouncing up and down silently. He didn't want to disturb anyone with rhythmic tapping, and his hands were waiting impatiently to turn the page. He breathed slowly, his pounding heart a metronome. At the end of the day, this wasn't the hard part. The practical exam was. He had trained and done all he could, which meant that all he had to do was apply it. That was it. Was that so hard? Probably. It's UA after all, they weren't going to make their practice exam simple. He really should leave, shouldn't he? Start. His mind went blank as he violently turned the page, eyes locked and brain focused as he began to read the questions. He kept chewing on the inside of his mouth, just to make sure he would go too far into the darkness of human conscious. He fell into similar motions once he had gone through all his life. Time? Ahead by 2 minutes. Go. Essay question? Prompt. Sources. Find the important parts, ignore the rest. Who wrote this? There's bias, easy counterargument. Thesis. Point 1. Point 2. Counter. Rebuttal. Conclude. Go. Reread. Edit. Reread. Go. Reread. Done. He paused, blinking a few times to try and reset his vision, as if the sight before him was an illusion. The page he had turned returned an empty stare, with bolded words in the center telling him that this page was left intentionally blank. His face scrunched in confusion as he flipped back and forth between the last page and the blank one, the same result every time. He flipped through the entire testing booklet, flipping through the pages until it finally reached the same blank page. He blinked. That's it? That was UA's written exam? That was easy. He apprehensively stood up. He gripped his testing booklet and answer sheet tightly, but not hard enough to bend the paper. He went through some final questions in his head, double-checking his logic was correct, and slowly walked to where Snipe was sitting. He waited, unsure of what to do with himself as Snipe failed to notice him, his attention on his phone instead. He stood there like an idiot for another 30 seconds before finally having enough courage to make some noise. He cleared his throat, weakly but loud enough for Snipe to notice him. Even under the mask he could tell that the man was confused at the sight of Izuku, but not in a bad way. Sorry to bother you, sir, but I've finished. He managed to mumble, holding out his test. Papers so far from his body you would think he was trying to feed a starved tiger some meat without getting mauled. Snipes had just barely moved, but Izuku was observant enough to catch it. He looked at Izuku, then at the papers, then at Izuku again. Then at the clock, then back to Izuku. It's been an hour and 45 minutes, he said, stating the fact like it was some sort of grand secret. Izuku bit the inside of his mouth harder, looking at the clock and back at Snipe. Yes. Another pause, followed by a sigh. Look kid, if you're just giving me a blank test, I don't want it. It's better if you just go through the problems and guess then give up now. Don't just give me a half-hearted test and walk out of here without trying your best. Come back when you put answers for all of the problems. Izuku blinked, his face scrunching up into confusion at Snipe's words. He could feel a couple people's eyes on him, a few getting distracted from their test to watch the interaction at the front of the room. He took a deep breath, whispering loudly enough for only Snipe to hear. I did answer all the questions, sir. You can look through if you don't believe me. Snipe stared at him, though it was anyone's guess on what the man was feeling at the moment. He looked at Izuku, then at the papers, then at Izuku again. Then at the clock, then back to Izuku. You finished this in less than 2 hours? An astonished Snipe asked. He could feel his face turn red. Yes? I guess I did, he answered, his voice shifting into a high pitch near the end. Everyone in the classroom was looking at him now, though some still had their pencils moving even as their attention diverted elsewhere. He looked down, his favorite direction, at his red shoes and the beige floor tiles. There were no people to be seen if he looked down. Eventually, Snipe sighed, taking the papers out of Izuku's hands and leaving the boy stranded, awkwardly standing there without a purpose. All right, you can go then. Head to the cafeteria, and if you're hungry, eat your lunch. Or you could wait until everyone else finishes. He nodded quickly, walking hastily to his desk to grab his newspaper bag and get out the classroom. He let out a sigh of relief once the door clicked shut behind him, a wall between him and the eyes of everyone in that classroom. He looked around, looking for the signs with the word cafeteria. They all pointed to the left. Snipe said to head there, so he should probably do that. He walked slowly, there wasn't a need to rush. He had finished early, which meant he had a break between the written and practical exam. He walked into the lunchroom, once again surprised at the size and modernness of it, sitting down at the right corner that was both the closest and farthest away from the door. He opened his bag, pulling out his headphones and putting on music, content to eat the breakfast he couldn't stomach this morning alone. He closed his eyes, trying to block the formulas and paragraphs that tried to fill his head. He turned in his test, it didn't matter anymore. He didn't want to relive that test-taking environment again. He felt a tap on his shoulder, jumping a bit at the sensation and opening his eyes immediately. He whipped his head around, his eyes widening in recognition of the person or people. Present Mike stood there, long yellow hair that was slicked back with a large amount of gel, white sunglasses with orange lenses, a black jacket with a couple of diamond pins rimming the neckline, and a bulky neck collar that was clearly filled with some type of tech. His jacket was zipped up and he had beige shoulder pads with the same diamond-shaped spikes, a dusty orange accenting the rims of his black gloves and belt. He was even wearing a pair of headphones himself. Izuku calmed down instantly upon recognition. He had seen Present Mike on the media 1,000 times and he was always kind to the point of sincerity. He took off his headphones once he realized the hero was signaling for him to. Hey listener, you should be finishing up one of those exams right now. Did something happen? Yellow golden daisies in the sun that screamed and swayed to the songs they love and create. He shook the words out of his head. I finished. Early. The proctor. Snipe said to see come here, so he trailed off, wondering what sort of reaction he'd get this time. Present Mike was a lot easier to read than Snipe, mostly because Izuku could actually see his face this time. The pure surprise on the man's face made Izuku want to crawl out of his skin. Seriously? You finished this early? You're not one of those people who think that as long as they do well on the practice test they'll get in regardless, are you? You didn't randomly guess and turn it in early. Izuku shook his head. People did that? That was stupid, insanely stupid. How could people just assume they could pass on the practical alone? The person behind Present Mike looked just as surprised as he did. The man had a messy bun of raven hair, a tired expression and pale skin. He wore a black jumpsuit, boots, and utility belt. An off-white scarf wrapping around his neck and covering the bottom half of his face was the only piece of fashion colored something other than black. He looked familiar. Izuku swore he had seen him before. Present Mike's smile was scary. A bit too wide at the edges, a bit too pure to look at. Even the words in his head agreed, the man had honesty too up front. Holy shit, Shota. We have another Nedzu in the building, he said, turning around to Shota in a way that was too enthusiastic to be human. Shota leaned away from his bright coworker, instead turning to look at Izuku for a moment. Izuku was a bit stunned. The man's gaze was strangely powerful. He couldn't help but feel like an exhibit at the museum, presented for the world to see under those man's eyes. Scarlet silent power that can take like thieves like us but gives back good useful. Must stay alive too useful to die. There was a pause then. Stop scaring the kid, Yamada. Now come on, we've got work to do, the tired man said forcefully, now walking away from Izuku and present Mike. The voice hero flashed one last playful grin to Izuku before running after his coworker. But Shota, he's the second coming of Nedzu. You can't blame me for getting excited. Present Mike teased, his voice fading as they walked further and further away. Izuku stared at the adult pair, wondering what that interaction really was before returning to his music and the darkness that came when he closed his eyes. God, he felt so tired. He'd been holding back his fear for what, 2 hours during that test? He opened his eyes, briefly checking his phone. His mom had called at some point, around 8 a.m. Hopefully, she wouldn't figure out where he had gone. He had turned off the tracker on his phone, so all he had to do was hope she wouldn't check it at some point in the day. But the fact that he hadn't been spammed called was good. That meant she knew nothing so far. He slumped back in the booth he was sitting at, loving how cold the hard cushions were. He was tired, sleepy, 1,000 different words. He'd been awake since 6 a.m., and he had gone to bed at 2 a.m. the night before. He wanted to sleep. He had time to do so. What was one quick nap? So he closed his eyes, letting his brain slowly filter out the sounds coming from his headphones as his mind went into the blessed abyss. Sleeping was nice. It was one of the only times his brain would stop thinking. He woke up to a start, the loud sounds of conversation killing his dream state and pulling him out of his slumber. He groaned softly, lifting his arm up to block the light from his eyes as he slowly opened them, blinking to adjust to the new light. There were people now, all of them stumbling into the cafeteria. Some looked confident and others looked like they were about to puke. Some came out crying while others comforted them, and some watched in disgust, as if the fact that people could be sad was somehow offensive to them, specifically. He stretched in his seat, feeling his limbs pop and stretch as he turned to sit correctly. He opened his bag, pulling out the small lunch he had secretly made in the dead of night. He wasn't that good at cooking, but he was somewhat of a natural, a skill that probably came from his dad. He'd be better at it if he had time to practice, but 30 minutes a day was practically nothing. He kept his head low, trying his best to be invisible to the crowd. He knew that some people from his past schools were going to be here, specifically Kaken, and he really did not want to risk them seeing him. It's why he chose a booth facing away from the door, so he could hide behind the height of the seat and curl into a corner. Was it cowardly? Yes, absolutely. But he didn't come here to stop being a coward. He came for closure. So he ate his lunch silently and quickly, eventually. Standing up to leave once it was time. He followed the crowd once again, ignoring how his heart jumped every time a person nudged him, all the way into the auditorium, which was unsurprisingly massive. He froze, though, once he saw who was going to sit right next to him in his assigned seat. His ex-best friend, the person who had time and time again banned Izuku from coming to Kaken, was sitting there, his spiked, light blonde hair sticking out as usual. Izuku instinctively stepped behind the back row of chairs, as if the boy had eyes at the back of his head, about to jump out and attack him at any moment. No. Of all the people who was assigned to neighbor his seat, did it have to be Kaken? What happened to his mediocre good luck today? The auditorium doors closed, everyone filing into their seats and waiting for the presentation to start. His eyes flickered from his seat to Kaken, to the front stage and back to his seat. He couldn't sit there for, well, obvious reasons. But he had to sit somewhere. There was no chance that a free seat was available that he could just take. They always max out the number of participants in the test, and there was no one in the world who would dare miss UA's practical exam. He glanced down, up, left and right, to the side where a large concrete pillar upheld the building. What if he just hid behind the pillar? He walked cautiously, hoping no one would notice his strange behavior as he quietly circled behind the back of the pillar. He stuck his head out, just enough so that he'd be able to see the screen, crouching down low to avoid being spotted. Well, as embarrassing and pathetic as it was a solution. He'd do what he'd have to do at this point. So he listened to present Mike, shocker, right? Explain the rules of the practical exam all while hiding behind the concrete pillar like a loser. There were 4 bots, a 1, 2, and 3 pointer, and a cryptic 0 pointer that barely any information was given on. It was within Izuku's expectations. UA was notorious for being so rich and over the top with its tests that fighting giant robots wasn't exactly out of the ballpark. He quickly walked away from his hiding spot just as Present Mike told everyone to leave, that way no one would see him creep out of the corner and judge him severely for it. He kept walking, ahead of the crowd this time. He wanted to put as much distance between him and Kaken as possible. There were locker rooms to put your stuff in, and Izuku reluctantly took off his newspaper bag and placed it and his phone inside, closing the locker door hesitantly. He had found a light blue tracksuit in the back of his closet, one that cupped around his neck. The neck covering was necessary, 1 because of his scar and 2 he hated showing skin because of the risk. Given the requirements, this was the only outfit he could move around well in, so it was the obvious choice to wear. His black gloves were velcroed on tightly. He shrugged at himself at the mirror giant hanging mirror, his eyes lingering to the small white spot in his hair, before turning around to follow the crowd to their testing sites. They had to ride buses just to get there. From what he could see, the campus was incredible. They settled in quite nicely. There were guides with giant signs that answered every question they were asked kindly. Eventually, giant gates blocking a mock city stood before him, towering, taunting Izuku to try and open them on his own. He stared back, equal in sentience but lesser in confidence. Well, this was it. The moment had arrived. Time to do what he spent the last 10 months training for. Time to finally use his power in front of other people. Time to turn something bad into something good. He glanced around, unconsciously comparing himself with the crowd. He wasn't in danger of making any eye contact with anyone. Everyone was far too busy staring those cocky gates down with their bloodlust and desire to get this over with. A girl with short, brown hair was shaking near the front. A short, bald guy who was shaped like an egg with a stupid smile was waddling around. A tall, bulky red and white-haired man who looked like he should be in college was staring at the floor, about to puke. Someone with the literal head of a fish was tying their shoe. Someone with engines sticking out of his legs was robotically stretching, but his joints seemed to be made of glass, about to shatter. He felt his heart sink as he returned his eyes to the gate, feeling those irritating emotions finally bubble to the surface. It's not fair. It's not fair at all. What he was about to do was basically cheating. He shouldn't be here. He knew that. Why did he come? He wasn't even allowed to apply here in the first place. And yet here he was, finished with the written exam and about to fight a bunch of robots. Stop, 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 stop. He had broken so many of his mom's rules to stand here. Her rules hurt. And for what? To pretend to be something he wasn't? Make himself feel better by doing quote-unquote good, to try and erase the horrible thing he did? His vision was shaking, becoming blurry and black by the second. Breathe. His breathing was wrong. Stop. Breathe. His mind refused to stop, only going down deeper into its spiral. It wasn't fair. Not a cheater. His hands instinctively rose to grip each other's arms, his nails digging into his clothes so hard that he could feel blood stop circulating to his forearms. He wanted to feel something. It wasn't right. This wasn't good. Good, not bad. He shouldn't have come. He shouldn't be standing in front of these gates. He shouldn't be here. Crunch. A warm flash of pain sparked on the right side of his face. He could feel blood leak into his throat, the taste of iron overwhelming his senses as it flooded his mouth. A floppy, squishy piece of flesh landed on his tongue, cut off from how hard he was chewing the inside of his mouth. He grimaced, regretfully swallowing as hard as he could, clearing his mouth from any flesh and blood that was leaking from the wound. He shook his head and kept swallowing the blood, waking himself up from his tirade of thoughts. He needed to focus. He wasted 10 months of his life on a dream. He'd waste more if he didn't do this. He was the opposite of letting things go. He needed closure. He needed to prove to himself he wasn't worthy of his dreams. Failing this after everything he'd done would be soul-crushing. And that was the point. He only ever responded to negativity. There was a logic in it that he found comforting. He marched forward. He needed to get his sensations back, all the way to the front of the crowd, right next to the girl with short brown hair he had seen earlier. He looked at the gate, not with any determination but more of a desperate desire to get this over with. He silently begged for them to open already. He didn't want to drown in his regrets until after the exam was over, where nothing mattered anymore. A giant click reverberated into the air, followed by the familiar voice of Present Mike. "Oh, all right, candidates. It's time to SNA," the man screamed, with the same enthusiasm sport announcers use during games. A giant buzz yelled into everyone's ears, making them momentarily flinch as the gates swung open violently, almost as if they were as light as a feather. Everyone froze, not really sure what to do with their lives, but most snapped out of it after a few seconds. Then it began. The stampede. Izuku could feel himself getting shoved forwards as everyone started bolting into the city, desperately to get ahead and score as many early points as possible. He was forced to start running. He didn't waste time panicking after he started moving, his surprise being outweighed by the pure fear he had of getting knocked over and trampled on by the crowd. After a few seconds, he angled himself towards a building. He cupped his hands as he brought a warmth to his chest, letting it build up before releasing it, feeling it disperse throughout his body. His hands started to melt, a ticklish sensation he had slowly gotten used to after 10 months, turning into this black, inky liquid that was once his flesh. He still didn't really understand this quirk, and part of him didn't really want to be honest. All of his organic parts would disappear once he made a full-body mutation, except for his eyes. And the answer to why that happened was probably extremely disturbing, disgusting, and medically, ethically, philosophically. He already had 1,000 reasons not to use this quirk. He didn't need another. He let the warmth build inside of him freely now, feeling his body become a lot heavier but more versatile than ever before. He shot up from the fake sidewalk and onto the building's side, slithering across like a snake would. He was a black blob now, with two cartoonish-like eyes floating in his liquid body, defying gravity. He could move a lot faster in his slime form, and being on the building gave him the advantage of height to spot robots. This was the best option right now. He spotted 2 robots, from what it looked like a 3-pointer and a 1-pointer, walking or rolling because of the wheels down one of the main roads others hadn't gotten to yet. They were bulky, just like from the presentation, with green metal panels serving as their armor, held together by giant bolts nailed into the panel. The first pointer had 1 wheel, a vertical body with a small head and 2 shield-like arms. The third pointer was more bulky, as if a tank and a spider had a baby, shuffling along at a slower pace with 2 machine guns strapped to its back. They looked very threatening. If that was the intention, then they succeeded. He wasted no time, sliding himself off the wall and onto the road to directly confront the 2 robots. He skated across the road as if it were ice, traveling pretty fast for a quirk that didn't specialize in speed, spreading out like a net before the robots could compute their attack. He shoved slime into their insides, into the tiny cracks between the panels, whipping around and breaking their wiring and circuits. It took a few seconds, but their red eyes stopped glowing, their movements halted, and they both stopped resisting. Izuku stayed there for a few moments, stunned at the fact that he had actually succeeded in getting points before blinking, and shaking his metaphorical head that didn't exist right now. He needed to get a move on, so he continued to slither down the road. 30 seconds passed by. Another 1-pointer, this time in attack mode when Izuku found it, throwing its shield arms around and using them like shovels, pushing against the apparently soft concrete of the buildings and throwing the fragments onto the road. That was strange. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Why was it attacking before he arrived when no one else was around? He blinked as another person came into focus. Their spiky, lavender hair was the main feature of them. They had violet eyes, they looked tired with large, inconsistent movements, and they were scowling at the sight of the robot, as if its meaningless existence absolutely disgusted them. Izuku moved to turn around. He wasn't going to slosh in and steal their kill. That would just be rude to the other contestants. And he didn't want them doing it to him either. Best to leave everyone alone. Hell. Can't you just drop dead already, you stupid metal trash bin? The lavender boy screamed. Izuku looked back, now observing more carefully. God, he didn't have time for this, but if this guy was having trouble then there was a chance he'd get hurt. And he became glad once he saw how much this guy was struggling. The boy was just dodging, there was no attack in his movements. The only bit of retaliation given back to the robot was a look of murder and frustration on the kid's face. If looks could kill, the robot would have been dead a while ago. He stared at the lavender-haired boy for what felt like ages. Why wasn't the guy using his quirk? This was the hero's exam, the whole point was to use your quirk. So why wasn't he? This guy didn't have a physical quirk, did he? Well, that wasn't really fair. He didn't really think about the consequences of his actions. The wasted time, the possibility of breaking the rules, none of that really mattered to him. He just let his liquid body envelope the one-pointer, restraining it but nothing else. The boy yelped in shock at Izuku's sudden appearance, his surprise quickly turning into annoyance once he saw Izuku stealing his kill, but turning into confusion when Izuku didn't destroy the bot. Instead, Izuku just stared at the boy, his owl-like eyes picking apart every detail of the kid, including his quirk. Bright purple flames that scream and shout with insults, but they don't burn, they are cold and deceitfully freeze those in a question of their victim's creation. The quirk was bright. The color, aster flowers and the beetles that nestle on them, peaceful but a bit intense at first glance. Don't want to touch the bugs. Yeah, Izuku made the right decision. This kid was a good person. He could just tell. Well, are you going to hit it? He asked, his voice a little more bubbly and rasped than his human form. The boy just blinked, even more confused. What? Izuku gestured with his slime body over to some of the rocks on the ground from the robot's rampage. Take a rock and smash its head. The metal is probably really weak and easily breakable. Go on. The boy paused, only for a moment, before shaking his head, picking up one of the rocks and struggling to carry it over to Izuku and the robot. The one-pointer was easy to restrain. Izuku flooded its joints with his own inky body and restricted them from moving. He angled it a bit towards the lavender-haired kid so that it'd be easier to hit. The entire time, the kid was apprehensive, looking at Izuku as if he were an illusion or some type of evil monster. But eventually he stumbled towards the robot, taking a deep breath before swinging his arms up and down, the rock melting through the machine's head like butter. Izuku could feel the robot stop trying to resist, so he let go, moving his liquid body to its arm and pulling off one of its scooper shields. He floated it just above his surface, right in front of his fellow participant. He couldn't smile, so he could only hope his goodwill could be read through his eyes. This thing's pretty sharp, so you could probably use it to hurt the other robots too, he said, pulling back once the boy hesitantly took the shield. The boy paused, staring at it and then back at Izuku. Why are you doing this? He asked, sounding so tired that Izuku thought he was going to faint right then. And there. Izuku blinked. He didn't even have to think before answering. You looked like you needed help. Then he swiveled around, majestically gliding away into the great beyond, to more robots. He didn't look back. The situation was going to get more awkward if he stayed any longer, and he had already wasted 2 minutes of the 10 given in this exam. Though he'd hardly call that a waste. The next 7 minutes were a blur. All he knew was that he was destroying a lot of robots. Efficiently. Scarily efficiently. He didn't know how many points he had gotten. He didn't want the number to make him panic, so he decided that he would spare himself the stress by not counting, but he knew he had destroyed a lot. So much, in fact, that he was now scrambling to find more. He kept finding one and then, at the last second, someone else popped up out of nowhere and finished it off first. Over and over again. A bit frustrating for anyone other than Izuku, who just sighed and moved on, readily accepting the loss. He also had another major issue: he was running out of stamina. He'd been in his liquid form for almost 10 minutes now, and he could feel parts of him aching to return back to organic form. He could use a quirk on this scale for a maximum of 9 minutes right now, and the exam was he didn't know if he could last for much longer. Everyone collectively flinched at Present Mix's voice, screaming, "One Minuyuti," only for everyone to immediately panic and start scrambling everywhere. Izuku was in a bad position. He was in a crowd and most of the robots were being taken down by others. He needed to get somewhere else, away from all of these people. The right looked pretty empty. Maybe he should go to the right. It felt like Earth had stopped spinning once the quakes became prevalent. They only got louder and louder, harder and harder, monotone in their own rhythm as it grew more and more intense. That's when he saw it. Did I forget to mention? Here comes the 0-pointer. Present Mike shouted, an evil laugh reverberating into the entire arena and Izuku's non-existent heart. A couple screams came from the side of it, paralyzation spread like wildfire, people even physically dropped to their knees. The thing could have been God's own personal Power Ranger mech, after all. He was surprised that that was the only reactions people gave. It was green, had the same exact design as all the other robots aesthetic-wise. There was only one difference. The thing was huge. More than a 20-story building kind of huge. It had 6 small, glowing red eyes on a rectangular head, giant green gauntlets gripping onto the roofs of the 2 buildings, and a mechanical thirst for blood. The almost divine-like robot reeled its arm back and swung it forward, simply punching the air, but causing a giant force of wind that almost blew everyone away. Izuku had to quickly pull his quirk back into his chest, his body morphing into his original, organic form. The liquid state would have been blown miles away if he hadn't. He coughed from the dust cloud that had risen, his eyes slightly watering as some of the dirt flew into his eyes. He sat there, collapsed on the ground, struggling to breathe and see while a giant robot marched towards his direction. Perfect. This could not have gone any better. He could hear the moment full-on survival mode hit everyone's heads, as more screams were let out and footsteps started to approach and pass Izuku. He was finally able to catch his breath and see, making the mistake of looking at the robot once again, causing him to shake from the terror of it all. Just the sight of it sent shivers down his spine, paralyzing him and leaving him on the cruel ground that would certainly be his doom. Everyone else was running, booking it as fast as they could from the robot, and yet Izuku could only stare and fearfully admire the large mechanism. What the heck was UA thinking when they built this? But he shook his head, blinking a couple times to reset himself. Someone stepped on his hand. He winced, but he didn't let the pain stop his movement. He quickly turned around, trying to balance on all fours, ready to push himself off the ground and melt back into his slime state, until he felt it. It was just this feeling, this instinct to look behind him once again. It was stupid. A stupid decision considering every time he looked behind him he wasted more seconds from being frozen scared. But it was a feeling he couldn't fight. Something he couldn't ignore. Something he had to follow. And thank God he did. Because there was a girl, the person with short brown hair he saw before, lying face down 25 feet away from the giant robot, a distance too close to be normal. She was clawing in front of her, trapped under rubble, trying to pull herself out and occasionally turning around to try and reach the largest rock pinning her down. But she couldn't reach, she was trapped under the stones, while a giant robot stomping its way towards her. People don't die in UA's exam, right? It didn't matter. Even if she didn't die, she was going to be extremely hurt. And that was a good enough reason to move. So he did. He became his liquid body and moved faster than he ever had before, gliding on the broken road and reaching her in record time. He immediately seeped into every crevice of the rubble, making them float in his body and off of the girl. He could see her mouth moving, but he couldn't hear her. There was too much blood pumping in his ears to hear anything else. He locked the girl in place. The rubble had landed on her legs and back, which meant there was a chance she had a spinal injury. Which also meant there was a chance that Izuku could hurt her more when moving her. So he had to lock her entire body in place, prevented that. His inky state wrapped around the girl's body, applying a lot of pressure, like a cast on a broken arm. It took longer than he wanted it to, but he eventually finished securing her, wasting no time to slide away. Every time the 0-pointer took a step, some of his liquid body flew off from the shockwave, only to chase his main body and become whole again. He looked behind him. Damn it, he hadn't put as much distance as he wanted to. He took too much time getting the girl. He didn't know if he was glad or shocked when the zero-pointer stopped, but he did know that dread filled him once it raised its arm. It glided its gauntlet straight into a building, an explosion ringing into the air, sweeping its arm to aim the debris directly at Izuku and the girl. Seriously? Was this thing trying to kill him? You know what? No. That didn't matter. Nothing mattered anymore. All except dodging and running as fast as possible from this godly being. The rocks were falling from the sky like rain. He could briefly tell that the girl was screaming, but his mind didn't let him focus on it. Right now the priority was to not get crushed by the giant rocks, not to listen to the girl's panic. He needed to keep moving forward. Go under. There was nothing he could do to attack, so just dodge. He simplified it to motions, to routine. It was easier to dodge if you thought about the attacks like a pattern. But even he couldn't dodge everything. A giant piece of concrete slammed directly behind them, releasing a shockwave that threw Izuku's liquid state into the air once again. His body split, his grip on the girl became completely loose as she too went airborne. Then his liquid state snapped together, quite suddenly even for Izuku. It melted back into the teal color of his tracksuit, his eyes were moved into their reforming sockets, his flesh and bone morphing from the ink. His time limit was up. Damn it, this was bad. Very, very bad. They both landed with a thud, Izuku avoiding a faceplant by using his arm, pain rocketing on his chest almost immediately. He stayed on the ground, breathing heavily as he tried to recover what little energy he could. He slowly opened his eyes, shaking off the shiver that went down his spine as he felt the earth tremor from another step by the robot. He looked for the girl, sighing in relief once he saw her doing the same, albeit coughing up a little bit of sludge. It looked like she wasn't too hurt, then. That was good. For now. He groaned as he tried to push himself up. His entire front side hurt felt like a giant bruise. But that didn't matter, he needed to go. He needed to grab the girl and freaking go. He tried to bring the warmth back to his chest, struggling to push it to the surface from his lack of energy and concentration. Damn it, now was not the time to be struggling. He stood up, taking a few shaky steps but ultimately finding his balance among the earthquakes. Fine then, if he couldn't use his quirk, he'd run. The robotic footsteps were even louder now, and he didn't even want to know how close the thing was to him and the girl, so he didn't dare look behind him. So he ran. Every breath felt like getting stabbed in the chest, but that didn't matter. His body ached at the notion of leaving the ground behind, but he didn't care. Get to the girl and run. That's all he had to do. Get to the girl and run. He didn't waste a moment, just grabbing the girl by the arm and running, intending to drag her to save his strength. He struggled to pull her along for the first second, but it became surprisingly easier in the next. He took a risk and glanced behind him, resisting the temptation to look at the robot. The girl was floating, being pulled weightless along by Izuku. Was that her quirk? That was amazing. If it was a turn-off of gravity, then the possibilities could be endless. Not now. Giant robot, remember? Hey, thank you so much for this, and I'm sorry to ask, but can you run any faster? The girl shouted, sounding almost embarrassed by the request. It was masked by the fear in her voice, but Izuku caught it. Izuku didn't respond. He didn't want to say a snarky comment back. That would be rude, and he didn't want to waste his breath on an, "I'm trying." He just dug his heel in deeper into the ground and launched forward, hoping that would be enough of a response. The ground's shaking was so intense that Izuku lost his footing, toppling to the ground again with the girl floating awkwardly. This time he fell face forward without a cover. He could feel his senses null for a moment as his skull collided with the ground. His hearing went dead. He tried to hear the muffled screaming of the girl asking him if he was okay and the loud creaking of the death machine behind them, all for naught. A high-pitched ringing drowned the sounds out. He opened his eyes. Why was everything so bright? He could make out the outline of the floating girl. She was on the ground now. Why was she on the ground? She should float away. Why wasn't she floating away? He tried to move, but the world spun so fast it nearly knocked him out. How hard did he hit his head? The entire ground, including Izuku and the girl, shook more violently than ever before. Even through the ringing of his ears, he could hear the girl's jaw snap shut at whatever monstrosity was behind them. He turned around, surprised at how pristine his vision had gotten all of a sudden, his eyes clearing up at the singular moment Izuku did not want it to. He didn't know what he felt first. Frozen? Adrenaline? Pure, unrelenting fear? Something of the mix. All for naught as numbness soaked in. He saw a giant panel of green, the bottom of the zero-pointer's foot, directly above him and the girl. It was obvious that the robot had brought its leg up, ready to slam the hero hopefuls onto ground and turn them into pancakes. People don't die in the UA exam, right? The answer was yes. Izuku was dead. So dead. He felt almost tranquil at the face of the end. His thoughts went to how to make it painless. He relaxed his body, controlled his breathing, and closed his. He didn't want to count the seconds until impact, he'd rather it happen spontaneously while he was in darkness. So he waited. Waited for the sound of metal creaking and the feeling of 100 tons of steel crushing him into the ground. Breathe in. Breathe out. Beep. And that's it, folks. Please return to the entrance and make your way back to the general locker rooms. Thanks for applying. You'll get your results in about 2 weeks. Good luck. That's it? He opened his eyes. The giant green robotic foot was still hanging above him, but it hadn't moved in the slightest. He could feel a giant ball of air he didn't know about release all at once, making his chest feel like an explosion, but that didn't matter right now. So, all that anticipation, for nothing? Hey! He slowly turned around. Moving fast would make his head spin more than it already was. His eyes still felt cloudy, it was blurry on the edges and some parts of the world still shined way too bright to be natural, but he could see somewhat clearly. The girl was there, lopsided as she was kneeling on one knee while keeping the other stretched out. She looked worried, which was weird. He hadn't seen anyone worry about him other than his mom in a while. Are okay? You kind of look out of it, she said, hesitantly waving her hand in front of Izuku's eyes. He closed his eyes and let out a puff of air, trying to track her hand hurt his head. I'm fine. I hit my ard, but it's not a big deal. How's your leg? He slurred, holding a hand up to his eyes and forcefully blocking the natural sunlight. Oh, well, one of my legs is fine, the other kind of hurts. It's swelling but not too much so I don't think it's broken. Thank you, by the way, for saving me. And sorry for yelling earlier. I was just panicking and I couldn't really do much. Not that it's an excuse. Anyway, we should really go to a doctor. Wait, there's going to be someone coming around to heal all the people that got hurt, right? Because I don't think I can walk to their nurse's office, and you don't look that good either. Yes, don't worry, dear. I'll be fixing you up. There's also medical bots filtering non-emergency patients into my office right now, but some of you need quick medical attention, so I'm working on the field. Now, come here. An older woman's voice cut her off. Izuku creaked an eye open, wincing as the world came into view but studying the stranger before them. She was short, her gray hair pulled back into a tight bun, and she walked with a cane. She had a typical doctor outfit on, and a pink shirt underneath the lab coat. Izuku was a bit stunned, even though he should have expected this. He knew that recovery girls sometimes worked at UA, but he didn't expect to actually see her. She examined the girl first, shining a light in her eyes and holding up fingers for Uraraka to count, the entire time mumbling about how she's going to kill Nedzu for allowing such a dangerous machine to be let loose on children. She looked at her leg, determined that it wasn't broken, thankfully, and a medical bot came to bring the girl to the medical wing. She wasn't a priority, her leg could be healed later. Then recovery girl moved on to Izuku, with the girl watching as she slowly got loaded onto the medical bot. What's your name? Recovery girl asked, pulling out her flashlight again to shine in Izuku's eyes. Emiteria is Zu, he stuttered, trying hard not to look away or flinch from the light. Oh, mine's Uraraka Achiko, by the way. And thank you again. I really can't thank you enough for saving me, the girl Uraraka said, as the medical bot finally secured her to a stretcher and began rolling away. Izuku just nodded in her direction, turning back to recovery girl and answering all her questions. He ended up being mostly okay. He only had a minor concussion, An injury warranted enough for Recovery Girl to use her quirk on in the middle of the testing site apparently. He could feel 1,000 questions boil underneath his skin as the pain in his head instantly went away, but he bit his tongue. Recovery Girl was working right now, he didn't want to bother her with any distractions. So he sighed, slowly getting up and gracefully accepting the blue sky that came into view after he walked forward. He numbly walked to the locker rooms without saying a word to anyone, grabbing his phone and newspaper bag possessively and walking slowly out of UA. He fit right in with the group of sad hero hopefuls who obviously didn't do too well on the test, though his depression came from elsewhere. He paused, just after walking out of the gates of UA, taking a moment to turn around to look at the school behind him. This school was big. Really big. But not as big as his regrets. And while that may be the case, and with every other detail in his life that made it abundantly clear that he should not have stepped foot in this school, he was glad he came. Taking the exam was something he'd never regret. He'd do it 1,000 times over, even if he didn't pass. 10 months before the exam, he was shoved to the ground as easily as a stack of paper. The books fell off the shelf behind him from the force. The wooden frame pressed unevenly against his back as he was kicked into it over and over again. It hit his spine in all the wrong places. The electric signals of his neurons didn't know what to make of it. So they panicked and ran, spreading both numbness and sparks across his back. The words being yelled at him were muddled from the pounding of his heart. He couldn't see, but that was by choice, because he kept his eyes glued shut. A particularly hard kick hit his diaphragm, and he gasped for air. Smog filled his lungs. It melted the tissue behind his tongue. The classroom always smelled like ash. It never changed, no matter how many times they cleaned it. Summertime didn't help. No one important was there to create a fire, but it didn't leave. Maybe the smell had traveled inside of Izuku. Maybe his lungs had become blackened, and that's why it felt so hard to breathe. His struggle wasn't from a lack of effort. He did try, he put more effort into breathing than anything else, just for the sake of breathing. But the world felt like it didn't have enough seconds in a minute. Time, he felt, should be longer and more sympathetic. Just add one extra instance in a moment, right before a kick, that would be enough for him to take a deep breath. Enough oxygen for him to think clearly. It didn't happen, of course. He had to settle with a gasp, a cough, and a wheeze. There was graphite on the ground. One way or another, it found its way there. Someone would knock a pencil off his desk every day, and every time, the pencil landed on its sharp point. Another kick. He tried to brace himself by planting his hands on the ground so that his spine wouldn't dig so harshly into the shelf behind him. He tucked his head between his shoulder blades in a feeble attempt to defend himself. If he really wanted to, he could open his eyes and see every detail of the marks. Crisscross, jagged, merged lines. Randomized, maybe an artist could turn it into something beautiful. But his hands smudged them, the oil of his skin absorbing the graphite like a sponge. Gray blurs replaced the crisp lines on the ground. He had ruined the potential art, but he wasn't very sorry about it. It hurt. It really, really hurt. The desk next to him moved from the vibration. And what a desk! It was lopsided and creaked every time he shifted his weight more than a millimeter. It had curses scribbled on the surface of the wood, sticky notes on the bottom half with gum behind it. It wasn't from one person, no, not at all. When it came to an assault on his desk, it was a different person every time. Sometimes it was the quiet ones. They didn't do much. They never really got much of a chance to shine, so once in a while, when the world felt too vicious, they picked on Izuku. Nothing major, a pen gone missing, a jab at his chair. They were the bottom line, the start of the food chain, and yet somehow, Izuku was further than the bar. He was the only one that could make them feel like champions by sitting there, pretending to look gut-wrenched and miserable when he truly felt nothing, so they get the reaction they wanted. Good for them. They found an escape. They scattered when the sharks came though, and while that was a bit cowardly, Izuku didn't really have a leg to judge upon for that. The sharks liked the finer and larger pleasures in life. Izuku could live with everything else, but it was these people who made school such a taxing place. It had been like this forever, elementary to middle, same group of people. Horns, wings, he really liked looking at the wings, Not so much when they lifted him too high off the ground and pretended to drop him palms of fire. He was so familiar with it, and the words that popped into his head because of them, that he could recite it in his sleep. Well, assuming he had the energy, of course. Izuku usually passed out quickly during school nights. Tired of being on edge all the time, he supposed. Algebra wasn't exactly easy to get through. Sometimes he messed up and got himself into situations just like these. Today's mistake was being honest on the high school request form. He hadn't expected his teacher to read them all out. But it didn't really matter. His beatings never changed his routines. Every day he'd wake up, take a shower, pack his bag and go to school. His hands would shake as he walked, but he'd calm its twitching by writing in his notebooks. If a hero fight happened along the way, he'd sit there and watch. Sometimes he'd spot a stranger with an interesting quirk. It didn't matter as long as it gave him something to do. Something to distract himself with. He'd continue writing in his notebook the entire day. It covered the slurs written in permanent ink on his desk, so that he wouldn't have to see it. And he'd fight the twitching of his jaw too, coercing him to grind his teeth into powder. That feeling had plagued him ever since he was 5. Sometimes he'd wake up with his mouth sore from all the sleepless grinding he had done in the night. He broke 2 mouth guards before his mom gave up buying them. So to stop it, he'd sek the skin on his cheeks and tongue between his molars in the day so that his mouth couldn't fully close. But over time, chewing the skin became the new hobby. His mouth was now riddled in scars and canker sores from the years of damage. The end of school determined whether it was a good day or not. If he managed to run out before Kaken could catch him, it was good. If he didn't, then it was all right, he supposed. At least he'd have something to do when he got home. On those days, when the time was right, he'd wash the soot off his clothes, fix the holes in his uniform, and fall asleep quickly to get through the pain. Nothing ever changed. It never would. And he accepted that. He lurked forward at a particularly hard kick, coughing from the sheer strength of it. He tried to recover the air that escaped his lungs as he continued to look down. He bit the corner of his mouth, enough pain to distract from his stomach and chest. Just a little longer, just take it for just a little longer. Listen to me, shitty Deku, Bakugo growled. Don't you dare apply to you. I'm going to be the only student from this stupid school to get into UA, alright? This place is going to be my origin story, and I'm not going to have a useless rat like you ruining it. Understood? He bit mouth harder as he nodded yes, still angling his head to the ground and chewing harder, trying to block his cries from escaping. He knew he didn't have permission to speak in that moment. Izuku had learned long ago that compliant silence would end the beatings faster than anything else he could do. Fish was burning his throat, but he wasn't brave enough to try and clear it, so he just tucked his chin further into his chest and swallowed as hard as he could. He decided to stay like that to look even more pitiful. Maybe Kaken would be satisfied with that. Unfortunately for him, Bakugo didn't take his cowering state as enough of an answer. As he looked down, he missed the grin Bakugo sent his 2 minions, and the short nod they gave him back. He only felt as his arms pulled to the side, as if he was about to be nailed to a cross, scared out of his mind as he was forcefully stood up. He felt an exacerbated thud escape his mouth, though it was more air than voice. He struggled for a moment before remembering what that would get him, and fell limp to their hold, just preparing his mind to take whatever was about to happen. A hand barely hovered above his skin, halfway from his neck to his shoulder. It froze both his body and mind as he mistakenly looked Bakugo in the eye. Fire of lions of roars and screams from hell itself with a pride so powerful it could take the sun, but Andromeda is bigger and brighter and hotter, so the heat can't swallow the stars and planets and comets at once as long as he takes. If you really want to get into UA, there's a quick way, you know. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. The pain. That was all Izuku could feel in the moment. Like a white flash of lightning had struck him despite being under a roof. What felt like hellish fire engulfed his right shoulder blade, burning and begging to spread to the rest of skin until Izuku was in pure agony. Even he couldn't hold back a scream, which was surprising since he could usually amount it to a whimper or a small cry. But this was different. He didn't know he had fallen to the ground until the coolness of the dirty floor had seeped into his cheek, where he gasped for air and something to make the pain go away. He could hear muffled laughing, though it was mostly drowned out from the ringing in his ears and the pain of his collarbone. He let out a pained whine, the laughter roaring at that, and his ears exploded once again. He bit his tongue to prevent any more noise from coming out, even though they were taunting him to start crying. Tears prickled his eyes almost on command, but they never fell, because he shoved them back in with his hands. The 2 cents hit him at the same time, making him feel even dizzier than before. And at some point, Izuku decided he didn't want to think anymore. He didn't want to feel the pain, he didn't want to hear their laughs, their enjoyment, he didn't want to be curled into a ball, or scarred, or burned. He didn't want to be anything at all. Nothing was useless. Izuku, for a small moment, let himself become that. He started drifting in his own head. He didn't really think about much. He saw things but he didn't see them. Sneakers and jeering smiles, moving mouths but no words to follow or listen to. Izuku was nothing more than a lump of meat being cooked alive. Sitting there next to a heater, staring, distant, not even thinking, not providing, not moving or screaming or hurting or feeling. Izuku was nothing. Izuku was useless. He couldn't tell that he was currently being kicked and jabbed, there was no pain or any sign of it. The injuries would probably bear their fangs later on in the day, something Izuku did not look forward to. But for now, the explosion on his neck remained one of 2 things he could feel, the heat emitting from his shirt the 2nd sense. It was smoldering hot in the area of the explosion, and he could tell that his punishers were pointedly avoiding that spot in order to not get burned. Eventually they left, giving one last kick for the road, though he didn't realize his isolation until a few minutes after. He laid there for 5, maybe 10 minutes. It felt good to lay down on the ground and be nothing, except it didn't really, because Izuku was useless in this state, unable to do anything, but he also didn't want to move because that would hurt, and Izuku didn't really like to feel pain, it's just a part of his life now so he had to accept it, but not feeling anything would make him useless, and that was worse than any burn or insult they could give him. Besides, his mom was going to be home in a few hours, and he needed time to take care of this injury so that she wouldn't see it. Strangely, his quirk discrimination was something she would go to great lengths to fight. Lawyers, lawsuits, pretty much every teacher he'd had was at some point threatened by his mom. She thought his acceptance of his life was concerning, and maybe it was. She hated his routine. Not the hiding in his room, she actually enforced that, but the desire to keep moving after a particularly hard day. She said he should try to fight back more, curl into a ball, ask for a hug. Express something genuine to her. Have a fire in his soul. He felt like he did, but it wasn't enough for her. But he definitely was not depressed like she said. He didn't feel sad at all. He didn't feel anything really, hadn't in a long time, other than the aches of living. Getting targeted was just a daily routine now. But he could handle it. It didn't hurt much anymore. Today was just an outlier. But she didn't accept his explanations. She thought he was too tempted to do the opposite of what he was doing now. She was terrified that he was going to start avoiding his life and leave the world behind. Stay inside, do nothing and avoid all societal responsibility, become a lump of scarlet rot. He couldn't deny the urge to. It would probably be easier if he didn't go to Aldera, or anywhere, really. If he stopped trying, stopped thinking. So she tried, in her own special way, to fix things, namely lawyers against the superintendents. He was grateful for that, but it wasn't necessary. He feared being nothing far more than he did that. He stood up, making sure to flex his arms and legs in order to make sure nothing was broken, not that he'd seek treatment for it anyway. Once, he managed to hide a severe burn for about 3 weeks before his mother caught on. He was proud of that, she was shocked. She had a friend with a minor healing quirk patch it up, using the excuse of wanting to skip medical bills instead of taking Izuku to the hospital, where he most definitely would have been examined more seriously. He had paid extra attention during the whole process, asking his mom lots of questions so he could do it himself the next time it happened, and hopefully break his record. The questioning after wasn't pretty. His mother ended up dropping his aunt as a friend entirely once she found out what her unofficial nephew was doing. She tried to pay extra attention to Izuku after that, But her work was taxing and Izuku intentionally avoided talking to her about school, so the incident was left forgotten in the past. It was better to keep everyone in the dark about his life outside of home. And vice versa. Fortunately, nothing of his was broken, except for the items that were previously on his desk. They were scattered on the floor now, his notebook having a giant black spot signaling where Bakugo had released an explosion. His pens were also unscrewed, meaning that one of them took the time to actually dismantle Izuku's pens for the fun of it. Seriously, who had that much time in the day to do something like that? He ignored it though, ignored the bile of emotional turmoil that wanted to escape him as he picked up his things and put them in the bag swung on his chair. He traced the stitching for a moment. He felt calmer at the sight of it. It always reminded him of warmer memories. His parents had given him the newspaper-styled bag for his first day of kindergarten, his mom buying a bigger version of it as he entered new phases in life. Seeing it covered in ash, filled with holes from burned fabric would have killed a small part of him. It was sweet of Kaken to not touch it. He knew his ex-friend understood his connection with that bag, and he was merciful enough to leave it behind in his rampage. Maybe he was a bit crazy to find that comforting. But again, Izuku really didn't have much to stand on. Loneliness was a fickle thing. It wasn't something most people considered a struggle. There were so many people in this world, so bright and audacious, and they all sought connection, thrived on it, even depended on it, that it was hard to believe that you could ever be left out of something when there was always someone else on the corner to talk to. There were billions upon billions of people, and you could access any one of them by simply walking outside, or go on the internet, or even wait until that special someone walked into your house so you could hug them close. Loneliness wasn't something Izuku had ever expected to feel in life. He'd never been alone before, and yet, slowly, that feeling crept behind him. It was suffocating, drowning him, pushing him further and further into the ocean until his face dipped through the surface tension, and he couldn't breathe. He thought it would get better over time, like everything else did. He thought he'd find an extra moment to take a breath. He thought he'd learn to take it like how he took the insults, then the bruises, then the burns, then the panics at home. But loneliness teleported him to an entirely different plane of existence. There was no music like there was on Earth. No conversations, even just ones passing by, no melodies of the soul only he could hear, not even a stare. If there were others he couldn't find any. If there were loners they ran away from him. He tried to walk to the edge of the world and found newly placed bricks. Solitude was always expanding. This universe was encompassing, and Izuku was its favorite. It liked his room, it locked his door, it diverted eyes and taped mouths. It planted fears in his mom's head that he would choose to walk into Solitude's arms willingly and become a lump of scarlet rot. It tried to tell him this was a good thing, that at least in loneliness there was no one to hurt him. They couldn't insult him inside of this place because they could never reach him. Why would they ever choose to join him in solitude? They would have to become nothing, useless, and they never would, because they had no concept of the idea. They had never drowned before, how could they be scared of the water? He'd be safe there, Solitude said. And it didn't smile or jeer or laugh or insult or slap or hurt or murder him, it just placed his broken body on the ground and walked away. It took his fear and senses, and left him to sit there uselessly, and Izuku would cry from relief in the fact that he could finally breathe, that one extra moment before a kick. He'd thank Solitude profusely but it didn't answer him. And then he'd spend more time there, and then he'd start to remember his original home, unwanted thoughts creeping in, and soon enough, Izuku was being insulted again, but by himself. Because even if Izuku was encompassed by loneliness, so far back into his own mind words and colors and sensational flesh meant nothing to him, a part of him always knew that he was still on Earth, breathing and wasting oxygen, doing nothing, being worthless, being useless, a Deku. Solitude turned into his own prison that Izuku had the key to, and he felt guilty for staying there, completely safe but alone. Deku hated when he dissociated. It was shame and weakness disguised as relief, a state of uselessness, of nothing. No one else ran from the viciousness, no one else entertained the gentle humming of loneliness, no one else would wake up choking on the blood he sacrificed to get away. How could something like him have the right to do that then? He who was lesser. The weakest link in the chain wrapped around his own neck, the one who barely had a purpose in this world, that he ran away from to sit in his own mind like a coward? And even without all the dissociation and lies, namely, being a quirkless freak, Deku was pretty pathetic. Even if he felt shame for it, he never made any moves, never strived to be or do anything that he wasn't already destined or told to do. But he dreamed constantly. It was another type of loneliness that kept him on a leash. He'd dream in class of heroism, the one thing he'd never be able to do, have fantasies of his grand life, if only he could achieve that. He'd be so happy if he wasn't himself, saving people, helping the world, putting smiles on people's faces, having the luxury and blessing of being the cause of that. And the looks people would give him. They'd like him. People would come up to him on purpose, they'd talk to him and be kind. They wouldn't hate him. He'd have a purpose, stupid useless Deku, and that was all he really needed. He'd have something to do in his life other than waste oxygen. How wonderful that would be. How fulfilling to do something that wasn't constantly for his own benefit. He wished that could happen with his entire. Then Deku's chair would get kicked, and Izuku would jolt up, snickers running across the room like buzzing flies. And Izuku would look at the sketches of himself he made in his notebook with shame, closing it with a desire to shred it when he got home. He'd stash it in the same place his mom put his other hero stuff in, a lockbox in the closet. He never had the strength to though. His dreams were really the only thing he had anymore. And yet, it was dumb of him to live for them. He knew, logically, that they were completely impossible to achieve, but he still talked and planned his life as if they were real. He'd get corrected, and he'd purposefully, blissfully ignore it. But still, even if he was constantly acting disillusioned, there was no effort to his words. If a stranger asked what he wanted to do, he said he'd be a hero. They would say he needed to start training then, learn some martial arts, train, do something towards that. He'd agree. A long time ago, he might have actually been inspired by that, and would come up with a whole workout plan, backups and all. He'd go to sleep excited to start. Then he'd spend the weekend in bed, nursing his bruises and the occasional burn, too hurt to even hold a cup, much less lift a weight. Someone always found out when he took it seriously, his mom, his peers, his teachers, canon. They were always quick to remind him otherwise. And that was what made him pathetic, really. The fact he had no desire to change, that he was all too accepting of reality, so much that he ran away from it. He understood that even if the life he was living was a lie, it wasn't necessarily untruthful. He was still useless in the traditional sense. His mind was so fragile he had to live in an illusion of his own dreams just to get through the day. He was weak, physically and emotionally. He was so quick to cry and beg and plead. The word sorry followed every sentence. Not to mention he could be bent in half as easily as a piece of paper by any student in the school. He was stupid too, to an infectious degree. He wasn't allowed to sit at the cafeteria like everyone else because of that. He was a parasite on oxygen and addicted to the connection he used to have. He'd do anything to have it again. Even go to school, to be shoved and stared at and jeered and laughed at and hurt and bruised and burned and hated. Being hated was all he had now. The hovering of a heated hand above his collarbone, around the nape of his neck, was a hug. A punch and a kick asked him how he was, if he was hanging in there, still going through life, choosing it, and he said yes, because he was. There was always something to do, something to collect, even if they were little, charred scraps of what he had before. None of them could see that. Not Kakin nor Aldra. They thought they provided him with loneliness, but they really gave him their hatred. Isolation wasn't solitude, because at the end of the day, they had to interact with him to maintain that status. Quirkless may not be what he was, but it still defined him. He wasn't Midoriya Izuku. He was the quirkless freak. He was what everyone wanted him to be. A target. And he was okay with that. Really. He was okay with that. Their labels gave him something to do, something to be. Something to make him feel useful in the world. Sometimes it was too much. And that's why he ran into Solitude's arms. He asked for forgiveness for being so weak, and he always tried his best to avoid it. He tried to force himself to remember why he couldn't run away for hours in his mind, because there was always something to do, something to be, and he needed to keep moving for that. For his purpose. Now was one of those times. He fought with himself to finish his duties for the day, not return to the ground and curl up and retreat to that other plane. The thoughts weren't flowing clearly, his mind was stuffed with cotton, he became acutely aware of his presence. The only presence, the loneliness, no eyes, no insults, nothing but his own hatred of himself. And he started chewing on his mouth to disturb the numbness, the new set of pain-shaking solitudes hold on his mind. It wasn't really enough. He started walking to the wall, paused, then banged his head as hard as he could. The pain made him feel something, and as long as he felt something, mostly pain nowadays, then that was enough to be fulfilled. For extra measure, he tried to remember. Tried to tell himself what he just went through was necessary, he had to be fulfilled. He looked at the wall again and then the window. If you really want to get into UA, there's a quick way, you know. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Izuku's breath hitched. What an order that was, from canon no less. Didn't really know how to feel about that. He knew it was sarcastic, but that hurt. He slowly turned, facing the window directly. He opened it partly, with noticeably shaky hands. The school's koi pond was just beyond his reach. It wasn't very far away, not nearly as much as a roof would be. He leaned over the edge a little more, daring himself another inch, another centimeter, his feeble hands holding onto the railing for dear life. He was shaking so badly, and yet he continued, until he practically folded himself over the ledge, and he would have to lift up his soles to continue going. The railing dug into his stomach uncomfortably, but he stood there, bent over, staring at the ground, staring at the beautiful water in the koi pond, and the fish, who would do nothing to save him if solitude pushed him there, if hatred grabbed his head and held it underwater, if hatred pushed him off a roof, even this ledge, because Izuku didn't throw himself here and now and disobeyed that order. And would hatred watch his brains splattered on the ground, the birds coming to feast, and think at least his body would be useful without the pain? Solitude called for him, again. It twisted the water into embracing arms and reached out, trying to pull him off. The beautiful, non-judgmental fish were swept away by it. And Izuku stood there silently, remembering, trying to stop remembering, because remembering his usefulness made him want to run away even more, because being useful hurt so badly he didn't think it was worth trying to fulfill it, but then Izuku would be nothing, a Deku, and that made him scared, and God, he was so scared and he didn't know what to do or how to take care of these awful thoughts or adapt or change or do anything but accept it, because that was always easier to do. If you really want to get into UA, there's a quick way, you know. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Deku ended up curled on the ground, again. He found himself repeatedly banging his head into the wall behind him while rocking back and forth underneath the window. The pain woke him up, reminded him to stay useful. He checked the clock, he didn't have much time. Get up, dust himself off, clean the classroom, leave. He was always the one who had to clean the classroom. Mr. Tanaka always made sure it was him. He'd get in trouble with the school for disrespecting school staff if he didn't. He had come up with an efficient system, and while usually the scent of bleach bothered him, today he welcomed them. It was better than smelling his charred clothes and skin. His eyes flickered to the door every now and again, making sure that no one was going to come back and finish the job. It wouldn't be the first time it happened, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. It took 30 minutes, but he finished relatively quickly compared to other times. Wipe his hands, grab his bag, leave out of the back hall. Clubs would be dismissed in about 10 minutes, which meant he had some time to put distance between himself and any bullies. He had been through the motions before, it was a simple endeavor at this point. His aches loved the colder air compared the school's oven-like atmosphere. The AC always broke every week or so, no one knew why, so everyone was accumulated pile of sweat by the time school ended. The flaring pain on his neck had died a bit, though it still stung with every sharp movement and swing of his arm. He pulled his shirt up, ignoring the bite from his raw flesh contacting an outside force. He hated showing skin. The never-ending risk of someone touching him directly was too much to handle. It was a fear that outlasted the flaring pain on his neck. He just had to bear it until 6 o'clock when it was okay to go home. That left what, 2 hours? He didn't have an after-school job, despite bringing it up time and time again with his mom. He was always stuck on his own after school, and he thought it would be better to bring some extra cash to the household since he was doing nothing anyways. His mom was insistent though, telling him that he shouldn't have to worry about something like that at his age, and to enjoy his youth while he could. Not like he could, but she never really understood that argument. He ended up just running around the woods the entire time, finding joy in isolation with nature. He knew no one at his school went there anymore, like they used to when everyone was 6 years old, and the only thing that mattered was getting that one action figure of All Might. If you knew where to go, and he certainly did, you could get to the thicker part of the woods, where one wrong step could lead you face planting a rock or a bug. He started going around there again when he was 8 or so, after he realized exploring the city wasn't safe once the incident occurred. The woods were on the other side of town compared to the school, not too far a distance, but it took about a 20-minute walk to get there. He'd even have to pass his home on the way there, which gave him the chance to change out of his school uniform into something far more comfortable by leaving a bag of clothes outside every day. He couldn't go inside because of the schedule of his family, so he came up with this system when he had to start wearing uniforms. The walk started off without a threat, and about 10 minutes later he was under his favorite overpass. There were many times that as soon as he left school, it had started raining, and on those days his umbrella just so happened to go missing mysteriously, leaving him to walk cold and wet to his home while people snickered beside him, dry as the sun. The overpass was in the middle of his school and his home, so it was a good stopping point for him to sit and wait for the schedule, maybe shamefully dissociate. And no homeless people had ever taken advantage of the place, so it was relatively safe. Depressing, with the only greenery around being weeds poking through the cracks of concrete and trash decorating its gray surface, but good enough for him. He could let his guard down in this place, a rare instance in his life. So he didn't notice when the sewer grate behind him moved, floating in as a horrid sludge emerged from the depths of the earth. He only thought to turn around once the metal covering banged against the concrete, his only warning to the monster before him. Its face reminded Izuku somewhat of an angler fish, its teeth more wide than sharp, and with yellow eyes instead of soulless white. The guy was ugly, no doubt, but his looks weren't the worst thing in the world. The smell was the worst thing. He gagged, trying to swallow the bile of both his stomach and disgust down while blinking rapidly to try and reset himself. Throwing up might trigger a breakdown for him. If he did it now, there was no chance in hell that everything else bubbling inside of him wouldn't. There was a manic, panicked state hidden in the sludge's eyes, though Izuku couldn't see it because of the other stimuli. He finally managed to take a deep breath, holding his air so that he didn't have to take another breath and trigger another GG session. He looked the sludge in the eye, confused and scared from how villainous the person felt. Dark black vile rubbish that drowns in perceptions of fear and hate and joy and anger from lashing out against the world like a person who is bad. He ignored that passive darkness running through the entire body of what was supposed to be this man's quirk. A feeling only he could feel, him alone, though he wished he couldn't. "Hey, perfect timing, kid." The sludge sounded southern and a little raspy, but his voice sounded happy enough to be normal. "You'll be perfect to hide in." Izuku could barely stammer out the word, "what?" before he felt it. The sludge had moved way too fast, faster than it should have been able to be honest. He didn't even realize what was happening until seconds passed, all the while he was choking on some mysterious substance shoving itself down his throat. He could taste it, God, that was so disgusting. He could feel it fill his lungs with raw sewage and replace the smoke and chemicals that had hidden themselves in his tissue, probably waiting to give him lung cancer down the road. He coughed and scratched, his body and diaphragm desperately trying to kick out what didn't belong. But his hands slipped through the disgusting liquid, and the sludge only pushed further. No. What was this for, huh? What karma had he done for the outcome to be like this? Take. Wait a minute, his quirk. The sludge was touching him directly, well, on the inside anyway. He could use his quirk. Should he use his quirk? Help, help, we don't wanna die, we don't wanna die, this is scary, we're scared, we're all alone, we need help, we need to help ourselves, let's take, we're so scared, we don't wanna die, we have to take. Miraculously, he managed to cough some of the sludge out, gasping for breath before falling victim to the cycle again. No, he shouldn't. He'd thought about this scenario before many times. He'd rather die than use it. That one time when he was 8 didn't count, that was an accident. If he could go back and redo that, he would. Collector shrieked viscerally. No, 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 no. His vision was going black. He tried to listen to see if anyone was around, but he only heard the sounds of his heartbeat and choking. No one was coming to save him, and if there was a hero around they would have done something by now. His entire body was locked in place other than his arms, but they couldn't do anything either. He was going to die if he didn't use it, wasn't he? He was going to leave this world behind, onto his next life, leave his mom and dad, whom he loved so much, because of his reservations. If you really want to get into UA, there's a quick way, you know. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Would that be so bad? Deku saw solitude again. It carried him, his mangled body, so weak and pitiful, the skin flaying off, unevenly cooked. It placed him on a table to feast on once he bit the dust. He could move nor run. He didn't try to either. But the pain came back. Collector screeched and cried and pleaded and said it didn't want to die, and maybe he didn't want to die either, maybe he just wanted it all to stop, the pain, and oh God the pain, why could he still feel pain, why couldn't his death have been more peaceful? Maybe he should have followed the order from Kaken, falling off a roof would have hurt less than this. Maybe death was really an ear-splitting headache. Collector tried to force itself into the forefront of his mind and carry out its duty. All quirks just wanted to be used, to feel, to suffer and experience joy. They were truly alive, born with a purpose, and compared to that Izuku wasn't even close to living. How had he disguised himself for so long, assured his mom he was happy when he truly felt like this? A zombie who could do nothing but cry for others' laughs, be lectured and ruled over, and try to escape from it all, only to come back. Except he wasn't going back this time, he was going to die. Solitude tried to push Collector back, but the pain of Collector's rampage fought back against Solitude. He felt fear. Suddenly, Izuku realized he had things to do. He had to say goodbye to his mom, who fought so hard for him all this time. He owed it to her, didn't he? And his classmates, their hatred had fueled him for so long it was only right to say thank you, and he needed to tell Kaken he still wished they were friends, and good luck on the entrance exam, and he hoped he'd be an amazing hero, that he could never compete with the blonde, and what if Kaken finally accepted him, what if his classmates felt regret, and what if his dad finally remembered him today? And was waiting at home to hug him, and his mom would finally get rid of the rules? And that wasn't like him, he realized. Izuku had never, ever thought his life could change. Izuku didn't understand why he was so resistant to death, why he was still clawing at his mouth, why he wanted life to never stop. He didn't understand why he had to be thankful for the hatred and pain when he had no obligation to accept it. Even though he would be useless without it, a Deku, he could always just kill himself and prevent any waste or burden he would have. And letting himself die. It was the same really. Giving up. Rejecting the purpose he was given to be lesser, a target, entertainment for the strong. He never had the courage to do that, but he was so close to peace, he finally poked his head out of the fear, just barely. Deku wanted the pain to stop. Deku had given up on ever being useful some other way than being punched daily. Deku realized that this scenario was inevitable, that this path of being hated, his only purpose, was unsustainable. Because no matter how many years went by, he would never try to change. And the world wouldn't put any effort into him. And Izuku had accepted his life of misery. There was only pain stored for him. Death was the only option to escape. A choked cry came out, the one of comfort that solitude brought, and the fear that solitude failed to take away. Death was scary. He was about to abandon everything for the sake of relief. But what about his dreams? What about him becoming a hero? Well, some hopeless part of him whispered, willing to believe anything just to end it all. Heroes are supposed to do the right thing, right? They're supposed to make things better. And Izuku? Izuku did the opposite. Quirkless defined him, even if he wasn't truly that. He was a burden. His own mom could barely keep their household afloat. His classmates told him time and time again that they would be better off without ever seeing him again. And Kaken. If you really want to get into UA, there's a quick way, you know. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Kaken didn't care about him anymore. He was too far behind. He'd only slow his ex-friend down. Him dying would be the right thing. The heroic thing. The best option. So he stopped clawing, putting his arms down and reveling in the numbness that was taking over. Solitude was happy. In the darkness that had started to fill his vision as everything stopped. He pushed Collector down as hard as he could until he lost all sensation. His aches didn't hurt anymore. His chest felt heavy, but there was no pain. Drowning didn't feel good. He wished he was dying in some other way, but right now he didn't have the energy to care. The world was slowly going back. There was a point in his chest, like a switch had flipped, and suddenly he was very calm. He knew he was going to die now, but he didn't care. He accepted death. With warm embracement, the universe took him in like always. He woke up to a hand slapping his face, not the first time it happened but the least thing he expected to feel right after he... Wait, what happened again? He opened his eyes. The world was hazy and the only thing he could see was dark gray and a figure standing over him. His breaths felt labored. He slowly sat up, the figure moving but his vision was blurred. He was covered in something. He brought his hands up. He smelled awful but it felt familiar. His eyes went wide, which just made his head hurt more. The sludge. The sludge. Where was it? Was it inside him now? Oh God, please don't let this be a parasite or an alien situation. The thought of that made him want to puke. He was puking. Sewage and whatever the hell was in that stupid slime came out. The taste in his mouth was awful, even worse than the rotten apple taste that was stomach acid. He didn't even mind the fact that he was vomiting his guts out. Anything was better than keeping that sludge inside of him. He could tell someone was talking to him and patting him on the back, encouraging the barrage of vomit coming out of Izuku. He couldn't hear what the person was saying. The sound of his heartbeat and the taste in his mouth was too loud and awful to sense anything else. Eventually, he was able to take a moment to finally breathe. Other senses were finally coming in, and he could understand the voice of the person who had been comforting him this entire time. They had a deep tone, one of optimism even though this was literally the worst time to be hopeful, and they were still patting his back while he breathed. God, could this person stop freaking touching him? He froze for the third time today. All Might. Freaking All Might was comforting him. The #1 hero in Japan was patting his back. Oh no. The #1 hero was patting his back. He scrambled away from the large man, not out of fear of the hero but fear for him. He knew he had a layer of fabric to protect the man from Izuku, but that still didn't make his anxiety go away. Confusion flashed on the #1 hero's face. This was probably the first time he'd seen someone actually afraid of him that was a victim. But Izuku was a strange, cursed kid. And he wore it like a goddamn badge. All Might had a fairly simplistic look, a giant body with a blue skin-tight suit, red and white stripes moving continuously throughout the costume. He had golden hair that stopped just before his shoulder, moving up in a way that defied gravity. He looked just like he did in every news outlet. Powerful. Izuku was the exact opposite. He felt like an insect next to a moose. Hello, kid. You gave me quite the scare there. Didn't think you were going to wake up for a second. All Might said with a laugh, clearly trying to lessen the upsetting mood. Izuku blinked once. Then twice. Then a third time. Am I dead? This had to be one of his stupid dreams, right? Or a hallucination before the underworld. He was about to drown to death, and all of a sudden the #1 hero, the man he'd been idolizing ever since he could think, just appeared in front of him? No way. Not possible. But All Might just laughed. What are you saying, boy? Of course you're not dead. Now, can you stand up? I need to make sure you're all right before I go chasing the villain who did this to you. Izuku blinked again, really confused but followed the #1 hero's instructions regardless. He slowly stood up, wincing once he realized the bruises that he had gotten earlier in the day were now showing themselves, but he could stand regardless. He was shaking slightly, but he paid no mind to it. Still, something felt off. "My bag!" he shouted, frantically looking around for it in panic. No, 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 no. He loved that bag. It held the things that were most important to him. It was something he could trust to hold his precious items. Not to mention it was a gift from both his parents at one point, and those were rare considering money was tight enough as it is and his dad wanted nothing to do with him. "Are you looking for this?" All Might said, holding up his light forest green newspaper bag in hand. There were a couple charms barely holding on, the purple and magenta feathers falling from a dream catcher every second. He lunged for it, hugging it close to his chest while giving All Might a look of both, "Never touch it again, it's mine," and "Thank you." Of all the things Izuku thought the greatest hero in the country could be, awkward wasn't one of them. "Well, it's good that you are okay. Now I must go find the villain who did this to you. So I will be going," he finished, ready to launch himself into the air and away from Izuku. Izuku opened his mouth in protest but quickly shut it. All Might was probably busy. That made sense, he was the #1 hero after all, he probably had no time to sign a stupid notebook. Even though this was literally Izuku's dream moment, All Might was in front of him, the All Might was in front of him. Oh, Kaken would be so jealous he shouldn't be selfish and ask the man to stop for the sake of him. He was going to be a hero anyway, so maybe he'd meet All Might during his career at some point. If he became a hero, his dream in life. The dream he had tricked himself into believing that he could simply will it into reality. Which he was sticking to, no matter what everyone said. Right? "Wait!" Izuku screeched, in such a desperate tone it even made All Might flinch. He flinched when All Might turned back to him, confused and a little shocked at the strange cry Izuku just made. But he shook it off, he needed to ask this question. "I'm sorry. I need to know, someone I know has a bad quirk and it would mean a lot to them if can someone with a villainous quirk become a hero?" And there it was. He looked down at the ground, expecting All Might to scowl and say no as if it were obvious. Suddenly, regretted asking the question that had been burning in his soul since he was 4. What good would the answer do for him? He was taking a chance, and Izuku didn't like to risk things. What if All Might said no? What then? He had nothing other than his fantasies, other than his mom, but that wouldn't help him in real life. There's no such thing as a villainous quirk boy. Izuku shot up, his eyes wide and unblinking. They captured every moment, every slight difference in the environment that everyone else would have ignored. All observing eyes that none could escape from. It's the person that turns quirks into something that should be feared, not the quirk itself. So my answer is yes. You can be a hero even if you have what's considered a villainous quirk, the man said, so confidently Izuku believed him in an instant. Now, I really do have to be going. Take care, young man. And with that, a giant whoosh filled the air, pushing against Izuku and leaving no trail of All Might's existence behind. He stood there, motionless, replaying those words over and over again in his mind, feeling elated every time the mental recording ended. He tightened his grip on the strap over his shoulder, smiling as he swiftly turned and walked away. Even the pain in his torso and legs didn't bother him, nor the heaviness of his chest every time he took a breath. The burning in his neck was flaring as he walked faster and faster, eventually turning into full-on throbbing. But it didn't matter. He could take it. He could do more than take it right now. He completely forgot to stop by the outside of his house to grab his change of clothes, making his way to the forest in record time, a place where he could full enjoy what the day had given him. He knew better than to test his body right now, so he journeyed lightly to a small creek near the edges of the woods. The memories of this place were good, painful to reflect on but made him happy regardless. He hummed happily as he sat down on the bank of the creek, slowly as to not disturb his aches any further. The water in front of him was crystal clear even after all these years, a light tangible blue tinting the hidden rocks below. It always made him smile, even more than he already was. And honestly, how could he not? That question that had been plaguing his mind ever since he was 4 had finally been answered. By his idol nonetheless. After nearly a decade of waiting, all he had to do was almost die to get an answer. And it came with the best result he could have ever gotten. He should have quote-unquote died sooner if he knew that was going to happen. He dipped his hands into the creek, feeling the coolness of the water clash against his hot skin. It felt so good, the small pressure of running water massaging his tired hands. He ran his hand through his hair too, pushing back his curls from his face, feeling it slip unnaturally. He smelled like a dumpster fire, a corpse killed by mustard gas in the First World War even, so he tried to clean the odor off his skin. It was fine if he wasn't successful, he'd just take a long shower when he was allowed to go home. He dipped his head into the water, feeling his curls try to flow away along with the current, but they remained anchored on his head. His white streak became white again, not mud-colored. His neck stung like 1,000 wasps as it bended, but he ignored it readily. He'd been through worse, and it hardly mattered in the long run. He ran his fingers through his hair once again, feeling any residue slide down the stream to the great beyond, wherever the river creek ended. He felt bad about polluting the creek with literal raw sewage, but it's fine. It's only a small amount, anyway. And he really needed to clean it up before it dried on his scalp. Satisfied after a few minutes, he lifted himself back up, hissing as the water dripped onto his neck injury and closing his eyes, sitting still for a bit as he waited for the pain to die down. He looked back down, the water still clear as ever, directly into his reflection. He grimaced at the sight of his collarbone. A red handprint of scarred tissue had formed there now. Rough in shape, but still recognizable to the average person. That wasn't going to disappear anytime soon. But it's fine. Kakin didn't make direct contact with his skin, so no harm, no foul. And his mom's a nurse, so she always had every medicinal home remedy on earth stocked up at home, including burn cream. And after all these years of dealing with Kakin, he knew how to treat burns on his own. He'd be fine, no reason to worry his mom. Speaking of his mom, he cupped his hands just in front of his chest, almost as if he were about to start meditating. Doing this helped him visualize his quirk, even if it looked stupid on the outside. He reveled in the feeling of the warmth reside in his chest before splitting off into his palms equally. This was the only quirk he'd ever use by his own volition, mostly because his mom told him she didn't mind him using it. The other one had bad memories attached to it, so it stayed locked in his chest for the time being. Buzzing luminous magnets that pulls into gracious hugs. This quirk was hard to explain. Imagine a magnet, imagine how the waves it used to attract objects would feel like, and you get his mom's quirk. Warm smiles, waving wind of motherly love that ties you closer. There was love in it too, an enormous amount of it. It almost overwhelmed Izuku emotionally every time he switched to it. Wild light green uniform kisses enveloped in the grasp of pressure. And when he closed his eyes, it looked green. Like the kind of green you would see when the forest perfectly parted ways to let the sunshine through, a massive spotlight shining on a singular animal. Seafoam pistachio mixed together, a parakeet flying in the wind overseas. He played the game he had made for days where he was too tired to run around, attracting an object and then trying to throw it as accurately as he could. He had even marked little targets with their own point system on the trees around him just to know how far he missed. The paint had faded over the years, but there were enough marks on the trees that he could tell what counted as the middle. He used to call it his hero training when he was little. He thought being able to accurately attract and throw objects would be useful, and, to us, it was really effective in buying enough time to run away from an attacker. He took it a bit more seriously after he discovered that fact. Still, he got entertainment out of it. It wasn't all seriousness, some of it was still for fun. When his phone rang, signaling it was 5:55, he stopped, resuming that meditating pose and feeling that green magnetic hum disappear from his palms and back into his chest. He played with it for a moment, flickering it from his arms back to his chest over and over again. It was a wonderful sensation. The amount of love buried within it would always overwhelm Izuku's senses whenever it took over. It reminded him of the good in his world, and the fact that it still existed. He finally put it back in his chest. This was the only thing he liked about his quirk, collector, feeling it lock in place and disappear from sensation. He absent-mindedly played with the other 2 warmths in his chest, picking up his newspaper bag and shaking his wet hair. It was now at shoulder length from washing it in the stream early. The other 2 warmths? He paused, double-checking the feeling in his chest to make sure he hadn't gone crazy. But no, his suspicions were correct. There were 3 quirks inside him now, not 2. His mom's, the other quirk from all those years ago, and this mysterious new one. He closed his eyes, trying his best not to hyperventilate while pulling it to the front of his chest. Seeing the color of a quirk was the first thing he was supposed to do on the rare chance that he gained one. It was a bright raging yellow. That wasn't good. Usually the more powerful the quirk, the more saturated it was, and the weaker the quirk, the blander it was. His mind flashed through the day, trying to think of when anyone could have touched his bare skin. Maybe when he was getting kicked. No, everyone had kicked his torso and legs, places that were covered by cloth. Kaken never touched him, he just hovered his hand over Izuku's collarbone. Earlier then? No, there wasn't anyone who bumped him on the train, and he was wearing gloves the entire day, so he certainly didn't touch anyone. So after school? He froze. No, he couldn't have taken the sludge quirk, right? But All Might said that he was going to go chase the sludge villain. Didn't that mean that the sludge had gotten scared and ran off at the sight of All Might? It had to be, he didn't take. If he did, then where was the man's body? Unless his quirk was his body, then that means Izuku was a... No, don't assume the worst. There could be another logical explanation to this. There had to be. There had to be. He closed his eyes, putrid yellow taking over his vision, bronze lemon dipped in motor oil, letting the warmth rise just beneath the surface of his chest again, and holding it there for a moment before letting it go. It was almost a painful sensation, almost, but it was probably because of how sudden and strange everything felt. Within milliseconds his body collapsed, spreading out like ink across the once beautifully green grass. It was like his body had melted, taking on the properties of water itself and writhing in gravity. It was green and trash-filled, half sewage and heavy. Where was his organs? Where were his limbs? His bones? His heart? He couldn't feel them, couldn't hear his heartbeat no matter how hard he tried. He opened his eyes, surprisingly much harder than he expected. All he saw was trees trying to reach the skyline. He stayed there, not really sure what to do before letting the panic sink in. He tried flailing. He could tell that his liquid body was trying to respond to it, but it only bubbled and flew in certain directions. No, this needed to stop. He couldn't do anything in this state, much less panic properly. He couldn't use his hands to visualize pulling the quirk back, so it took longer than normal. But eventually the liquid that had splashed away came crawling back, eventually taking the form of a body before turning back into skin, flesh, and blood. He closed his eyes. He could feel them moving across his body in order to fit back into their sockets, an extremely uncomfortable sensation. He didn't open them until he felt grass underneath his fingers, and the aches on his legs, torso, and neck returned. He'd never been so glad to feel pain in his life. He looked up, only to find the exact same sight as when he was a sludge moments before. What else was he expecting? He could feel tears prick at his eyes. He didn't stop them from coming this time, letting himself silently cry. His hands wrapped around his hair, and he felt the urge to pull until his scalp was bleeding. Maybe then he'd feel a fraction of what the sludge man had felt. He didn't understand. What the hell happened? He was supposed to die back then. He was letting himself die back then. It didn't make sense. Why would he take the sludge's quirk? Why would he try to save himself? No collector did this. It had to have. It disobeyed him like it always did, and went out and took a quirk yet again. He hated collector. How could it do this to him? He had accepted death. It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. He shouldn't be alive right now. He didn't deserve to be alive right now. The fact that there was no body meant that this quirk was the sludge man's body. He knew biology. His mom was a freaking nurse. The subject was in his blood. Full body mutations were a part of people's vital systems. You can't just walk away with the mutation and expect the original quirk holder to live. What he had done was the equivalent to chopping off a head and walked away with the body. The only thing his quirk wouldn't have taken would be the man's mind. And you can't have a conscience if you don't have the rest. Which meant he just killed someone. His sobs grew a little louder when he admitted it to himself. What did he do? What the hell did he do? How could he let this happen? And he thought he could be a hero. Wasn't that a little funny now? What was All Might on about? He just murdered someone while trying to kill himself. No matter how much he wanted to do good, he'd just end up doing bad. Good, not bad, no bad. And he hated that. He hated himself. Shitty Deku. Wrong. His mind briefly wondered to what the punishment would be this time, for his stupid mistakes and his stupid existence. Was he going to go to jail? The police will eventually figure it out. The villain was being chased by All Might himself. They weren't going to let someone as high profile as that get away. Should he go turn himself in to avoid the trouble then? No, that would mean explaining his quirk. His mom told him that he could never tell a soul about it. That included the good guys. Oh God, and his mom. He shouldn't tell his mom either. He didn't want to burden her with the knowledge of how much of a monster her child is. She loved him so much, and to know how much of a failure he ended up being would break her heart. Maybe she would even stop loving him. His breaths grew shorter at that. He couldn't let that happen. His mom was the only one left who truly loved him. If he lost her... His phone beeped and it made his breath hitch. Right? It was past 6 p.m. by now. His mom would be coming home soon. She'd be worried if he wasn't there, and he didn't want her to find him curled up in a forest, crying his eyes out via the tracker on his phone. He needed to move, if not for his sake then for her sake. He'd deal with this later. He had all the time in the world to suffer. That much was clear. So he stood up, wiping the tears off his face so violently it hurt. He grabbed his newspaper bag, frowning at how dirty it was from some of the sludge he had transformed into. He needed to clean it ASAP. He walked home, slowly and carefully as to not disturb his aches any further. He checked his phone along the way. No extra messages, then it should be safe to go home then. He felt so numb, and he stayed that way so that the beast inside of him wouldn't awaken. He crossed the street every time a person came close to him in fear. He didn't let himself think until he opened the door, pausing for a moment to make sure no one was inside before silently closing it behind him. He walked cautiously to the bathroom. He knew where all the floorboards creaked, so he pointedly avoided them to hide his existence in the house. He knew that no one was there to witness him, but he still felt this unnecessary need to be quiet. He took a shower, a long one, only stopping until his phone beeped again, his alarm telling him that his mom would be home in 5 minutes. He reluctantly got dressed, staring in the mirror for what felt like ages before reaching into the bottom cabinet, pulling out some bandages and disinfectant for the wound. He hissed as his collarbone burned from the acid, but it had to be done. Who knew what kind of bacteria the sludge villain had? He was probably going to wake up sick tomorrow since he couldn't disinfect his stomach, but he honestly didn't care. It was just another punishment for another mistake he made, except this time, it was for a felony. One that normal people would never even dream about committing. He bandaged it, finishing just as he heard the door click downstairs, signaling his mom's arrival. He looked back at the mirror, smiling at it and adjusting his face to try and look somewhat happy, enough to pass through dinner. But his face dropped as none of his muscles seemed to respond. He couldn't manage it. He couldn't keep up the mask right now. The one that wasn't miserable, but accepting. He walked out of the bathroom, pausing just as he stepped outside and into the hallway. He glanced down it, towards the kitchen where he knew his mom was heating dinner. He didn't have the heart to face her right now. She'd ask questions he didn't have the energy to lie to, questions that he'd give answers to that were better left unsaid. Nothing good would come from going to the kitchen right now. Even if he was practically starving. He just quietly sighed, carefully opening his bedroom door and shutting it closed behind him. He collapsed on the bed. His pillows were cold and soothing. Part of him wished they were warm. He didn't deserve the luxury of having a good sleep right now. It's a little funny, wasn't it? He just killed someone and the only thing he can think about is the temperature of his pillows. His body instinctively became still as the door creaked open. He shut his eyes and breathed through his nose deeply. He had faked being asleep more than once at that point, so it was easy to do. Izuku? His mom whispered, quiet enough so that if Izuku was hypothetically asleep he wouldn't hear it. He didn't respond, instead just taking another deep breath. The door creaked as it shut, saying its own goodbye as his mom quietly locked the door. His stomach growled soon after. He was hungry. His jaw twitched from the stress. He wanted to grind his teeth in his sleep, maybe break a molar or two and cry from the pain. He chewed on the inside of his mouth to simulate eating and trick his body into thinking he was consuming food. It didn't work, obviously. He stopped once his eyes began to flutter from open to closed, his breathing became involuntarily deep. His thoughts finally stopped swirling. He'd think in the morning, feel guilty and whatever the hell else comes with murder. Was it strange to be so numb to? Probably. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was bright green neon numbers spelling out 3:03 p.m. He stared at them, briefly wondering if his clock had reset and was actually lying to him, before reaching an arm out onto his nightstand, closing his eyes in the process. He felt around for a bit before realizing his phone wasn't there, it was still in his bag. He had gone straight to sleep after he took a shower yesterday, so nothing he usually did was done. He grumbled as he moved his arm back to his bed, pushing himself up from his stiff mattress and subsequently leaving bliss behind. He grit his teeth and collapsed back into the bed once he felt the pain rocket up his body. His entire body ached at even the thought of moving. He felt like one giant bruise. Why was he in so much pain again? Right. Kaken and the others beating him in the classroom after school. And the burn on his neck from Kaken's explosions. And the bruises he had gotten when he fell after taking that villain's ka. He shot up from his bed. He didn't care how much his body screamed in protest at the motions. He stared blankly forward, the memories flooding back to him. His teacher revealing his form, Kaken burning his neck, the sludge villain, All Might, the number 3. Tears pricked his eyes as he tried to breathe, his gasps becoming more and more sporadic. He killed someone yesterday. He actually freaking killed someone yesterday. What was wrong with him? What should he do? What the heck do people do after they just murdered someone? Apologize? To who? His victims freaking dead. The family? How the hell would he even find them? He didn't even know his victim's name. His body seemed to freeze at that thought. He didn't even know the name of who he killed. That was horrifying. Who kills someone without even knowing who they are? Without any good reason? Not that there is, but... No, maybe it was better this way, anonymity had to have some benefits, right? Like during a questioning? He was going to go insane if he never found out his victim's name. He threw his blankets off, only to pause once the clock re-entered his vision. It's 3 p.m. on a Saturday, which meant his dad was definitely home. He needed to be quiet. He'd already broken so many devastating rules, he wasn't about to add another major crime to his transcript. So, in a weird mix of haste and stealth, he ran to his desk and turned on his dinosaur of a laptop, impatiently moving his leg up and down without making a sound. He bit his lip, clenched and unclenched his fists, panicking at the sheer thought of yesterday's existence. He opened a private browser, after all, searching up specific details no one else knew about, after a murder that happened less than 24 hours ago would be very incriminating if someone saw it. There was also a chance that his mom would see it on his history and ask about the person he was trying to find, and he definitely would not be able to mask his way through that conversation. It went on for hours. He searched for known villains with a quirk related to Sludge Monster. Nothing. He looked at the wanted boards posted to the public pertaining to his city's area. Nothing. He tried local attacks in his city's area. And finally, something popped up. A store was robbed at 1:02 p.m. yesterday, with a description of the offender matching Izuku's memory. This was good, kind of. Should he stop here or keep going? What if they flagged him? What if someone was already observing him and collecting evidence with every URL he clicked? He was getting distracted. He should search for a family. To apologize or something, he was thinking about that before, and it might be a good idea. Maybe it was a family of sludge. That was, honestly, anatomically interesting more than anything. But he didn't have time for that. He clicked another link, finally finding a picture of the man with a black bar covering his facial features, which wasn't much, from over a year ago. He scrolled down to avoid seeing it for even another second, reading the article for any significant details. There was no name due to confidentiality, but his victim committed many crimes during a small plaza event. Izuku's face slowly dropped as he continued to read. The man tried to drown multiple people, stole anything valuable in sight, and left before any heroes could arrive on the scene. It was in a poorer place in town, with not that many patrolling heroes around and a high crime rate. Thankfully, no one died or sustained major injuries, and the article ended with providing a number for people to call if they had information on the suspect. He leaned back in his chair. He knew there was a darkness in the sludge, he could physically hear the words describing it, but it felt different reading it with the crimes so blatantly presented. And even though this was from a year ago, even if the sludge might have grown from his past mistakes and worked towards a brighter future, he did try to kill Izuku. And while Izuku was going to let it happen, the guy was still going to murder him. So, was it really so bad that Izuku did it first? No, what was he saying? Of course it was. Two wrongs don't make a right. Right? He shook his head, scrolling down on another tab, trying everything he could think of in the public record search engine. If this report was censored, there must be one before it that had all the details. This guy was apparently a repeat offender after all. It took another hour, but he found it. The official police report on another store robbery with the villain's quirk listed as slime. If his victim's name was anywhere, it'd probably be here. He leaned back in his chair, sighing, careful not to lean back too hard so that his chair wouldn't make noise. The more silent he was, the more he could pretend he wasn't there. He murdered someone yesterday. He could have died yesterday. He was going to let himself die. And it didn't work. Did he want to die? Probably. Maybe? He didn't think so. It wasn't that he didn't want to die. He just didn't have a reason to live. Yeah, that felt right. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. He wasn't suicidal. He wouldn't jump off his school's roof willingly. He was so much more than a chalk line of a corpse. He shook his head. He was wasting time, none of this mattered in the end. He was going to die eventually, who cared when? Everyone was going to die. Izuku sat there for a long time. The clock was just numbers to him. It was so frustrating and hard, the aftermath of murder. There were too many factors to consider. He rubbed his face, resisting the urge to yawn in favor of silence while staring at his screen, at the URL that could take him to the police report. The same debate repeated over and over and over again. He should know who the sludge villain was. Sure, the guy was a future murderer, maybe already a killer at that point, but that didn't mean he deserved to die. At least, Izuku didn't have the standing to determine that. But then again, what would knowing his name even do? Haunt his dreams more than they were about to already? There were too many, damn it. He found himself throwing his body onto the bed, gripping his head and pulling his hair so hard to the point where his scalp might start bleeding. He landed on his neck, the injured side, and he jolted up on instinct from the pain's sting. He froze for a moment, before throwing himself on his other side, still pulling hair out and biting back screams. God, what was he doing? He needed to stop. Stop. This was pathetic, SCK it up. Stop. He was going to make noise, and his father was home, and he wasn't allowed to make noise when his father was home. Stop, run from the boogeymen. Breathe. Just breathe. The world was kind that day, when it shouldn't have been. His hands relaxed, his hair falling uselessly from his grasp and into their curly positions. His hair tended to bounce a lot, which was weird since both of his parents had super straight hair. His white streak bundled in front of him, blocking half of his vision and becoming a blurry mess as he focused on other things behind it. He didn't really like the white streak, despite getting multiple compliments for it by strangers. If he was perfectly honest with himself, he felt like it was part of the reason his dad acted the way he does around him, some sort of trigger from either how curly it was or the color of it. His mom would rather die than tell him that though, so he'd never confirm it. He closed his eyes. The world was too bright and overwhelming to view right now. Darkness was nice, it was simple and it didn't change very often, just once per day. And change was bad in Izuku's experience. He shifted slightly, holding back a whimper as his neck flared once again. He needed to check for burn cream under the bathroom cabinet. The injury was still raw and had a chance to heal correctly for now, but the longer he waited, the bigger the risk it would scar and his mom would see it. He pulled back his sleeve, looking at all the other burns he had collected over the years. He was proud to say that he was the only one who knew what a disfigured monster he was underneath his clothes. Kaken spared no mercy on the weak. If you really want to get into Yue, there's a quick way, you know. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Damn it, why did Kaken have to say that? He couldn't get it out of his stupid head. Like he'd ever apply to Yue now. His mom's quirk was too weak, he'd rather die than use his second quirk, and his third quirk was from a villain who he murdered to take. What was he going to do? Use the sludge villains to try and do something with his life? He opened his eyes, staring at the emptiness of his wall. He used to have hero posters on it, but his mom always made him take them down. She never really let him enjoy his interest in heroes, though he didn't know why. Would that be so bad? Move on, pretend like nothing happened, but at the same time, try and lessen the mistake he made? The sludge villain was bad. Villainous. Evil. Collector gave him that knowledge. He could physically feel the sludge's quirk brimming with a selfish hatred of the world, angry and resentful for whatever past reason. He felt a lot from quirks. The color, the strength of it, and some of the more finer details. He didn't know what the quirk was until he actually took it and used it, but the feeling always told him a lot about the holder. And the quirk in his chest made it clear as day to him. The sludge villain was not a good person. But what if he could change that? Not the sludge villain, that person was gone. There was nothing Izuku could do for him now. But his quirk? He still had a part of the man. What if he used it to try and redeem the villain and himself, in some weird twisted way? Was that weird? Was he being stupid again? His alarm beeped. He quickly glanced over to it to try and avoid answering the questions in his mind. 6:50 p.m. It had already been 4 hours? He slowly pushed himself up from the bed, remembering the existence of his injuries in a rather painful way, just in time to hear the lock on his door click. His mom was home now, unlocking the door, and he hadn't eaten anything in over 30 hours, so he had no choice but to eat dinner with her. He needed to act normal for a bit, he could panic some more later. His face tightened into a pained smile as his mom opened the door, her figure being illuminated by the hallway light. She studied him with her equally green but softer eyes and glanced around the room. She turned back to him, speaking sweetly as usual. "Did you just wake up? Yesterday, you were already asleep when I had gotten home. You must have been exhausted to collapse that early. Come on, you haven't eaten anything for a bit, have you? I really wish you would eat more, Izuku, you're already too small for your age." He pouted slightly at the short comment, puffing his cheeks out playfully. "Mom," he complained, though he was glad to hear her teasing. He needed a break from all of his internal struggles, and joking around with his mom would help do that. She smiled, turning away and walking back to the kitchen. Izuku sighed, slowly standing up and moving carefully, trying to hide his pain from the rest of the world. He stumbled down the hallway, his smiling becoming a little more real once he saw that his mom was in a good mood. She had taken leftovers out of the fridge and was now heating them up in the microwave. His favorite, katsudan. Not that he deserved it, but he couldn't really tell his mom that, could he? "How was work?" he asked quietly. His voice was tired from nothing. The microwave finished with a beep, and she moved to take the food out. "Oh, you wouldn't believe the mess that happened at work. You know, there was a patient that said he hadn't been able to see for about a week. And we were all super confused because who doesn't go to the doctor after not being able to see for the first day? Then when we asked him to walk, he said he couldn't. We asked for how long, and you know what that guy says? 3 years. Apparently he just bought a wheelchair and kept going. I mean, why didn't he come in earlier? I don't understand some people, Izuku. I mean, the guy didn't have that good of an insurance, but come on." Izuku just nodded along silently. He liked listening to his mom's ramblings. He needed it after the past few days he had. "But enough about me. How was yesterday, Kiwi? I never got to ask," she said, serving leftovers on 2 plates and placing one at the table where Izuku was sitting, giving a playful ruffle of his hair on the way to her seat. He bit the inside of his mouth, trying to swallow the 1,000 words that boiled under his skin in response. "Good," he croaked, stuffing his face full of food to avoid talking. He stopped chewing for a moment, letting the flavor hit his mouth and reveling in how amazing it was. His father was an incredible cook, and he'd do anything to eat his dad's food all day, every day. It was one of the only ways he could connect with him, in a sense. His mom would always push his father to cook extras for leftovers, but in reality, it was just for Izuku to eat. Though he wished his mom didn't have to push his dad to make extra in the first place. He sighed, slumping his posture and immediately regretting the action. His neck burned. It really didn't like the disinfectant he had poured over it last night, and it clearly wasn't over giving Izuku pain. But he could tell his mom was catching on to his sour mood, and sharp movements would only add to the paranoia. He had to keep his movements slow. He grabbed his water, looking at it closely. A clear liquid. Liquid like sludge. Sludge like the villain he had just ruthlessly murdered. "Izuku? Are you okay?" his mom asked, staring at him concerned. He blinked rapidly, his eyes shooting up from his cup to his mom. He instinctively smiled, even though doing that made him want to puke all over again. His breathing was off. Why couldn't he breathe right when he was just fine before? "Everything's fine, Mom," he said through gritted teeth, quickly taking a sip of his water before placing it back on the table. His mom narrowed her eyes, not believing a word. "Izuku, you know you can talk to me. If something's bothering you." "Nothing is bothering me, Mom. I'm fine. Don't cut me off. And honey, you look like you're about to collapse. Did something happen at school? They aren't being unfair to you again." "School is perfectly fine, Mom." He's such a liar. Such a bad kid to his mom. She deserves better. His mom didn't buy it, standing up affirmatively. "That's it, I'm calling the school. You've been getting worse every single day and I need to make sure no one is doing anything." "Okay, wait, don't. Please. Just don't. It's not the school, it's just my peers. They just like to have fun, and it's nothing serious." "So they're bullying you?" "Izuku, that's very serious. I swear to God if Mitsuki's kid is still doing his antics Her voice hitched on its own, her eyes saying something else, but she shook her head and changed the subject. "I can't believe after everything I've done the school is still not doing anything about it. I am definitely calling the lawyer." "Mom, please don't. That's not going to help, it never does and never will," he yelled, pushing himself out of his seat and slamming his hands on the table. He instantly regretted the action, sinking into his chair in shame. He was too stressed, and yelling at someone who didn't deserve it wasn't worth it, even if it weirdly helped in some way. But he shouldn't do it, he shouldn't yell at his mom after all she had done for him. His mom turned to him, with a sad expression that Izuku could never understand no matter how hard he tried to. He was such a bad kid. He was such a liar. Bad liar, liar, but it's deserved. His mom looked hurt, sighing as she gripped the table harder while staring at her food. He started to apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I shouldn't have yelled, it's just." His mom cut him off. "No, it's okay. You've had a stressful 2 days, I'm not going to hold it against you," she said with a sigh. She continued to look at her plate for a moment before looking up, walking closer to Izuku and giving a lopsided hug. "I love you so much. You know that, right?" she whispered in his ear, clutching him like he was about to disappear from his arms. He wasn't in a position to hug back, his body relaxing almost instantly as she wrapped him in her arms. He leaned his body onto hers almost instinctively, nodding and humming a yes, feeling even guiltier than before. God, and he was going to let himself die a few hours ago. How could he be so selfish? His death would break his mother, and she didn't deserve any more pain than what she's gone through already. She finally let go of the hug after a few minutes, solemnly walking back to her seat and sitting back down, staring at her food but not touching it. Izuku could only watch her, he didn't care that his food was getting cold. His only concern was making sure his mom was okay. His mom sighed, pushing and playing with her food but not taking a bite. "I'm sorry, Kiwi, that you have to go through all of this. That you have to pretend to be quirkless when you're really not. Izuku blinked, his face morphing into some kind of forced neutrality. He knew showing his opinion on the topic would only lead to guilt-trip speeches. He shrugged. It's okay, I know why I have to do it, he said quietly, taking a bite of his food to try and silently encourage his mother to do the same. But his mom only sunk into her seat further, staring at her food as if it were alien to her. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to do but apologize. It's just, this world is so dangerous and having your quirk exposed, it'll end badly for everyone. People will hurt you because they'll assume you're going to take their quirk, someone might even try to use you and God. The thought of some creep out there forcing you to do things is just, I don't want you to get hurt. She sobbed, tears falling onto her lap as she kept her head down in her own sense of shame. He didn't have anything to say, so he just silently stared and listened. He'd heard this speech about 1,000 times before, he knew his mom just needed to let it out again. He wasn't expecting the speech to change this time, however. But you being quirkless, you're getting cast out and punished just like if your quirk was exposed. It's not. I'm sorry, Kiwi, for everything that you've had to go through. I wish I could change it, but maybe it's not too late. Maybe I can. I'll talk to your father about lessening the rules, and maybe we can have you pretend to be a late bloomer and things can work out. I'll make things better, sweetie, I promise. I swear I will. Okay. She gave a smile at the end, the same comforting smile he's always run towards when he was sad. How could he betray that now? So he smiled back, nodding and going back to his food while his mom took a moment to recover before digging into her own. It was still tense, but the conversation was fine, his mom rambling about some new and old cases from the hospital she worked at and Izuku just listening along. He didn't drop his smile at all, even as the clock struck 7:55, meaning that he had to go back to his room. He helped his mom load the dishwasher from yesterday's dinner, gathering the courage to ask his mom a question. So Mom, he began, talking a lot quicker than usual because of the limited time frame. His mom responded, her back turned as she was putting away some cutlery. If I am allowed to show a quirk, does that mean I can go to UA? He asked, hesitantly. He didn't know why he was still so hung up on becoming a hero. He was the exact opposite of that. He was practically the embodiment of villainy from the day he got his quirk. Today was only a milestone in his villainous journey. But it was still so hard to abandon his hope for some stupid reason he'd probably never figure out. His mom froze for a second, before returning back to organizing the cutlery once again. I don't know, Kiwi, it's probably not a good idea. Becoming famous and going to UA, there's a chance that your quirk might be exposed. It's just not worth the risk, sweetie. He could feel his heart sink at those words as his smile dropped. His only indication of hearing those words was the blink that followed after. Right? He mumbled, finishing up with his chore and walking away, down the hallway and finally into his room. A few minutes later he could hear his door click, signaling that his mom had locked the door right after the front door opened. He sat, curled on his bed, listening to the distant voices of his mom and dad talk happily in the kitchen. He closed his eyes, squeezing his body into a tighter ball, just focusing on their conversation. His mom probably wouldn't talk to his dad about revealing a quirk just yet, waiting until after dinner and they were in their bedroom. He put his head down, sighing as his anxiety grew tired of itself and began to die down. God, he felt so sleepy even after he slept for 18 hours? Weekday nights, especially Fridays, were particularly brutal to his circadian rhythm. He looked up briefly, staring at his closet and the demons hiding inside. His dad used to check it every night for monsters when he was little. Now he had to do it himself. He got himself more comfortable, his thoughts finally coming to a conclusion. Becoming famous and going to UA, there's a chance that your quirk might be exposed. It's just not worth the risk, sweetie. Yeah, his mom was right. He was just being stupid as usual. Redemption? That wasn't possible. Someone like him, no, something like him could never be a hero. He'd never be accepted there in a million years. So, why bother trying? He'd never be accepted there in a million years. So, why bother trying? When he remembered that thought from 10 months ago, it made him laugh so hard that he almost fainted when he got the results. So it turned out, Despite literally all of the odds, including God's hate, he got in. On complete and utter bullcrap. At least in Izuku's opinion. But Yue thought differently apparently. To be honest, the hologram message they sent was a bit of a blur. And he couldn't figure out how to replay it, even after taking the whole thing apart, so he was basically stuck with his unreliable memory. After 2 weeks had passed from the exam day, he started to purposefully delay going to school in order to catch the mailman early. He couldn't risk his mom seeing the letter first, so this was the only option. It took 3 days of after-school detention for being late to class and a 10-minute yelling session with him repeatedly bowing while the threat of suspension hung over his head by his homeroom teacher, but it finally came. The Yue letter. He may have called his mom and told him he felt sick that day just so he could open it right then and there. He was a liar, but most of the time he was a good one. All he remembered was the principle of Yue, Nedzu, popping up in a light blue projector with an electrical hum to it. He nearly fell over from his chair when the message began. He was still inspecting the black and red disc and accidentally hit the play button, so he wasn't expecting it to say the least. "Hello Midoriya Izuku," the hologram Nedzu chirped. "I'm here to tell you your results." The little Nedzu reached behind him, pulling out a small flashcard with seemingly Izuku's scores. "I am very pleased to inform you that you got a 94% on the written exam, the newest record for this test, beating the previous 89%. And wow, if that didn't make Izuku's jaw drop right then and there, then the next part did. Now, about your hero exam scores, you unfortunately only got 55 villain points, which is not enough for the 70-point requirement of the exam." He could feel his heart sink as those words were spoken, his eyes immediately looking away from the hologram. He felt a bit dumb for that. With a crank he turned his head back at the animated Nedzu. Why was he trying to avoid it? This was the result he was expecting. Why was he mourning something he'd already mourned for? But that's not all the points you got. That made his head JRK back up to the tiny figure. You see, we added a secret little system to help people without destructive quirks out, something we call rescue points. The holographic Nedzu moved to the right, and another image appeared, this time with a chart that read villain points, 55, and rescue points, 60. We looked back on the footage and you were quite charitable during your exam. You helped this boy. The holograph flashed into playing a video of Izuku holding a one-pointer in place for that lavender-haired kid, finish off a robot and even gave him a weapon. But I'd say that Endeavor is greatly outshined by this. The hologram then pictured him rescuing that girl trapped in the debris Uraraka if he remembered correctly. You were the only one who went back to save her from the zero-pointer, despite having no obligation or interest to do so. UA is a hero school, how can we ignore such heroic behavior? He could still remember the moment it clicked in his head, even now a month later. That your final score was determined by adding the number of points you got from destroying the robots, and by another score determined by judges based on your behavior. Which meant that after adding 55 and 60, he passed. Nedzu cheered, throwing the flashcard in his hand up into the air and smiling at the camera. Any information on what you need for upcoming classes are on the link in the back of this disc. We hope that you come to UA. And with that, the leaderboard points flashed for about 10 seconds. He was too stunned to interact with it though, so the hologram disappeared, as if it never happened in the first place. Part of him believed that the message actually didn't happen and he had just hallucinated the whole thing. He actually went back to sleep after that, just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. He didn't know if that was a good or bad thing. Because on one hand, he was here, standing at the gates of UA in a freaking UA uniform, about to spend the next 3 years training to become something he dreamt about his entire life. On the other hand, he had to talk to his mom. That was hard. Even though she ended up agreeing, he wasn't sure if it was worth it. His mom had been cold to him ever since, which was weird because she had never ignored him in his entire life. Even when he messed up, she'd still talk to him and act like before. Nothing like this, however. He shook his head, just focusing on making it through the gate. He could worry about that later. Right now he needed to make it through the day without immediately making enemies of everyone in his class again. This wasn't like Aldera, where amateur bullies were his main issue throughout the day. The people who made it here, they were the best of the best. He finally reached the glass front door, the same one he had walked through a month before. God, it felt like ages since he took that test. The test that he actually passed. He couldn't stop smiling whenever the thought popped into his head. It was just so unbelievable that it had to be true. He paused, though, once he saw his hands struggling to open the door from his shaking. He narrowed his eyes. Was he that nervous about today? Well, he was a bit scared, but it wasn't to the point of full-on fear. So why were his hands shaking this much? Then he felt his body go rancid cold, the shaking turning into an uncontrollable tremor. It was one of these. He hadn't had an episode in a while, he had almost forgotten about them. Ever since he was 5, his body would experience these cold spells and tremors that lasted a few minutes once in a while. They progressively got worse, then they would stop randomly after a few years, only to return a few months later. It was weird, his mom had taken him to the doctors several times for it, and not one of them found the cause. Eventually, his mom both ran out of patience and money with their pediatricians, so he had learned to live with it instead. It was easier that way. He hadn't actually found a foolproof method to make it stop, so he just had to wait for the shaking and the cold to go away on its own. He stared at his hand, trying to use all the mental power he could to end the episode, but it just kept shaking. A great start to his first day of class. Nervous. He whipped around, coming face to face to a taller kid with lavender-spiked hair and tired eyes. This guy looked familiar. Wait, he was from the entrance exam, right? The guy he helped by giving him one of the robot's shields. So he made it in? Good for him. A little bit. Izuku said, glancing away at the half-lie. He was nervous, technically, but his shaking wasn't from that. The lavender-haired kid just sighed, moving to pull the door open for both of them. Here. Lavender lies that pull you into security of a hedonistic mind. Thank you. Izuku mumbled, quickly walking through the door and pausing to let the taller kid go first. He liked to keep people in his view, while he stayed out of sight. So he walked at a slower pace, content to eventually split off from lavender hair at some point, but they kept heading in the same direction, kept looking at the same signs. They were both getting antsy, both of them wondering if the other was just following them or being creepy, and eventually the taller kid couldn't take the suspense anymore. So, what class are you in? 'Cause we've been heading in the same direction this entire time and it's getting a little weird. Izuku whipped his head around, away from the classroom door's letters and numberings. Sorry, he immediately said, before slightly shaking his head. I'm in 1A apparently, according to the L letter at least. So you're in the same one as me? I guess so, he said, his eyes flickering down then back up. The lavender kid sighed, turning to fully face him. Well, if we're going to be in the same class, might as well introduce ourselves. Shinso Hitoshi, he said, side-eyeing Izuku while looking forward every now and again to try and find class 1A. Its name is Lavender. Izuku gave the same simplistic courtesy. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. Shinso nodded, continuing onwards through the endless, large halls. They both walked in silence, this time comfortable, invisibly lighting up once they saw the door. They both walked up to it, meeting each other's eyes for a brief moment, before Shinso slid the door open. Izuku took a breath. Breathe in, breathe out. It's okay. No one's going to actively hunt him anymore, so it'll all be fine. Please take your feet off the desk. That is a highly inappropriate way to conduct yourself at a prestigious school such as this. Piss off glasses. If you want to make me do something, then fight me over it. Do not swear, we are on school property right now. A basic level of respect is a simple requirement here. Oi, shut up already. Goddamn, where the hell did you grow up that made you become such a hardbutt? That's right, we haven't properly introduced ourselves yet. I am Ida Tenya from Sumi Private Academy. Hold on, Sumi? That rich but middle school? Wonder you're such a studious BSD, you came from the land of rich dickheads. How can someone as unprofessional as you be accepted into this school? Crap. Adrenaline shot up almost immediately upon hearing that voice. He was numb, paralyzed, couldn't move, couldn't truly breathe. Smoke. Those scents that he had become so familiar with hit his senses despite lacking a source. No. Why of all people did he have to be in this class? Sitting there with his feet up, getting yelled at by another student was Bakugo Katsuki. Spiked blonde hair and raging red eyes, his undershirt collar lifted up like a gangster as usual. The smell of fire seemed to float around him no matter what he did. Giant ball of fire that hurt, that destroy, and scream and shout with the sin of pride coursing through every flicker of the flame. DKU? Breathe. 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 Why can't he breathe? He does it every second of every day, just freaking breathe. Andromeda is bigger. Andromeda is bigger. No. Stay still. If he moves it'll only be worse. Just take it. He needs to calm down so he doesn't react as badly. It could be over faster if he just took. You FBSTD. Hey, what the hell, man? Darkness. Still. Stay still. He waited for what felt like years, but nothing came. Actually, he was still cold. Like really cold. No, wait, why wasn't he feeling pain? He blinked. It was like his vision blanked out on purpose in order to shield himself from the fury in Kaken's eyes. He knew for a fact that he hadn't closed them. Maybe it was just his brain's way of protecting him. It wouldn't be the first time it happened. But no, that didn't matter. Kaken 100% would have jumped Izuku the moment he walked in the door. So why wasn't he getting hit by bombs right now? He blinked again, the scene appearing almost instantly like a flash, lavender covering his view. Why was there lavender? What's hair? Oh, it's Shinso. It's Shinso? Why was Shinso in front of him? Why was the F dash? Get out of my way, dirtbag. Bakugo angrily shouted. He could feel another shot of adrenaline run up his body instinctively from the sheer rage in his voice. But to his surprise, Shinso didn't move. Instead, the kid only raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Dirtbag? I don't even get a creative insult. He swore he saw the Grim Reaper appear out of the corner of his eye. And its victim was undoubtedly Shinso. Did Shinso just sass Kaken? Was he asking to die? Even Bakugo looked taken aback, as the room fell silent for a few moments. But it quickly melted into ash and heat, a boiling pot of fury. Which I'll show you creativity UF. It was really weird, to say the least. To see Kaken's face so expressionless. He blinked a few times to reset his vision, just to make sure he was seeing it right. But no, his vision was correct. Bakugo Katsuki, for the first time in his life, looked like he had no emotion. Walk to your seat and sit down. Shinso? What was he doing? Did he really expect Kaken to just do something because someone else told him to? But to his absolute shock, Bakugo turned around, silently walking to his seat with the blank expression on his face never wavering, sitting down and staring straight ahead. Was he high? Because there was no other explanation for what just happened. How, what, why? That must be his quirk. Shinso's quirk. Hypnotizing? That was amazing. Awesome, he whispered, looking at Shinso in pure awe. He didn't even notice how quick the boy whipped around upon hearing that absolute shock painted on his face. That was such a cool quirk. The possibilities for that in heroics were endless. Was it verbal or was it on sight? Did it require touch? How many could he hypnotize? Was there a limit? Are the commands limited? Bright purple cold deceitful flames that conquer so easily but die out at the slightest disturbance, so much lying but kind and thoughtful but tired and sleepy. It made sense now. Deceitful and tired. His quirk was probably based on his power to lie, and the kid looked like he was about to pass out just from his eyes. If Izuku took it, what would change? A lobe of his brain? Or maybe his vocal cords if it's based on verbal cue. Hey. Hello. Geez, you talk fast. Mind explaining what just happened? He blinked, immediately snapping out of his analytic state and snapping to Shinso's eyes. Sorry, he instinctively replied, before shaking his head violently to wake himself up. Kaken. That was the bigger problem here. He almost got killed by Kaken, who was still sitting there, weirdly spaced out. He still wasn't quite over how amazing that whole thing was. Thank you for Midoriya mumbled, looking down to avoid the never-ending stare of Shinso and the other kid who had been previously yelling at Bakugo before. Seriously, first he disrespected Yue's property, then he tried to lunge and attack another student? I don't understand how someone like him is in this hero course, the robotic kid said aloud, walking up to the now-sitting Bakugo. But he seems to have calmed down though. He waved a chopping hand right in front of Bakugo's face to prove his point. That's because of my quirk. I can release him if you want, but if all he's going to do is try and attack again, I think it's best if we just wait for the teacher. No! Izuku half-heartedly shouted, immediately flinching at the sound of his own voice. He sighed, closing his eyes to avoid the shocked stares of Shinso and the other kid. Kaken's just, he didn't expect me to be here because of reasons. This is the norm, to be honest. He wasn't going to actually hurt me or anything. It's okay, you can release him. His neck stung like 1,000 wasps at that lie. He bit the inside of his mouth in protest against it. Shinso gave an unconvinced look before sighing to himself, walking over to Bakugo's blanked out. I must say, it's rather commendable of you to allow such a transgression to pass without consequence. But I do hope that you will inform the teacher of this at a later time. Such an act shouldn't go without punishment. What did you say your name was again? The other kid said, holding out a hand, clearly trying to initiate a handshake. Izuku's eyes flickered to take in the entirety of the other kid, confirming this person was trying to be friendly, before reaching a hand out on his own. He was wearing gloves, like always, so it's fine to do this. Midoriya Izuku. And you are? Ida Tenya. From Semi-Private Academy. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Wait. Midoriya Izuku? Immediately he could feel 1,000 eyes burning into his broken figure from Ida. He tensed, his entire body as rigid as a stone statue. Yes, he confirmed, hesitantly, bring his arms up to wrap around his chest in a comforting manner. Ida's smile brightened. So you're the one who got the highest score on the written exam? Congratulations. You must be exceptionally bright in order to accomplish such a feat. I am glad that I get to share a classroom with such a talented individual. He blinked once. Twice. He resisted the urge to bolt out of the room like a gazelle does to a lion. He was just complimented, he should probably respond to that in a good way. Right. The judgmental stare he got was agonizing. The silence after almost put him in an early grave. He got lucky in his escape, with Shinso analyzing the awkwardness almost immediately. Okay, sorry to break the silence. But Shinso cut in, standing in front of a still spaced-out Bakugo, waiting to do the honors. He looked at Izuku. You're completely sure you want me to snap him out of it? Shinso said, sounding very disappointed at the notion. Izuku's eyes flickered between the two, before giving a small nod. Shinso sighed, looked at Bakugo with blatant dislike, before holding up a hand and hitting him in the head. The inevitable yelling and violence started instantly. Goddamn piece of... Will you please stop swearing? It's unbecoming of you as a future hero of this country. And please let Shinso go. Izuku pretty much tuned out the yelling, still staring at Shinso like he was out of his mind. What were these people thinking? You don't just flick Kaken in the head and live to tell the tale afterwards. Bakugo immediately grabbed onto Shinso's collar, snarling at him like some sort of rabid animal. In the meantime, Shinso just stared right back, looking strangely bored out of his mind. So, you actually going to do something, or are you going to kiss me? 'Cause this is just getting a little awkward. Your dead eye bags, you're so dead. Bakugo shouted, reeling an arm back and clearly ready to punch Shinso. Kaken, hold on, he shouted, immediately putting himself between Shinso and Bakugo, breaking the explosive boy's hold. He was terrified, yes, but he wasn't going to let someone else get punched for him. Don't you think this is getting a little excess? Oh, don't you think you can tell me what I can do, stupid D? And don't think I haven't forgotten about you. Why the hell are you here in my school? Didn't I tell you that you're not allowed to apply here? Will you all stop shouting? Everyone whipped around to see a pink girl, black eyes with orange pupils, glaring at them angrily. You too, she pointed an aggressive finger at Izuku and Shinso before sighing and relaxing. You guys are fine, actually, you haven't done anything wrong. But you too, pointing to Bakugo and Ida, will you both just shut the F up? Ida looked defeated from that while Bakugo only grew in even more rage. Got anything else to say to me, Pinky? The girl just gave an equally violent glare. What, not weird eyes? And do you have a FING brain? What do you think is going to happen when the teacher comes and hears you cursing like a sailor? You're going to get punished. So shut the F up before you get us all in trouble. At that moment, Bakugo froze, still seething in fury but not saying anything to the pink-colored girl. But he glared at her dangerously, trying to burn her just from the intensity of it. She just pouted, arms crossed and sitting on a desk, staring right back, with almost no regard to the obvious tension in the room. He looked around, surprised at the sudden amount of people there. Were they always there? What was wrong with him today? He should be noticing these things. He was lucky that his perceptiveness wasn't necessary right now, otherwise he'd be in deep trouble. This class wasn't out to get him like all of his other classes yet, which meant it was fine to be more relaxed in his day-to-day life. But it's not fine to be so close to Kaken. He took advantage of the temporary stillness of Bakugo, walking away slowly as if he were trying to back away from a bear. Shinso copied the same strategy, backing away equidistant to Izuku. Eventually, and to his utter shock, Bakugo simply scoffed, turning around and sitting in his seat, looking at Izuku as if he were planning to stab him to death later. Izuku looked down. It was just now he could feel the 1,000 eyes of everyone in the room burning into him. So much for not getting attention on the first day. He exhaled, holding in a breath he didn't know he had. That was, at least it's over. He shouldn't dwell on that too much. It's the morning, anyway. He still had the rest of the day to go through. Besides, that pink girl seemed to have handled it. He should say something to her, like thank you for de-escalating, or something. It was only right. He looked up, opening his mouth to thank her, but she beat him to it. She had moved away from the desk she was sitting at and was now in front of Izuku, her hand outstretched. Ayo, I'm Ishido Mina, but I go by my given name. So you're Midoriya, and you're Shinso? She asked, sweetly looking at the pair. Shinso just gave a half-hearted nod while Izuku forced a smile. She looked like she was about to continue saying something, but Ida cut her off. I thank you for dealing with that situation. I am ashamed that I was not able to deal with it in an appropriate manner. And I also apologize for my ignorance as well, since I was contributing to the yelling. Between the two of us, I must admit you are the better student. You seem like the type of person who would read a dictionary for fun. Shinso physically covered his mouth in order to hide a snort, and Izuku had to turn away and cough, pretending not to hear a thing. Breathe, let out your laugh through controlled breaths. He dared to look back for a second, and quickly had to force another cough. Ida was standing brightly, arms at his side like the military would, smiling like a kid on Christmas. Thank you, he said with such a genuine voice. It was obvious he thought Mina's comment was actually a compliment. Mina seemed to have caught on to that, as she had to stifle her own laugh before placing a hand on Ida's shoulder. Oh man, you're a special person, aren't ya? Ishido Mina, like you heard me tell the other two. I'm sure we'll have a lot of good memories in the next 3 years, she said, patting his shoulder before walking away silently laughing. Ida's smile only grew wider, and Izuku and Shinso struggled greatly to not start laughing immediately. They were failing though, as stifled cackling started escaping them, and even other people in the room who had witnessed the silent roast began to join in. Ida turned to them, true dumbfounded confusion on his face. What's so funny? Nothing. Shinso and Izuku both said, still trying to hide their smiles as they slowly broke down at the glorious scene they just witnessed. Luckily, they both got saved. Exam boy, a voice from the door shouted, and most of the people in the classroom including Izuku turned to see who it was. His eyes widened in recognition. What was her name again? Uraraka? So she made it in. And it looked like she healed fine too considering she was walking. He dropped his wide smile into a smaller one, giving a casual wave as he leaned on the wall. Hi. Glad you managed to pass. Shinso turned to look at him, still trying to calm down from his laughing breakdown earlier. Wow, So you just know everyone in this room, huh? Well, not everyone. Just Kaken and Uraraka. And you, I guess. Shinsu's face scrunched up in confusion. We've met? I don't remember seeing you before. Izuku just blinked. Oh god, this was going to be awkward, wasn't it? Well, kind of. I guess you wouldn't recognize me in this form. I was Thistle. Are you all just going to keep talking, or can I actually start class? Everyone jumped at how deep and sudden the voice was, all eyes immediately snapping to the door. Uraraka made an eep sound, physically jumping away from the doorframe and whipping her head around. Well, this was something. The voice in question came from the floor of all places, specifically a man in a yellow sleeping bag. He had pale skin and raven, shoulder-length greasy hair, black onyx eyes and eye bags that were even bigger than Shinsu's. He looked scruffy and oddly comfortable. As bland as he was, he looked strangely familiar. It racked Izuku's brain for answers. Where did Izuku see him again? Scarlet, silent and blind, dry as the sun, to refute the water is a need, not a want. This was Shota from the cafeteria. But there was something else that Izuku was forgetting. Everyone watched as the man unzipped his sleeping bag, stepping out and stretching silently as he walked towards his desk. They all took this as a cue to sit, Izuku being forced to sit the furthest away from the door, much to his anxiety. Still, no one looked away from their teacher as they navigated to a seat, watching him as he pulled a jelly pouch out of nowhere and start eating it. The man was wearing a black jumpsuit, now visible since he left the sleeping bag, his utility belt and tools in equal black as well. There were only two things that weren't black on his person: yellow goggles strapped more upward on his head and away from his eyes, and a gray-colored scarf. It took you 8 seconds to calm down. I expect that to be cut down to 1. We don't have infinite time. The clock is always ticking and every second wasted is one you'll never get back. Moving on. Hi. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. You can all bond later. Right now this my class time and I intend to use it. Now, you lot have 20 minutes to go to your locker rooms and change into PE clothes, then meet me on the field. If you're late, you're expelled. No running in the hallways. Go. Immediately, everyone scrambled for the door, pushing on each other and fast-pacing it down the hallways. Izuku just waited. There was no point trying to fight the crowd, and he managed to slip through when there were less people. Lucky for Izuku, he had basically practiced for this moment his entire life. Changing rooms were places where teachers weren't around, so he's had more than a few bad encounters in there. Being able to change at lightning speed was necessary for survival. He quickly changed out of his clothes, leaving his blessed newspaper bag in the locker, and booked it out of there, still adjusting his PE shirt on the way out. The field was big to say the least. Why was he even saying that? Of course it was. It's you, it's going to be big. It was certainly the theme with this school. He was one of the first ones there, everyone else arriving in rush duos or trios, some people still holding the limited maps they were given to navigate the building. All in all, everyone seemed to make it out on time. And the people from before even started to approach him. Hey, you said your name was Midoriya back at the exam, right? I wanted to thank you again for saving me. I was really worried that you were going to fail since you wasted time helping me, but looks like you passed. Uraraka laughed. He looked to his left, giving a soft smile back to the girl, about to start thanking her when. You saved her at the exam? God, that scared him. Kshin, he yelled, flinching away from how sudden his voice was. The boy just stared confused while Uraraka giggled. What the hell was the sound you just made? Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answers to. Uraraka jokingly added. Izuku sighed, finally calming his heartbeat, while Ida joined them in the meantime, glancing between the three students and trying to figure out what happened while he was gone. Izuku spoke quietly. It's complicated, but the short version is that Uraraka got pinned by some rocks and I pulled her out. But you really don't have to thank me. I just did what I thought was right. I wasn't even thinking back then, I just kinda winged it. She rolled her eyes. Oh, stop talking like that. Considering you did that while the freaking zero-pointer was marching towards me, I think your actions deserve a thank you at the least. Shinsu's and Ida's eyes both widened as they looked at Izuku, something that made Izuku squirm. He's gotten more attention from today than he had in the last 10 years, and that was not something he was comfortable with. Dude, you effing ran towards the robot? Sheet man, when I saw that thing I have dipped, I am way too pretty to die to some metal box. Mina cut in somehow, squeezing herself within the group and looking at Izuku with another big smile. Mina, you ran from it? But you said you just ran past it when we were walking home from the test, a boy shouted, one with spiky red hair and equally spiky teeth. Mina looked stunned, obviously caught in a lie, before turning around with a guilty smile. I didn't run directly away from it, Kirishima, more like at an angle. Not an excuse. Come on bro, that's not manly at all, the boy, Kirishima, said, slamming his fists together right in front of his chest as a sign of strength. Me personally, I'd rather be a coward than a pancake. That thing was way too big for any person whose quirk isn't mountain ladies. A girl cut in, long navy hair with red marks tracing her eyes. She had strangely long earlobes that turned into headphone jacks. Mina pointed excitedly towards the same earphone-jacked girl. See, this girl's got the right idea. Yeah man, what were people without physical enhancement supposed to do? Punch it in the foot? Oh no, it got a dent in its bumper. Whatever will it do? A yellow-haired boy yelled dramatically. He had a black lightning streak on the right side of his head. It was hard to tell if it was natural or dyed. He looked back at Izuku with simple awe. Still man, you actually had the courage to run towards the freaking thing? Gotta say, that takes some guts and some idiocy to pull it off. Glad you're alive to tell the tale. Kaminari Denki at your service. Kaminari said with a slight bow, and Mina even added a whistle and a clap to help with his devolved. He looked up, grinning with a joking smile, expecting Izuku to be doing the same. But he ended up just staring in confusion at the lost expression on Izuku's face, who had started breathing heavily in a quiet manner. They were bright. They were all bright. Everyone's quirk was so freaking bright. Whenever Izuku truly focused on someone, his quirk tended to as well. The feelings of that person's quirk, little highlights of their personality, and the color burned into his head, screaming so loudly that he had no choice but to pay attention to it. The information became less loud over time, once he had gotten used to the feeling and being around said person. But with strangers it was always just loud. This had its own benefits, yes, but it also had its cons. Like crowds. Specifically ones where multiple strangers are talking and he needed to change his attention constantly. Collector screamed, and no matter how much he told it to shut up, it wouldn't. Stupid quirk never listened to him. So he suffered. So much information, so much screaming, it was hard not to get overwhelmed. Like right now. They were all just so unique and so freaking loud. Pink bubbles writhing in deceitful flames, no, not flames, water and bubbles, but ones that melt concrete and stone where buildings fall because of armor, because of spears, no, yes, no, not that, elements of yellow and clouds where lightning strikes the ground, no, it's speed where blue wind chases you but can never catch up. Midoriya. Midoriya. Landing on his but was not one of the things Izuku planned for today, but it seemed fate had its own story. Everyone just blinked, still confused, the silence only being dissolved through Shinsu's sigh. I knew it. He's an introvert, guys. I think you broke him through the power of conversation. Shinso cut in, reaching out a hand that Izuku hesitantly accepted, pulling him up from the ground. He's right, Karo, the way you guys crowded him made me feel like I had to run, and I'm not even part of the conversation, a girl cut in. She was hunched over, arms dangling in front of her with big eyes, not as all-seeing and green as Izuku's but still viridian in their own way. She had long green hair, more forest and emerald than Izuku's as well. Mina shot a pouting look. Yeah, we get it, Sue. Sorry, Midoriya, we'll keep in mind of your shyness next time, she dramatically said, giving a playful small salute. He blinked once. Twice. Pink was flooding his vision, then purple, then green. He just gave a nod, not really sure how to respond. Mina's smile dropped. Oh shit, you were right. We really did break him. All right, settle down. Aizawa-sensei's voice cut in, a clipboard in hand and staring daggers at his class. Everyone immediately pulled an Ida and straightened themselves, not wanting to get yelled at by a teacher on their first day of high school. You all got out in time. Good, we can all do basic functions then. Now before any of you ask, no, we are not doing the orientation. It's a waste of time, we'll be doing a quirk apprehension test instead. Uraraka raised her hand, getting called on by only a nod. Sir, isn't the orientation required by all students to attend? Aizawa-sensei nodded again. Yes, but I've made it very clear to the principal that it's a waste of an hour, and that heroes in training do not have the luxury to waste time on anything. So lucky for you, you all get to skip it. Luck is a strong word though. He ended on that ominous statement, bending down to pick up a baseball from the small crate of supplies next to him. He started tossing it in the air, just silently staring at the class with the same powerful gaze that had stunned Izuku the day of the exam. Bakugo Katsuki, come over here. His eyes traced over every movement of Bakugo as the student confidently walked up to the teacher, standing on the white tile implanted in the grass floor. Aizawa-sensei tossed the ball to him, which Bakugo caught easily. What was your score on throwing this ball in middle school? Bakugo looked at him confused. 67 meters, he answered flatly. Aizawa-sensei just nodded, turning to the rest of the class. For some reason, our system doesn't understand the fact that quirks have disheveled fitness records among individuals, and therefore humans aren't equal physically anymore. And because of this flawed thinking, they don't allow quirks to be tested in these fitness exams. In my opinion, doing these types of tests like that render the results useless. Therefore, I run these tests differently. He turned to Bakugo, who was now wearing a sadistic grin upon realizing what the teacher was about to tell him. Throw the ball using your quirk. Bakugo meanly cracked his knuckles, smiling darkly. Gladly. He stretched his shoulders, twirled his wrists and popped off an explosion or two to warm his hands up, backing away from the base to get a little running start. His eyes were predatory as he reeled back, heat emanating from his palms as he snapped his body forward to throw the ball. Die! He screamed, a giant explosion erupting from his hand, catapulting the ball into the air and out of sight. There were a few awestruck gasps at this, all eyes locked onto the ball until it was completely out of view, and many began to feel excited at the prospect of using their quirks so freely. The most important first step you can take, Aizawa-sensei started, flipping the small device he had pulled out from seemingly nowhere to show the class. It read 705.2 meters. Is knowing what you're capable of. This is your starting point. Ah, hell yeah. We get to use our quirks, for real? I can't wait to go loose. There was an immediate eruption of chatter and glee, everyone excitedly predicting how fun this whole endeavor will be. Izuku didn't do much. He sort of smiled and nodded when Uraraka turned to him with the same joyous shouts that everyone else was making. He was happy, it was just, letting go on a quirk was never something that could never excite him. He was still happy for everyone else though. But of course, it was shut down almost instantly. If you think this'll be fun, then you're dead wrong. Aizawa-sensei's voice cut in, immediately halting any future excited joy from the class. You only have 3 years here before you're out saving lives, you don't have the luxury of having fun. Clearly, you all aren't taking this seriously. So I'll have to up the stakes. He started sipping on his jelly pouch, the sound of bubbles popping echoing loudly in the air. He did nothing during that time, just silently staring at the class while eating his jelly pouch for a literal minute. Finally, the rasping sound of bubbles stopped. Whoever gets last, gets expelled. There was immediate backlash from that, everyone yelling about how unfair that was, that they had worked so hard to get in only for it all to come crashing down on the first day. And, well, it was a little unfair. Who were they fooling? It was completely unfair. Everyone had made so many sacrifices to get here, who was this guy to throw it all away? That's what everyone else was thinking at least. But Izuku? Izuku only looked at Shinso, filled with worry. If his quirk was something of mental nature and non-physical, then that meant he'd be a step behind everyone else, right? He could see the moment realization dawned on the boy as well, who only looked down in worry and frustration. Was there anything he could do to help him? For all of you calling this unfair, you clearly do not understand how the world works. We'll have to fix that if you make it past today. The world is unfair. Lots of bad things happen to people who don't deserve it. I'm not going to pretend like it isn't true and shelter you all from it. So accept it or return your uniform. Now, Aoyama Yuga, you're up first. And that's how it went. Classmate after classmate anxiously walking up to the white tile in the ground, throwing the ball as hard as they could before returning back to the crowd. Izuku stood there, his mind racing with ideas, not for him but for Shinso. This wasn't fair at all, at least for Shinso. He kind of understood Aizawa-sensei's point, but the expulsion thing was a bit too far. Midoriya Izuku. Crap. He hadn't been thinking about a plan for himself. Crap, think. He walked hesitantly to the base, grabbing the ball from the hand of Kirishima, who gave him an encouraging nudge that felt like a brick had been thrown at him, and faced his teacher. Then he looked at the ball. All right, 2 choices. Throw it normally, or use his quirk. Well, the answer seemed a bit obvious if you put it like that. He's noticed a few things about the sludge villain's quirk, slime. The villain who had it before just never expelled the trash or other things from its body, so foreign objects aren't part of the actual quirk. And when he used the quirk or turned it on more accurately, his body mass ends up being a lot smaller than the sludge villain was, which meant it was proportionate to his own body growth. He also figured out the viscosity change depending on how hydrated he was, becoming thicker when he was dehydrated and more water-like when he was overhydrated. He had figured out long ago the perfect amount of water to drink to balance his quirk, and he'd stuck with that amount ever since. Right now, he was at the point where he could freely move objects inside of him quickly, but also restrain anyone if he had to. But even then, using his quirk would only hinder the ball's momentum. Spinning it around his chest and launching it using the momentum built up then wouldn't do much, since doing that in water was a lot more resistant than doing it in air. Which meant he only had one option. Combine the two. He tossed the ball up and down a couple times before rolling his sleeve and closing his eyes. He didn't cup his hands around his chest since that would be a bit weird to any onlookers. Instead, he slowly brought the warmth up to his heat mentally, ignoring people's sighs at how long this was taking. This was hard, okay? He'd never done a partial body transformation before. But slowly, he sectioned off a warmth and sent it to his right arm, which instantly began to melt into black, dripping onto the floor. He SCKD the ball into that part of his arm, making sure it was thoroughly coated before placing it in his other hand and returning the warmth back into his chest. He could feel confusion ripple across the class, amplifying when he reeled back to throw the ball normally. This was another thing he learned. When his body turned into slime, it tended to overcompensate. Meaning, he didn't need every droplet of slime to turn back to normal, though he did need at least 95% of it when he wanted to turn back or his 10-minute timer was up. But as long as he kept the quirk in his chest, he could still manipulate the slime in the exact same way. So yes, he simply tossed it as hard as he could quirkless. But he waited until the exact moment it hit its peak before he took control, using the slime slathered on the baseball to push it midair, sending it rocketing up even higher. He could hear gasps of shock ripple through the crowd as they all watched the ball. It didn't go out of sight, but it did manage to go pretty far, definitely farther than others. He looked at Aizawa-sensei, who was holding the small reading device out for him to see. 100.4 meters? He'd take that. This was going better than he thought it was going to go. Oh no. Oh, he hadn't thought this through enough, had he? He'd been thinking about this all morning. He should have freaking known. These people didn't know him, but Kaken knew about his past. His very quirkless past self. Turned, paralyzed with fear for the second time today as he witnessed Bakugo charging him. His neck burned. There was that same sense of superiority radiating off those eyes from when Bakugo had grabbed his neck, but this one was far more dangerous. Murderous, even. Oh, he was screwed. He was dead. Mina couldn't save him now. Kaken was going to hit him, burn him, and he's going to have to go home and lie about the whole ordeal because it's not like UA would be any different than Aldra. At that moment, gray bandages instantly entered his vision. He blinked, unsure of the reality in front of him but confirming it once he saw it again. Gray bandages gripping Bakugo, holding him back from tackling Izuku. The hell? Bakugo winced, clearly using all his physical strength to fight back against them, but they were unrelenting. A voice cut in with it. They're made of a special carbon fiber woven together with a special metal alloy, along with some neuron technology. Aizawa-sensei grumbled, pulling harder on the scarf and making Bakugo growl. As for your quirk, I erased it. Which brings on my next point. His raven hair was flying straight up, dancing in the small breeze of the wind as he glared into the depths of Bakugo's soul with red. Cherry, bright red. Scarlet silent power that can take like thieves like us but gives back good useful must stay alive too useful to die. I have FING dry eye. So stop making me use my quirk excessively and get back in line. If you try to attack another student unwarranted, you're expelled. Go. His tone was so demanding even Bakugo didn't complain, just grumbling and staring at Izuku like he was trying to kill him with just his eyes. But Izuku wasn't looking at Bakugo. No, his attention was on the teacher. That's why the man looked familiar. He knew that he knew this man from somewhere. Eraserhead? He said aloud, but it was more of a question to confirm his thoughts. Aizawa-sensei glanced at Izuku suspiciously, a little shocked that the kid actually knew his hero name. That was fair, Eraserhead was barely on the news, if ever. The only reason Izuku knew about him was from very dedicated hero forums on the internet. He decided not to do anything about it though, just nodding to himself and blinking to release his quirk. He pulled out the clipboard from earlier, clearly writing Izuku's score on the paper. Ojiro Mishiro, his monotone voice called out, indicating for Izuku to leave the base. Izuku turned to face where the ball was, pulling it with the warmth in his chest before shaking the ball clean, handing it to Ojiro and returning the slime quirk back in his chest. He purposefully walked to the opposite end of Bakugo, avoiding eye contact the entire time. A robotic voice cut in, this time kinder than the exploding boy to his left. That was the second time today he tried to attack you. Do you guys have a history or something similar to that? Izuku looked at Ito with tired eyes. He smiled. Something like that, he said clearly, blankly looking forward at Ojiro use his tail as a bat to throw the ball. And throughout that all, he missed the shocked glance Shinso sent him, upon realizing that Izuku was the one who had helped him in the exam. It went on like that, every single person finishing the ball throwing, Uraraka getting an impressive score of infinity with her zero-gravity quirk. By the way, that was the coolest thing he'd ever heard of. How did the finger pads on her hands even work? If the inner biological systems of it were really complex, and they probably were, it was freaking gravity, a literal force of the universe, that meant they could be counted as an organ. A new type of organ, on fingers, that can affect freaking gravity. Isn't that incredible? He was immediately drawn to it compared to everyone else. Her quirk was the color of Aikido flowers and was shaped like a silicon mold. In other words, it was flexible. It had a finicky personality but sweet like candy. Kind of like his mom's quirk, it wrapped around everything like an embracing hug, lifting spirits up to the sky and to freedom. When he wasn't panicking at Shinso, he was staring at her hands, memorizing every word of Collector and marking the color in his head. He sneaked a few words in his notebook every now and again. He'd have to mix some acrylic paint to try and match the color when he got home. On the other hand, Ida's quirk was one of the most simplest and straightforward ones he'd ever seen. It was bright, of course, cobalt blue, like a more fiery version of his hair. It ran for infinity and beyond. Every time he tried to get a closer look, it whisked away and appeared behind him playfully. It was controlled, but he felt an underlining twitch, a heartbeat that skipped every time it was used. It liked the marathon of life, not the hunt of prey. Otherwise it'd be darker and more secretive, and it lived to carry others to the end of whatever race it was running. But it wasn't bendable. Collector would try and play with the words and add its own opinion to mess with Izuku, but they overrode Collector's will and said its own truth. A lawyer in a court of colors, unbreakable, stubborn, but it couldn't adapt so easily to a challenge. He supposed that was a metaphor for Ida's weaknesses, since sharp turns were proving to be quite hard for the boy to follow through. It was easy to run straight ahead, to turn right was another matter. Hence, an aversion to change adaptation, but in direction. The rest were a spectrum among the two. The boy that had introduced himself as earlier, Kaminari, was a golden hour cloud that struck lightning twice a day in the same spot. Collector was quick on its words, like rapid spitfire, almost as if the boy himself was thinking that fast. After a while of observation, Izuku realized that he was. Kaminari had a unique ability to change a conversation to any topic in an instant. Luckily, he found people receptive to that, namely Mina and Kirishima. Their quirks were fond of each other, the words in his head had the same vocabulary and inside jokes, almost responding to each other, crazily enough. Someone asked if they knew each other, and they confirmed they had gone to the same middle school. That was interesting. He never realized relationships affected quirks too, not just personality and strength. They had the same intensity too, a flamingo dress and a brick house fresh out of a stone mill. Azui, or Tsu as she demanded they call her, was stereotypical, but bright. Like a poisonous tree frog laying in pure morning dew. Her words were calm and serene, but bold in tone. It suited her well. Staring at her relaxed him to the point of sleepiness. They were ordered to change scenery, and as Uraraka answered a polite question from Ida on her quirk, he glanced at the boy next to him. White and red hair, but when he closed his eyes he saw was a hibiscus red. No, maybe a serrano pepper? It was bright and high on the lumen scale actually. This could rival even Kaken. He needed to write that down, but the words were not the best. Superficial. Like a charlatan, but with more of a care than most. But not a care in the traditional sense. The kid gave a DMN but not for others, and that was pretty much it. He started to read in between the lines, almost humming as Collector turned it into a tune. Was that vexation? The kid noticed his unbreaking stare and looked back at Izuku. They locked eyes for a moment, until Izuku realized how weird and creepy he looked. It went back to the conversation of Ida and Uraraka. He tried his best not to stare at anyone too harshly. But it didn't really work. Everyone's quirks were all just so interesting. Bright and free, poetic and commanding, all the confidence and desire in the world. He wanted to stare and analyze them all for hours. He wanted to mix and match the colors, sing to Collector's words and turn metaphors into facts, create a logic that circumvented every single one of their vulnerabilities and secrets, praise the strength of the pillars the quirks had built for themselves. One could say he was a little obsessed with analysis. Yeah, they'd be right. It's just, Izuku really liked quirks. He had liked them since a young age, even before Collector popped into his head. They were like fun little puzzles, a box of surprise and fun that you open just for the rush rather than what's inside. The science and mechanisms behind them, the mystery of their emergence and the morality of it all. It was just fun to think about. And once Collector came, they became one of his only sources of entertainment. During school, when his mom couldn't be there to talk to him and he was all alone and had nothing to do, he'd just sit there and analyze them, listening to the words sing in his head. It was like he wasn't alone when Collector reported on what the quirks wanted to say. They talked to him, except not really. They were talking to their owners, and Collector just spied and reported on what they were saying. At least he was pretty sure. The whole idea of quirks was complicated. But the quirks didn't mind sharing their conversations with their owners, since unlike humans, quirks didn't really have a sense of privacy. And he knew that because Collector didn't care. It was always invading his privacy and insecurities. It was annoying, since whenever Izuku tried to do the same, it was always an open book when it came to its own secrets. But other quirks were just representations of personality and soul. A connection between the mind and the physical world, for one individual, their owner. And they talked and chatted to make sure that the bridge could be maintained. Theoretically, anyway. He wasn't completely sure. Which might sound strange, since Izuku was probably the only one in the world who could answer the question, what actually was a quirk? And he'd been studying them practically his entire life, so he should know the answer by now. But he really didn't have an answer. They were all so different from each other, and yet so similar. They each had personality, a color, a poem or tangled web of words, but they were always honest. But couldn't the same be said about a person? A person had personality, something to say, a favorite color, a style that expressed themselves perfectly. So then, was there truly a difference between the two? And a quirkless person, if indeed a quirk added to a person's humanity, did that mean a quirkless person lacked that? Or do quirkless people differ in that they have a natural version of personality, not tied or shared to a separate being? And what about his mom after he took her quirk? Did she lose something important that day to her very being, or was everything she had in her own mind and not rooted in her quirk? He shook his head. He was getting sidetracked. Anyway, in previous schools, the quirks were nice to let him inside their conversations, but it didn't really help all too much. The words were always addressed to him grammatically, but that was because Collector had to translate it for him. They weren't really talking to him. And he couldn't even talk back unless he physically touched the person, and one, absolutely no way was he risking that, and two, he'd get punched so hard by the person that he'd have to get replacement teeth. So he was still alone most of the time. Just with words no one else could hear. He was always alone, except when his mom came home. And he was used to that. But listening to quirks helped kill time. And like most things, they genuinely interested Izuku. Because he was the only one who could see and hear them, and as much as he hated that fact, it gave him access to something no one else had. That was special in a way, an evil kind of way, but Izuku was stuck with it. He might as well use the harmless affects of Collector's blessing. He'd sit there and wonder about the changes he would have. Biologically, if in another life, pray for a quirk in the next life, he was born with that quirk. If he took it, they were all so cool. Especially Kaken's. As much as he was afraid of it, he couldn't deny its beauty. Flickery and bright, it danced around like it was about to perform a ritual sacrifice. Usually that sacrifice was Izuku, but his pain couldn't make him deny how spectacular of a quirk explosion was. Like Collector said, it was just under Andromeda, powerful in an awestruck glee that came from nothing but itself. Like a perpetual motion machine, its source was non-existent, completely self-reliant, and creating the light of the universe. It was inspiring in a way. Izuku could never hope to become that bright in his life. So bright. So pretty. Take. Of course, Collector always ruined his fun with that line. He always looked away whenever it started going on its tangents as a way to punish it. To starve it. But that also punished him in a way. He still wanted to think about the quirks around him. How could he not? They were all so cool. So if he couldn't stare at the person, he'd look at his notes about them instead. Thus began a collection. He'd go home and rummage through the bucket of information he had gotten that day and pick out the most important parts, then organize it on a paper so he could do it all again when he couldn't stand to look at anyone anymore. Whether that was because of Collector or a beatdown so hard he could barely move his neck, it didn't matter, because he had his notes to study quirks. He didn't always need to look at the person to study them. He wasn't fully dependent on Collector to analyze, and that made him happy. Like he had finally secured a win against the stupid quirk. They moved on to the next thing. Weights. A quick absorption of over 80 pounds later, and then it became sidestepping, something Izuku did not have the finesse to do with his slime form, so he did it quirkless. Sit-ups and push-ups were done quirkless as well, but that didn't stop him from trying to figure out how the heck he could do it in his slime form. He actually debated that with Uraraka for a bit, Ida cutting in every now and again to bring up some good points, all the while Bakugo angrily listening very intensely further away. He tried to ignore it. Tried to ignore what felt like a red dot from a sniper pointed directly for his forehead. He should be happy. No one other than Kaken had insulted him or tried to hit him yet. But every time Shinsu's name was called, his smile flat-lined. He'd been thinking about it, and the only way to really help him would be to use his mom's quirk. But attraction to small objects was really hard to use when most of this stuff was physical testing. He considered using it in the weight part, but he couldn't figure out the logistics, and unfortunately, watched from the sidelines uselessly. It wasn't until the running track that his fears died down. There was a girl, he learned, with possibly one of the most versatile quirks out there, creation. She could literally create anything she wanted with her fats and lipids. And for the running track she expertly chose to make a moped. Was that cheating? Technically no. Did it feel like cheating? 100% yes. And as such, everyone in the class immediately pointed it out, only to get sour once Aizawa-sensei reminded them of the rules. It was only then that Izuku noticed the sly grin that appeared in Shinsu's face, the first time the boy had looked happy in the past hour, as he casually walked up to Yaozu, malicious intent on full display. Uraraka had noticed Izuku's sudden shift in focus and stopped talking, staring at Shinso as well. They both watched as Shinso lightly tapped Yaoyorozu on the shoulder, giving her a dry smile when she turned around. Hey, what kind of fruit makes you the most uncomfortable? Yaoyorozu blinked, utterly confused. What are you? The same type of state that Bakugo was in back at the homeroom. Hand me your moped, he commanded, a toothy grin spreading even further across his face once Yaoyorozu did it. No one else in the class seemed to notice, not until Aizawa-sensei said start. Oh come on! Kaminari shouted as Shinso sped past him, looking slightly ridiculous but also glorious at the same time. Uraraka had erupted in a laughter so powerful, she looked like she was dying, red-faced and clutching onto Izuku as she struggled to keep herself standing. Yaoyorozu snapped out of it at the end, looking around completely confused as to what just happened, only to get a sincere apology from Shinso for doing that to her moments later. Luckily she took it well, even laughing a bit on her own and making sure that there were no hard feelings between the two. Eventually, Uraraka managed to stop laughing, coughing a bit before looking up at Izuku, expecting the same joyful look she had. But all she saw was an all-seeing, observant stare in Izuku's eyes, as his pen glided across the small notebook he had pulled out, his mouth mumbling intangible words. Since he asked a question this time too, it's probably based on question and answer, which means that he'd either have to get really good at insulting people to the point of response or be able to get them to laugh kind of like Miss Joke. But how does it stop? Wait, it breaks at the slightest disturbance? That's what it says, so the connection is definitely easy to break. Does that mean he can't control multiple people, or is it unlimited, or maybe it's based on how many he can simultaneously? Which would be a bit more complicated to incapacitate enemies if that's the case, but it shouldn't be that hard since it would require the same principles. You're scaring everyone, stop Karo. A strange noise came out of Izuku as he physically jumped. Crap, why did he do that? He always looked like a creep whenever he did that in public. Why did he do that? He had half a mind to hide his notebook, but he knew it would be useless to do so. So he stood there, unsure of whether not to make a break for it. Sue, I think you broke him again, Uraraka said, poking Izuku in the shoulder, testing to see if Izuku would respond. And he did, luckily. Sorry, he immediately blurted out, looking at the floor, slightly red from embarrassment and hugging his notebook. It still had a large black spot from an attack from Bakugo few months ago. He looked up at Shinso, hoping he hadn't heard it, disappointment raging through him when he found lavender eyes staring back at him in confusion. Did you just analyze my quirk? Shinso asked, hesitantly. Izuku just nodded quickly. He didn't want to ruin this anymore by talking. There was a pause, then. How the F did you think of that? You've literally only seen my quirk twice. Twice. Shinso half yelled, walking quickly over to Izuku. What? Let me see. Shinso said, moving closer to look at the page Izuku had open. Oh, me too. Uraraka chimed in, scooching closer to Izuku. I'd like to as well. Yaoyorozu said, walking over along with Shinso. Why not, Karo? Izuku didn't really know what to do but hold the book flatly, still confused as to why he wasn't getting punched yet. He only turned redder once the compliments of all things started to flow in. Seriously? All of that in less than 5 minutes? Holy shit, there's more. How the hell do you have a full page on everyone already? When did you even take the effing notes? I've been standing next to you the entire time. Oh, you have 3 pages of Aizawa-sensei. Though this is written in pen, not pencil. Did you do this before? Yaoyorozu asked sweetly, and he could only give a stunned nod. Oh wait, there's you added more notes on the next page? Uraraka's jaw was dropping further every second. You've only seen his quirk once. How have you already written a full description on how his quirk looks like? Uraraka said the sentence a little too loud, because Izuku had the pleasant surprise of Aizawa-sensei whipping around to stare at him, signaling that it was time to stop this so as to not expose his stupid habit any further. Okay, he said, slamming the book shut and hiding it back in the infinite void it came from. Thank you for the compliments, but this really isn't the time to talk about this. Izuku half-whispered, trying to ignore the still ever-persistent confused glare Aizawa-sensei was giving him. They all looked confused, but once Aizawa-sensei entered their vision, they all made an oh noise, and started talking at normal conversational levels. Eventually, the day ended, and the students gathered in front of the board displaying their ranks to see what they got. Everyone could feel their blood pressure instantly spiking, their anxiety levels rising to inhuman numbers as they all stared at the screen with nothing but fear. "You know what? You tell me what I get, I don't want to know," Mina said, defeated. "Don't make me do all the work, Mina. Man up and figure it out yourself." "But I don't want to, I'm too scared, Kiri. Please save me from the emotional turmoil I am and do this small, simple task for me, please." "You're in butt. And you're AD-. Enough." Aizawa finally cut in, growling at the excessive cussing. "Alright, here's the scores. Hey, this is it. Time to see if he was a failure once again." "You failed, Mina." "What? How? Oh, you lying piece of... Don't tell me you don't deserve it." "I don't deserve it. You're such a meanie, Kiri. So mean." Their banter continued to move on like that, which was a nice distraction for everyone to listen to as they impatiently looked for their name. Izuku found his relatively quickly. He got freaking 8th place. He got freaking 8th place in a quirk test. The supposedly quirkless freak got 8th in a quirk test. He started laughing in relief and in the irony of it, laughing so hard that he fell to the ground. The rest of the class cheered, either chatting excitedly for their success or succumbing to the contagious laughter that had started to spread. It died down quickly though, once everyone remembered what's supposed to happen with last place. Izuku's eyes snapped to the board. He had almost forgotten. "Please don't be Shinso, please don't be Shinso, please don't be." Shinso was last. He didn't bother looking at Shinso. He didn't want to add to the already overwhelming amount of eyes locked on the boy with a look of pity. He didn't need to look to know the kid was destroyed. "By the way," Aizawa-sensei started, a dry and raspy voice, "I was kidding on the whole expulsion thing. Just wanted to push you guys as hard as I could." "Oh, you don't swear at a teacher." "Shut it, car parts. I'm going to yell whatever the F I want after getting put through that guy's death game, my entire life." Shinso let out an exasperated sigh of relief as the rest of the class devolved into full-on anarchy, Yaoyorozu adding a very privileged, "You guys didn't realize that?" into the mix, but no one seemed to care. Izuku just stared, smiling wildly as he looked at Shinso with the same amount of relief. The boy had a lot of potential and an amazing quirk. It'd be sad to see him go. Besides, he was nice towards Izuku, one of the very few who were. All of these people were nice, actually. And at that moment, Bakugo entered his view, who had turned around to look at him, a lot less fury in his eyes and more frustration. He frowned. Well, maybe not all of these people. It was quiet. Too quiet. It had been a week and his mom still wasn't talking to him. She finally was able to look at him, but not a single word beyond a hi. And every single second of quiet made him feel even more insane and guilty than ever before. Damn it, did he have to go and be so selfish? What, was he going to sacrifice his relationship with his mom for a stupid hero career? The answer was yes, apparently. Because every day, instead of just quitting, he got up, got dressed in his uniform, and got out the door in under 10 minutes as usual. Feeling like absolute crap when he put on the UA jacket and looked at the mirror. The only thing keeping him sane was the fact that he wasn't the sole reason for her silence. There were other things that were stressing his mom out too. Like telling her close friends how her son suddenly had a quirk. Actually, that was because of him too, with the whole accidental murder, but he elected to ignore that technicality and blame it on others instead. Izuku may have lied a little bit and told her he accidentally took the slime quirk from a dog, which his mom bought easily, but they obviously couldn't tell people that. So instead, they went with specific activation requirements that only got met just recently. But still, even that was a bit of a stretch. And his mom wasn't as good as a liar as him, so he could tell she was getting stressed out by the amount of questions she had to answer. But in the end, he couldn't fully lie to himself. Him going to UA was the main contributor to all of this. And it was starting to get to him. Should he leave? He didn't want to make his mom upset, but at the same time, it felt so good to be at UA. He hadn't felt this alive in a decade. And it felt good to be happy. Not miserable, but something close to that feeling. Maybe. Lonely. It felt good not to feel lonely anymore. You aren't alone, Kiwi. You have me. We don't need anyone else. He wished he felt the same as his mom. But he did need other people. He needed someone to talk to. His mom wasn't enough. She said otherwise, but his house was like a venomous fly trap in that regard. It looked cozy on the outside, warm and welcoming to strangers, but realistically he had an hour with his mom every day, and that was it. 1 hour, every day, to have a genuine conversation. How was school, Kiwi? You got another quirk? On second thought, a semi-genuine conversation. And the loneliness didn't stop there. He had to be quiet on the weekends and weekday nights. He couldn't text anyone because he had no one to text. No friends. No family. No anyone. So he'd sit there and disappear. Without a care or a purpose in the world. Like he didn't exist. He was. Nothing during those nights. Worthless. Worthless wo articelli sswo articelli sswo artich. Lesswo articelli ss. And that feeling was the worst. He wanted to do something so desperately. To be something. That's why he went to school. To get out of his home. To find somewhat of a purpose. But Aldra wasn't very fruitful, and it was also dangerous. There were interactions, but few. His purpose there wasn't how could he fit in, it was how he could benefit the rest. And with every ask or favor, a punch followed suit. But UA was the opposite of that. It was like a nuclear missile attack of sociability. People came up to him. People talked to him. People listened to him. He didn't even have to beg. They didn't insult him or anything. And best of all, no one hit him. Well, maliciously anyway. They had a basics combat class on Thursday that he absolutely got his butt kicked on, but that didn't count since he consented to it. So, point was, you was nice. And any other public high school probably wouldn't be nice. He didn't want to go back to his old life. So he kept going, kept sitting awkwardly at the silent dinner table and definitely not crying in his room when he heard his mom excitedly talk to his dad through the walls. Nope, he's no longer a crybaby. He was 100% a crybaby. Why, you may ask, have you had All Might as a teacher yet? Are you in his class? Is All Might in any relationships with the teachers? What is All Might teaching? He's always thought this, but this just made his opinion swing radically to hate. The media freaking essays. Is All Might a good teacher? Are you in the hero course? Do you know if this is permanent or just temporary? Do you know why All Might is teaching all of a sudden? It was a bit funny in a sense. They were asking him all these questions and he was just as clueless. He didn't even know anything about All Might. Teaching you, no one did. Or at least no one told him. It wouldn't be the first time someone purposefully kept him out of the loop. It's not like he could say that right now though. Not when he couldn't freaking breathe. They were trapping him in a cage of human bodies, physically stopping him from walking forward and sticking microphones in his face. Camera flashes were blinding his vision, his hearing overwhelmed from the yelling of 1,000 reporters, his eyes pricked with tears from the sheer stress of it, but most of all, his skin was practically crawling. Tiny droplets of fire, rain, earth, rock, stone, of strength and weakness, of light, where flashes bind and trap you in a spider web that compels you, that drops your guard and lets you free from iron bars of hot metal, titanium that can melt earth, that can melt the sun. Too much. Too many quirks. Too many people touching him. Take. No. Please, I just want to get to class, he mumbled, but that didn't deter any of them. He wasn't the only one caught in this mess. A bunch of other students were surrounded too, being held ransom for media clout. But that was less of a problem. Take. The problem was his quirk was practically screaming at him, 1,000 different words and colors burning into his eyes. It was too much for him to take, too much for him to see, too much for him to hear, and he was so freaking close to just losing it. Too suddenly for his liking, the limbs pressing against him turned into the pressure of the wind. His body was pulled up from the media swarm and into the air, his arm getting wrapped around by some cloth. He had been closing his eyes, trying to protect himself from the camera flashes, but he opened them once he felt the wind. He looked at his arm, surprised to find a gray scarf wrapped around them, before realizing the cause. He felt himself start to fall, his trajectory aiming right for the top of Yue's gate. It was surprisingly thick, wide enough for someone to stand on. Aizawa-sensei wants him to land on the gate? He tried his best, at the very least he landed on his feet, but he started to tip backwards from the momentum though. Luckily, he got saved by the scarf, as Aizawa-sensei pulled it slightly to get Izuku upright. He sighed in relief, his ears throbbing from all the screaming, but it was over so it didn't matter anymore. He could take the pain. He blinked a few times to reset his vision, looking up to see Aizawa-sensei sitting on the gate, just scanning Izuku for any injuries. "You all right?" he asked, looking wide awake for the first time in the week Izuku's known him. Izuku smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. I had no idea how I was going to get to class on time." His teacher just nodded back and looked back on the crowd, his frowning deepening. Demon vultures heard the #1 hero was going to be teaching here and thought that they could get a piece if they surrounded the school. At that moment a loud alarm rang into the world, along with the snapping of metal hitting each other. Izuku leaned to look directly below him. Giant titanium bars slammed shut over the previously open entrance, like one of those quirks he had felt a few seconds ago. "A gate?" he questioned aloud. "Yeah, if anyone tries to cross without using a student or staff ID, the gate closes. One of the many inventions of our genius principal." Aizawa-sensei grumbled, hissing that last part and grabbing his scarf once more. He took a moment before snapping his arm forward, throwing one end of the scarf for another student lost in the crowd, pulling them up the same as Izuku, but this time, dropping them on the ground instead of on top of the gate. "It's like fishing," Izuku pointed out, while Aizawa-sensei hummed in agreement. He watched the shaking students stare at the top of the gate, their eyes wavering from Izuku to Aizawa-sensei, before running off into the school. Wait a minute. Why was he still here? Why hadn't Aizawa-sensei dropped him on the other side of the gate and put him on top of it instead? He opened his mouth to try and ask, but his teacher beat him to it. "Remember on Friday when we were practicing how to properly break your fall? Yeah, yours needs some work. You're really good at staying balanced, but you're not using proper form. Do it now." And just like that, his teacher went back to fishing for students, leaving Izuku's mouth agape in shock. This guy just can't give anyone a break, can he? Eventually Izuku just succumbed to his fate, turning to look at the non-media-infested school grounds. His teacher was right, he felt so sloppy on concrete. It was ironically too smooth and perfect. The woods always had something you could use, a small tree or a branch, even something barely poking out of the ground could do wonders. But concrete? Nothing. You simply had a flat surface, or there was no surface to begin with. Nothing to use to help stop your momentum. Nothing to use to break your fall. He sighed, at least he'd try his best. "Okay, tuck your arms in and let yourself roll when you hit the ground. Don't bust your skull open in front of an entire crowd of news reporters." The height wasn't that big, now that he was looking at it actually. Probably just 10 feet? That was doable. Semi-doable apparently. Because while he didn't break his skull open in front of millions of cameras, he didn't manage to stop rolling and almost hit another student. But they both ended up fine, so no harm. He quickly walked to class after that, wanting nothing more than to sit quietly in his seat and wait for school to start. Unfortunately, his class had a lot of talkative people in it, so silence wasn't an option for the time being. "Dude, one of the reporters tried to buy my freaking ID for $500. I mean, are they insane? Do they realize how much trouble they'll get into if they keep doing this? It's the media, man. They don't stop for nothing. But they should. I swear, Koda looked like he was about to faint. What is their deal trying to make every introvert out there panic? I believe that is their goal. They think that if we start to get flustered, we'll answer their questions just to get away. Oh, that would make some sense. Yo, Mito. There you are. Was worried you were going to get lost in the stampede for a bit." He gave a small wave, ignoring how his stomach dropped at the memory of being trapped moments ago. Yeah, I almost was. But Aizawa-sensei managed to get me out. Me too. And me. Did he make anyone else practice their falling rolls at the top of the gate? A ripple of yups echoed through the class, most of the people clearly getting caught in the same trap Izuku did. Well, at least he wasn't alone in that small time of suffering. I was with Shinso, but sensei put him on the ground and put me on the gate. And then everyone watched me fall on my FNG face. In front of the cameras. Uraraka shouted, a visible bruise swelling at the top of her forehead. Yeah, she's not exaggerating either. Saw her botch it, wish I recorded it. Shinso added with a smirk. Uraraka whipped her head around dangerously. For some reason, those two always got into very hurtful arguments, only for them to immediately switch to being friendly. Kind of strange, but kind of not. Oh, you shut up. It's the freaking morning, I couldn't even concentrate. Isn't your literal brand the opposite of falling flat on your face? You literally have a whole quirk dedicated to it. How did you still manage to eat concrete? And isn't the whole point of night to sleep, Shinso? Yet how the F, are you so goddamn tired all the time? Hey, that's different. Oh really, Shinso? Your whole brand is to basically put people in a dreamwalk. Why can't you FNG do it to yourself, you incapable piece of? A lot of people hissed at the flurry of insults that were said back and forth in that moment, but went right back to talking about how crazy the media was being and whether or not what they said about All Might teaching was true. Izuku just shook his head in disbelief at the events of the morning, the realizations dawning on him. This was not how he was expecting his day to start. All right, quiet. A shout came, Ida standing at the front of the room in the same rigid military pose he does daily. Everyone please return to your seats, class starts in 2 minutes. Ida, you're the only one standing, bud. Might want to take your own advice. Ida whipped his head around the classroom, immediately realizing that Hagakure was correct. His face flushed with embarrassment as he robotically walked to his seat, sitting down in shame. Uraraka patted him on the back to try and comfort him, all while silently laughing at how ridiculous the scene looked. Okay, shut up. Aizawa-sensei shouted as he entered the room, looking a lot more mean than usual. First off, sorry about the media, but you're going to have to learn to get used to it. Unless you dedicate yourself to being an undergrounder, the rest of you future limelights are going to have to get used to saving people while a news reporter clutches onto your arm and shoves a microphone in your face. Demon vultures, he grumbled, very obviously showing his hate on news reporters to the class. And honestly, no one could blame him. Now, I was going to make an announcement, but unfortunately, we're running a little late on time here, so I'll make it at the last 10 minutes of heroics class. By the way, you're doing heroics with All Might in 3 days, your first battle training session of the year. Surprise! It got ruined by the media, but oh well. Don't disappoint me, All Might won't threaten you with expulsion, probably, but keep in mind that I am still reviewing the tapes. Get ready for English. He finished, and on cue the door slipped open to present Mike Yamada-sensei, their dedicated English teacher. Izuku was more than surprised when he first found out, but he quickly got over it and started to enjoy the class more and more. It was just taught in such a fun and interesting way, but it was still normal. Last week and today were very similar, in that sense. It was normal. Aside from the media, obviously. The classes were just like middle school, math, history, science, Japanese, and English. The only thing that differed was the last PRD, heroics class. Speaking of which, are you guys excited? We're having a hero class with FNG All Might. All Might. Uraraka shouted, visibly shaking in excitement. Ida turned around, clearly about to reprimand her for shouting foul language once again, but Shinso cut him off. Let's just hope he's as good as a teacher as he is a hero. I don't doubt that the guy is good, but I do think that maybe all the praise might have gotten to his head a little. Ida looked aghast. Shinso, you shouldn't make such assumptions when you haven't even met the man. After all the people he's saved, he does deserve at least some basic respect. Shinso sighed, picking up his now filled tray and walking away from the line. Yeah, I guess you're right. I just kind of expect disappointment at this point. I mean, I really doubt that it's possible to get disappointed by the number one hero completely. At the very least, he has to be an amazing hero. He single-handedly brought the crime rates down after all. That's gotta mean something. Izuku added, rushing a bit to join Shinso side by side. Shinso just gave a nod and shrugged to himself, not saying much any further. They all walked to the table they had chosen on day 0, which Izuku was still getting used to. Normally, eating in the cafeteria was a guarantee to getting hit with the unwanted bits of people's lunches, so he usually ate in the courtyard behind a wide tree that blocked him entirely from view. Now though, there wasn't a risk of that happening. Midoriya, I think it's time. Been a week, and I have to ask. Uraraka drawled on, staring at Izuku with a strange seriousness while he sat down with his lunch tray. Izuku hummed, his eyes flickering over to Uraraka while Ida and Shinso sat down in front of them. His heart fluttered at the seriousness of her voice. Did he do something wrong? Was she mad at him? Was she? Uraraka pointed at him, more specifically, his water bottle. Why do you have such a big water jug all of the time? You're like the most hydrated person I've ever met. He was overthinking that a bit, wasn't he? He turned to face her completely, Ida watching carefully while Shinso just started eating, sleepily. Oh well, my quirk is actually dependent on how much water I consume, so if I'm dehydrated, my slime becomes thicker, and it's hard to control my body when that happens. So I make a point to drink a lot throughout the day. Ida chimed in. Does that mean the opposite will happen when you drink too much water? Izuku nodded. I actually start to get translucent, and the slime resembles more of water than anything else. That's also hard to control, and it's hard to restrain people too, since I'm all just, he wiggled his arms to demonstrate, floppy. Can you even call liquid floppy? Izuku shrugged. That's what it feels like. Yeah, speaking of which, how does it feel like? Because from what I've been hearing, it sounds like you just aren't solid anymore. Shinso asked, taking a break from his food to look up at Izuku. He took a bite before answering. It's like melting. But it's instantaneous and there's no pain. It's, how do I say this okay look? The only things that don't turn into slime are my eyes and mouth, and I guess my clothes. Mouth? Uraraka asked. I don't remember seeing your mouth at the entrance exam. Just your eyes. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I hide it in my body. If I don't then I look really creepy, so I just decided hiding it would be better. It wasn't exactly a lie. He did looking freaking terrifying when he looked in the mirror. But it wasn't the main reason. He looked too much like the sludge villain when he showed his mouth, and he didn't want anyone to make the connection. Oh, that's disturbing actually, Uraraka said, puzzled and putting a hand up to her chin while thinking about it. Izuku just kept nodding. Yeah, the first time I used it, I freaked out because I couldn't feel anything. Like I couldn't hear my heartbeat or feel my arms, 'cause they were all ooze. It was super uncomfortable. Alright, that's it. Everyone snapped their attention to the right, shocked at the sudden yelling, and watched a storming Bakugo march over straight for Izuku. He felt his heart drop. Oh no. It's happening. Kaken must have been listening to Izuku describe his quirk. The quirk Kaken didn't know about. Kaken had been strangely quiet of all things this past week. Well, he was still raging and cursing at everyone here and there, but he left Izuku alone for some reason. He didn't even do his daily slamming of Izuku in the wall at the end of the day anymore. He just outright refused to look at Izuku and walked away whenever he came too close. And, it sounded wrong, but Izuku was kind of enjoying the peace of not being hit every day. Being yelled at was fine, he could handle that. Getting beaten, that was the hard part. And even though he could handle the pain of beatings just fine, really it's fine, he found himself wishing this would last forever. But it was just another fantasy. It wasn't real. Yo Baku bro, where you going? Kirishima shouted, running to catch up with Bakugwa, Kaminari and Mina hot on his trail. But Bakugo ignored them, stomping over to Izuku's table and slamming his palms right in front of Izuku's tray, causing all the objects on the table to jump and rattle. He wished he was one of those items, like the lunch tray or his water bottle. He wished he wasn't the center of everyone's attention right now, watching some other poor kid getting yelled at instead of him. How long? Izuku stared for what felt like eternity, his heartbeat racing at the speed of a horse. What? Izuku whispered so quietly, even he couldn't figure out if he actually said the words. Bakuga's face dipped deeper into a sneer. How long did you hide that quirk? No, how did you even get a quirk? I doesn't make sense. Izuku gulped. He couldn't breathe. His chest couldn't rise and fall, his body was too frozen to move and his muscles weren't working. He didn't look away, but his mind briefly remembered everyone at the table, eyes burning and tracing every sound, every flinch and movement he made. He needed to calm down. Right, he needed to stick with the story. The story his mom had been stressing over to keep it consistent. The same stress that he was only accelerating because of his stupid selfish dream. The DD doctor said it just had SP-specific activation requirements, and I met those. There was a silence, then, slam. Specific requirements my butt. Tell me the truth Deku. Or I swear to God I'll. What, Bakugu? Shinso cut in, standing up and sticking his arm out, forcing Bakugu to back away from the table a bit. He gave an equally hateful sneer, albeit tired-looking. You what? Do you really think we're just going to let you terrorize Midoriya? Newsflash, you're in FING hero school. Try and pull any villainous sheet with Midoriya and all of us will tear you apart. Both Bakugu and Izuku snapped towards Shinso, but for very different reasons. Bakugu was seething, growling dangerously at Shinso but not responding, probably not wanting to get caught up in his quirk. But Izuku was looking in gratefulness. It was something he was still getting used to, but people at UA didn't fear Kaken. No one did actually. No one bended to his will. He hadn't had the opportunity to see if the teachers would do the same, but he'd like to think that they wouldn't either. And it was kind of satisfying. Yeah man, I don't know why you're shouting at Midoriya, but tone it down. Just talk normally without being hostile. Yelling at someone who doesn't deserve it is not manly bro. Kirishima added, trying to gently pull Bakugu away from Izuku's table. But Bakugu just snapped his arm back, turning to look at Kirishima with the same amount of rage. Haha shitty hair. But Deku does FNG deserve this. It's only fair after he's been lying for a whole effing decade. Bakugu yelled, surprisingly a lot quieter, turning back to Izuku. Now answer the FING question Deku. How the hell did your quirkless but get a FING quirk? Izuku just stuttered. He couldn't breathe. Ash and smoke filled his lungs, ash and smoke and ash and smoke and ash and... It was like his mouth gave up after a bit, just snapping shut and refusing to try and talk. His vocal cords felt numb, no words were coming out. It had been a while since that happened. He had spent over 2 months now speaking consistently, loudly even, enough to make up for the past 10 years. He really thought that PRD of silence was over. But no. He was instantly, mercilessly put right at the starting line again. He wanted to look away, anything but face the reality right in front of him, speak, maybe even scream. But he couldn't. Bakugu's face just twisted even further, and he stepped forward. 1,000 memories flashed through his head. He gasped, trying to speak once again, but his words only flatlined. He could feel his eyes water, but he refused to cry right now. No, hold them back. Just breathe and hold them back. God damn it, why was he being such a weakling right now? Another step. It was the same motion Kaken always did right when he unleashed a right hook. He always started with his right. Every second Izuku didn't feel an inevitable punch killed him even more. Effing answer me, you son of a beach. Hey, that's enough. What the F? Do you want him to say he was born with it? How else do you get a AFO quirk, you idiot? Uraraka shouted, sort of half-hugging Izuku as a way to protect him while angrily glaring at Bakugu. It only sent shivers down Izuku's spine. No, she shouldn't be doing that, she shouldn't touching him, his quirk takes when he's scared, so she shouldn't be hugging him, she shouldn't be touching him. Shut it, round face. Will you just FNG leave? This is between me and Deku, there's no need for you shitty extras to be around. You're the one who walked up to us in public. Pink bubbles that carry that float into the air into freedom, take it to fly, to break the chains and envelope all in pink warmth that only offers peace. Did I ask? Let's calm down. This is not an appropriate manner to address each other in. Let's all. Oh, stop trying to make this look like you aren't responsible for all of this. You're the one who marched up to us in public, you're the one who's yelling, and you can't just try and avoid responsibility. Can you? Quiet. Oh, you're asking for it, round face. Just wait, I'll turn you into a FNG balloon and blast you so far into the sky, you'll never see the light of day again. Stop yelling. Whoa man, threatening people is not manly. Please just calm down, we can do this later and everyone is staring. Then walk away, shitty hair. I'm not leaving until shitty Deku stops hiding behind you extras like the weakling he is, and tells me how the F he got into you. Level 3 alert. Villain attack. Evacuate. This is not a drill. I repeat. Level 3 alert. Villain attack. Evacuate. This is not a drill. I repeat. Oh, don't think you can distract me with that. Seriously, man? How in the world would Midoriya even cause that? Come on, let's go, aren't you hearing the alarm? Kirishima started pulling on Bakugo more aggressively, Mina and Kaminari joining in and shouting their own complaints. Bakugo fought back for a moment, but logic briefly flashed in his head, and it dawned on him the meaning of the alarm. He gave one last sneer, a promise that this wasn't over before turning around, following his group towards the exit. The students left behind sat there, frozen in shock at how aggressive their classmate was, and not being able to properly think from how loud the alarm was. It took them a bit to recover. That was... Listen up. We need to evacuate like the alarm says. Let's just ignore what Bakugo did, we'll definitely go back to it but it's far less important. For now, let's... Ida started, but immediately froze when he turned around to face Izuku. Shinso and Uraraka did the same, looking in the same kind of fear-filled shock. Not for them but for him. He was perfectly still. As if he was a stone statue in a garden, hidden behind flowers and all the good people in the world, but still there, his presence small. His eyes were wide but they were looking down, unblinking and dazed, his breathing quiet and small. His mouth was slightly open, and they could all see what looked like a little bit of blood leaking from it, but it was hard to tell from the angle they were looking at. He just looked so scared. Midoriya? Ida said, hesitantly, trying to be quiet but it was kind of hard from how loud the alarm was. Midoriya? Uraraka copied, softly putting a hand on his shoulder, hoping to wake him up from whatever daze he was in. The way he flinched up made 1,000 alarms go off in their heads, even louder than the one screaming through the school speakers. I'm sorry. He immediately blurted out, a little more blood leaking from his mouth. Izuku noticed it immediately, closing his mouth shut, swallowing another piece of flesh tissue and the large amounts of blood in pooling into his mouth. The consequence of biting the inside of his cheek too hard once again. They all tried to soften their expressions, but it didn't really work. Hidden emotions never really got past Izuku's eyes, so all he saw was pity. You have nothing to apologize for, Ida affirmed, slowly but with a strange gentleness to it. Bakugo is the aggressor in that. He should apologize after this is all sorted. But Izuku tried to start, but he immediately got silenced by a hand that Ida put up. Not now, we can all talk about this later but we must evacuate. Though, this will be hard considering we have to get through it. He gestured towards the cafeteria, the exit swamped with panicked students and even more shouting. It was like the media outside, though instead of bright flashing cameras there were simply gray jackets blurring together as everyone ran for their lives. Izuku gulped, both out of nerves and the need to swallow more blood leaking into his mouth. He took a napkin off the table to wipe the blood visible on his face. Can we just hide under the table instead? Shinso asked sarcastically, though everyone wished the answer was yes. Unfortunately, no. We must follow UA procedure. Let's go. Ida regretfully said, silently giving a look to both Uraraka and Shinso that screamed one thing. Stay close to Izuku. They didn't know if he'd go into another panic, and in a crowd that would be bad to say the least. So, Hesitantly, they all stood, quickly walking to the swarm of students elbowing and pushing each other out of the way. All staying unnaturally close to Izuku. Uraraka was still holding onto his arm, and God was that not helping. But he wasn't in the position to ask them to stop, not after they defended him from Kaken, probably. His mind felt fuzzy and the last few minutes were just gone. He didn't have the mental strength to try and remember what just happened either. Instead he looked down, trying hard not to focus too much on anyone, even resisting the urge to look up when someone elbowed him in the chest. He didn't want Collector to overwhelm him and cause him to freeze. But Demon, was it hard to keep moving and not pay attention at the same time? Okay, breathe. Swallow the blood and breathe. It's okay, focus on Uraraka's quirk. Yeah, that will do. That way Collector could stop buzzing underneath his skin, hungry to feel the quirks of every single kid in the school. Pink fluffy bubbles that rise into the air indefinitely, that laugh and smile and charm, whose only goal is to make people smile and carefree. Take it. No, do not focus on Uraraka's quirk. Whenever he panicked, Collector writhed, trying to get a quirk Izuku could use to defend himself. And he's panicking right now, which means he absolutely 100% cannot focus on anyone right now. Shinsu! Uraraka shouted, trying to reach behind her but immediately getting pushed back. This felt like being in a bull herd. Guys, we lost Shinso. I think he fell. Fell? In this stampede? No. That was bad. That was really freaking. But, hey, everyone stop. Someone fell, you're going to hurt them. Hey! Izuku tried shouting, his heart racing as he tried to scan the crowd for any sign of Shinso. Cats jumping, no tigers, no whales swimming in the sky, no ground, no ocean, no fire, red, hot, cold, blue, an assassin's blade in raspberry fields. Take them all. No, stop. Ignore it, just ignore it and find Shinso. Snow on a beach, but the sun, it melts and kills and burns and freezes, but it's normal and the memories stay. No disappear slowly, no quickly and invisible, like a tree falling when no one is around except it's a tower, a concrete tower crumbling into caverns of darkness filled with mysterious mutant creatures. He closed his eyes, stopping the tirade of information just as he and Uraraka got slammed into the window, people still rushing past while they stayed pinned. The window was hot, he didn't like it, but then again he didn't like the amount of people touching him, so he wasn't in a position to complain. He opened his eyes, wincing as another person stomped on his foot to try and launch themselves forward and escape this invisible villain threat. He looked at Uraraka, the same pained expression was on her too. It was honestly a miracle that they were still together through all of that. Wait, he was at a window, wasn't he? Maybe he could see what everyone was running from. He looked around at the outside, seeing a few straggling students escaping out. He glanced at the gate. Uraraka had noticed his visible confusion as he looked outside, doing the same, and copying the same confusion. The media was inside UA grounds, and the gate that had been closing every time a reporter tried to enter had been blown up. The metal doors had swung open in a delicate balance, a missile bending and disintegrating part of it. The gates bended like flower petals, ready to fall from the hinges at a moment's notice. And in the courtyard, Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei were yelling at the reporters, probably threatening them with arrest if they did not leave the premises. It's the media, he mumbled. They must have blown the gate? How would they even do that? You know what doesn't matter. What did matter is that everyone was stampeding each other for no reason, probably injuring everyone who fell severely. They needed to stop this, but how? It's too loud to yell for everyone to shut up, which means that they'll have to their visual attention, but it's not like they can move too well. An idea popped into his head. His eyes snapped back to Uraraka. Float us. Uraraka replied, understanding dawning on her after a few moments. She didn't hesitate after that, immediately activating her quirk and letting a pink aura surround them momentarily. The pressure of the people melted off of him instantly. Good, it would be easy to move like this, but they still have to get everyone's attention and get them to shut up. Izuku definitely didn't have the voice to do that. Uraraka can be loud but not loud enough, which means he spun around, and immediately pain rocketed up his head as an army of words and colors began blinding his mind. But he had no choice, he had to grit his teeth and take it. So he kept looking, and looking, and looking, until finally his eyes lit up the moment he saw his target. "Ida! Hold on to me!" Izuku shouted. He knew Ida wouldn't have gotten far from them due to how close they all were when they entered. And to his immense luck, the boy was taller than most of these people, so he was easy to spot. Ida was a bit ahead of them, whipping his head around and immediately reaching a hand out once he saw what Izuku and Uraraka were doing. Izuku was the first to grab it, pulling Uraraka close so that she could float Ida too. Soon enough, they were all floating above the crowd, none of whom seemed to realize that they were doing this in the first place, too focused on escape from the non-existent threat. "So now what?" Uraraka shouted, though she could barely be heard through all the screaming. Izuku looked at Ida. "It's just the media, they got through the gate. There's no villain. Use your quirk, make it as loud as you can, and scream that info even louder." Izuku shouted, but his voice was so small that the only parts Ida heard was media, gate, no villain, and scream. Luckily, that seemed to have been enough to get the message across, as Ida only nodded and turned around. They both watched as the engines on his calves lit up, glowing a small blue that eventually grew into steam and fire before he blasted off, the sound reverberating like thunder, causing a few more people to scream and duck for cover, thinking that the supposed villain attack had reached them. The launch ended with Ida full-on crashing into a wall, albeit gracefully to the boy's credit, turning around and clutching onto the broken concrete for dear life so that he wouldn't float away. His glasses almost fell off his face as he took in a giant ball of air, screaming his lungs out. "Everyone, please remain calm." The alarm sounded because of the gate and the media. There is nothing to fear. There is no villain attack. I repeat, there is no villain attack. Please do not move, as there are injured students who fell and got trampled. If you are next to one, do not move them. Either calmly walk to your classroom or evacuate properly. Again, be mindful of the injured students. And it went on and on like that. Ida barking instructions in a strangely calm voice while also calling out certain students who were clearly trying to push through the crowd again. It was a strangely majestic process to watch. It wasn't until a few moments that panic returned to Izuku. "Shinso," he yelled, looking at Uraraka for a second before immediately trying to float in Shinsu's hypothetical direction. The color in Uraraka's face drained as she scrambled to do the same, both sort of throwing each other in the air to move. Actually, now that he was thinking about it, floating in midair was weird. It was so sloppy and nothing like free falling, but it was kind of freeing in its own sense. Not now. Focus on the people. Even if it did make his head hurt. It wasn't until many minutes of the crowd slowly dispersing and migraine formation did they see familiar lavender spikes. "Shinso," they both said, landing relatively well right next to the boy. Shinso was curled up in a fetal position, lying face first on the ground, not moving. He looked dead, which did not help Izuku's and Uraraka's heart rate. "Hi." Shinso groaned, the only indication he gave to being alive. They both sighed in relief from that. "Dude, I thought you were dead for a second. Mind not holding us in suspense next time?" Uraraka sarcastically asked, helping Shinso slowly sit up. He covered his face with his left hand, blinking lazily a few times. Blood seemed to be leaking through the gaps between his fingers. "Who said I'm not dead?" Shinso answered dryly, clearly in a lot of pain. "Hey," Uraraka began, but was immediately cut off by the blankness that took over. Shinso brought a bruising right arm to her forehead, giving a strong flick to wake Uraraka out of his brainwash. She reeled back, blinking a few times in shock before realizing what just happened. "Hey, what was that for?" Uraraka pouted, clutching her forehead and glaring at Shinso with a joking fury. "That's for not saving me sooner. You guys are going to be future heroes. Remember what Aizawa-sensei said about wasted time? Oh, stuff it, you big baby. You're going to be a future hero too, remember? And do you remember what Aizawa-sensei said about the worst thing that could happen to a hero?" Shinso didn't respond, just looking down and closing his eyes, trying to distract himself from the pain and the comeback. Getting injured on the field. Izuku hummed, clearly lost in the memory of that lesson for no apparent reason. Yeah, I get it. God, I think they broke my nose. And my ribs. And my soul. Shinso groaned, finally lowering his hand for Izuku and Uraraka to see the damage on his face. They both frowned, not deeply, but enough to cause a little worry. Izuku spoke up. Your nose is bleeding, but it doesn't look broken. What happened? When I fell, someone effing kicked me in the face. I remember who it was too, so after this I'm going to go kick them in the ball. It probably wasn't on purpose, everyone was panicking so no one was really paying attention. The dude literally turned around and winked at me. Okay, never mind, go kick him in the ball. Want me to float him for an easier target? Don't mind if you do. Okay, aside from the b-ball kicking, can you walk to the infirmary? Your spine and head is okay, right Shinso? Izuku sighed in relief when the boy nodded. His injuries weren't completely detrimental then. He looked at Uraraka. I'll take Shinso and you should stay here. There's a lot of injured students and you floating them will help with transport. Uraraka just gave a witty smile and nodded. Got it, Captain, was all she said, floating back up so that she wouldn't have to traverse the crowd. Captain? Izuku echoed in his head, but he quickly shook it out. He helped Shinso up to his feet, the boy wincing but pushing through the pain regardless. Quick question. Shinso cut in as he properly leaned on Izuku's shoulder. Shouldn't she had floated us too so that way we don't have to fight the very set-off crowd walking slowly away? Damn it. This was going to take forever. Unfortunately, he was proven right. The process was the most painstakingly boring thing Izuku had ever done. They took a single step every 60 seconds, eventually breaking off from the crowd and walking hurriedly to the nurse's office. Not because of any urgency, they just needed to enjoy the feeling of free movement once more, and walking fast accomplished just that. Izuku opened the door, still supporting Shinso on his shoulder, his eyes widening at the number of people and injuries here. The stampede didn't hold back, did they? Oh no, another one? All right, settle down on the free bed over there, I'll be with you in just a moment. Recovery girl cheerfully said, looking at them with a soft smile before turning back to her current patient. Izuku and Shinso looked at each other before shrugging, doing what they were told readily. Shinso laid down while Izuku sat on the chair next to him, both quiet at the sudden sulky mood this room had. Well, on the bright side, you got off a lot better than others, Izuku hesitantly pointed out, both of them watching in horror as Recovery Girl just snapped an arm back into place like nothing, the poor victim crying their eyes out. Well, no one is wearing a neck brace, so I guess it's mostly okay. A broken arm can't kill anyone, probably. Shinso added, unsure of his own statement. The screams coming out of that poor girl would have made anyone unconvinced at that sentence. It'll be okay. Recovery Girl is the best healer in Japan, so it'll be fine. Izuku said, trying to reassure himself through the crying happening around them. He leaned back and closed his eyes. God, what the heck had just happened? UA is insane, he said aloud. This place was nothing like Aldra. Shinso just hummed in agreement, and they both just sat in silence thinking about that, purposefully looking away from all the other patients. But eventually, Shinso spoke. Yeah, it is weird, he said again, clearly about to link it to something. Izuku just stayed quiet in response, opening his eyes and looking at him. I've been meaning to ask you, but I haven't really had the chance, but are you okay with my quirk or something? The way Izuku's face twisted into utter confusion made Shinso flinch. What? Shinso hesitated but continued. It's just that most people tend to view my as bad but you, and actually most of UA haven't said anything about it. Izuku blinked blankly. That was so out of left field he never saw it coming. Why would I say anything bad about it? Your quirk is amazing. Izuku said, speaking nothing but the truth in his eyes. But Shinso only sank further. Right, but aren't you afraid of me? That I'll control you and make you do stuff? Nope. Izuku responded, sweet and simple while shaking his head. Why would anyone be afraid of him? Shinso was an amazing person, he'd never do such a thing. But that was apparently logic beyond Shinsu's capabilities, as the boy simply nodded and leaned back on his bed, a little lost. Either that or he had a concussion. You were right, Yue is FNG insane. He grumbled, albeit sounding happy. Recovery girl. The doors snapped open and slammed against the wall with a bang. Clearly too much force was pushed onto them. Oops. Sorry, don't know my own strength. Anyway, special deal, 3 more people, a blonde, blue-eyed boy said, saying that sentence with way too much optimism for the situation at hand. 2 other people walked in, each leading a floating victim inside the office, one with long, silvery blue hair who was flying with yellow rings underneath her, and the other a dark purple, shoulder-length hairstyle, his hands replaced by tentacles and keeping the floating patients grounded. Uraraka must be helping them. Good, it was right for Izuku to tell her to stay then. You wouldn't believe these first years, ma'am. One of them crashed into a wall, made a whole scene, started yelling to calm everyone down, and another girl was floating the injured to help with transport. There seems to be a really good pattern of thinking skills in this year's crop. It's exciting, the boy said ecstatically, helping the blue-haired girl with bringing the injured into cots. Shinso just casted a glance at Izuku, to which he looked down to avoid. He didn't want any more compliments, it felt weird being called good. Oh, I'm glad. But we're definitely doing evacuation training tomorrow, Mirio. I refuse to let this many injuries happen ever again. Recovery girl curtly replied, finally coming over to Shinso. Now, let's get you healed up. Soon after, they were walking back to the classroom, Shinso practically dragging himself from how tired he became, but awake enough to be thankful that the halls were clear now. They opened the door and were immediately ambushed by the rest of the class, all relieved that they were both okay. Okay, go back to your seats. God, you're going to injure them in another stampede at this rate. Aizawa-sensei yelled, and everyone begrudgingly letting go of Izuku and Shinso to return to their seats. Now then, I apologize for the alarm. The media somehow got in and triggered it, leading to the mobbing and injuries. We'll be doing evacuation training soon, so get ready for that. But until the hallways are completely clear, all classes are to remain with their homeroom teachers, which is perfect because of the announcement I missed. Sorry to spring this all on you right after that, but we need a class president and vice. I don't care how you do it, just choose before I have to leave. Everyone immediately sprang up out of their seats, raising their hands and immediately declaring all of their bullcrap reasons on why they should be leader. And in the corner, no one saw Aizawa-sensei slip into his yellow sleeping bag, scrunched up behind the desk, trying to go to sleep amidst the yelling. Out of my way, extras, I'm the strongest, so therefore I should be in charge. Bakugu shouted, implanting his foot on a desk and doing a standard heroic pose. No way, you're too loud and people will think we're all like that. Me on the other hand, I'm hot and a liar. Whoever's in charge should be the manliest. Only 4 students stayed sitting down, Izuku, Shinso, a white and red boy and larger, quieter boy, who hadn't said a word since the start of school. They didn't even share a glance, but they could all tell that they were thinking the same thing. Everyone. We should put it in a democratic vote. That way, everyone will have an equal opportunity to be picked. Ida declared, standing in his usual rigid military pose. Most of the class hummed in agreement, but Kaminari stood up, facing Ida. But we don't know each other very well, wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves? Kaminari pointed out. That is true, however, that would just mean the person who's picked is even worthier of the role. Since that would mean the admittance of saying that the person is better than oneself. Ida expertly countered. The classroom buzzed with agreement once again, and Sue went to a cupboard and found note cards and a bucket for everyone to use. Izuku didn't even hesitate when he got his card, writing Ida and immediately walking to the front to put it in the bucket. The guy was practically made for the role, with his seriousness and commanding skills. The media break-in only confirmed it. He rested his head when he sat back down, enjoying the relative silence the class and his mind had now. There had been so much screaming in the past hour, so it was nice that it was finally over. And now he can finally sit in peace. How the hell did you win? His head snapped up, looking at the board where Ida had written down the numbers. He had won with 3 votes, and Yaoyorozu had tied with Ida, getting 2 votes each. Did no one else see how well Ida carried himself in the media outbreak, or was that just him? Ida was the obvious choice. Why would anyone vote for him? No thank you. Izuku blurted out, jumping out of his seat then immediately shrinking back once he realized how loud his voice was. God, his throat hurt. He hadn't talked this much in the past 2 weeks than he had in a decade. Really? Midoriya? I mean, he doesn't really give off the leadership vibe, you know what I'm saying? Ida is way more commanding than him. Did anyone else see stop sign Ida during that stampede? It was so freaking manly, Kirishima said, flexing his arms with praise. And the class basically flourished in agreement to that point. Izuku just kept staring down, but his body relaxed once he heard that. At least someone in this room was thinking logically. Not true, Uraraka said, shooting up and getting everyone's attention almost immediately. His heart sank at those words. The only reason Ida was able to do that was because Midoriya told me to float him. He figured out that the media had broken in and told Ida. And he was the one who told him to go and shout it to everyone. Damn it, Uraraka, you had to go and compliment him, didn't you? Really? In Midoriya, you're like a badass leader who hides in the shadows. Mina hissed ominously, holding out her arms to further drive in the point. Ida just nodded along. Yes, I must admit that I was fully panicking in the moment. I wouldn't have been able to do that if Midoriya didn't have the idea first. It's why I voted for him, he said, with nothing but humility in his voice. There was a sigh from the back as Yaoyorozu slowly stood up, facing the class with hints of sadness. If that's the case, I would like to drop out for vice, since I voted for myself. And since Ida got 2 votes from other people in the class, it's clear he's wanted more by the vote. Yaoyorozu said, a little disappointed for obvious reasons but still keeping up a smile. Alright then. Class President Mido and Vice President Ida. Serve us well, champions. Mina shouted dramatically, striking her own military pose. Izuku just slammed his head on the desk. He felt someone touch his back, sending shivers down his spine. There, Midoriya. There. Shinso said, patting his back. Damn it. Yue was so freaking insane. And he absolutely loved it. It was quiet. Too quiet. Quiet didn't belong at the dinner table. This was supposed to be the time frame that Izuku could leave his room, the time where he could talk to his mom and freely walk around the house. But it wasn't anymore. Not after he ruined it. Now it was just quiet. Lonely. Eternally silent for the years to come. Clang. They both flinched at the noise of the dishes clanging together in the sink, succumbing to gravity and falling from their stack. They locked eyes for a moment before looking down once again, 1,000 thoughts swirling in their heads as they just continued the meal. Izuku's eyes kept flickering from the plate to his mom, then back down again. Won't she just say something? Anything? Selfish. Good. No, his mom wasn't being selfish. He was chasing a stupid dream and putting all of their lives in jeopardy because of it. He wasn't the only one at risk if Collector got exposed. Imagine what people would do to the people who gave birth and housed a monster like him. No, this was his problem. He created the issue just like Blues. Clang. That meant he'd have to be the one who to fix it. I got voted for class president today. He watched his mom physically pause, only to sigh heavily and continue looking down. His frown deepened. Normally, she'd be ecstatic at such a thought. Yue's really great too. Everyone's super nice, and no one is treating me in a bad way or anything. I even made friends. Still nothing. That's okay, he can keep talking. He had something substantial to say for once. At least, I think they're friends. We do everything that friends typically do, but I don't really know since I've never really had any before high school, since no one wants to be around the quirkless free. His mom took a huge breath at that, clearly trying to hold back a sob. That's not your fault, he quickly replied, reaching his hands out to try and drive in his point. God, he was messing this up. He should just get to the point. It's not your fault, Mom, that I haven't had friends before. And what I'm doing, it's not because of you. I'm sorry I lied to you and broke a rule. And I know I'm not supposed to break a rule, but I want this, Mom. I need this, he emphasized, looking down in shame. He was making the issue all about himself still. Why was he so selfish? Part of him didn't care, even when he berated himself for it over and over again. I'm being selfish when I say this, but I want to become a hero. I want to risk it all. Because if I don't, Mom, I don't know how much more I can take. He sobbed, tears falling down like raindrops on windows. And I want to help people.
What?
I want to make people smile. I want to make you proud. He looked up, surprised to find his mom's gaze, tears starting to flow on her as well. You want to make me proud? She repeated weakly. Izuku just nodded vigorously. When I got voted, my first thought was about how much of a responsibility it was, and how much I didn't think I could handle it. But my second thought was about how excited you would be when you heard about it. I want to make you proud, Mom. And I don't want you to worry about me anymore, he said, trying to smile as gently as possible. His mom copied the smile, but it quickly flat-lined, as whatever troubles she had before instantly came to mind. But sweetie, I'm already proud of you. And going to this hero school, it's making me more worried than before. I understand why you want to go, but can't you just make me proud in a different career, Kiwi? It's not too late to drop out. We could even switch you to general if you still want to go to UA. Izuku just looked down, ashamed of his answer. I want to make you proud in my own way, Mom. And being a hero is what I want to do, he whispered, trying to bury his answer in the grave of silence. There was a pause, a deadly one. You're such a guilt trip sometimes, you know that, Kiwi? Izuku shot up, the table bouncing from how hard he flinched. Crap, he didn't mean to manipulate his mom. He wasn't trying to. I still don't agree with what you are doing, but I'll support you regardless. But his mom ended on a happy note, walking over to Izuku and giving him one of her classic lopsided hugs. After a few moments of comfort, she stayed next to his seat crouched down, wiping away the tears from his eyes. His quirk didn't writhe when she touched him. She didn't have anything to take anymore, anyway. If we have to this, what you want to do, we'll be doing this my way, okay? Izuku just looked into her eyes. He felt like it had been ages since he clearly saw them. A lighter green, but they were bright and wide like his. He gave a smile, reveling in his mom's voice. He hadn't heard it in ages. He missed it.
Hey, Mom.
I trust you. Drags. His mom's way of doing this is with drags. He felt like an Olympic athlete who takes an enhancer before the game, only to get caught in the standard drag test they knew they had to take, and for some reason is still allowed to play despite the obvious cheating. But his drags weren't enhancer-type pills like those type of athletes. No, his was more of the opposite, actually. So when his mom said that they were doing this future hero thing her way, she meant it. And her way started at that very moment. She immediately went to her bag, holding her emergency nurse package in case she forgot her normal one. What did she do with that, you may ask? Stab him with a needle. Wait, that sounds bad, wait. Blood samples. She took blood samples. This wasn't necessarily out of the ballpark for Izuku. He'd done this before, a lot of times. His health was a bit of a tricky thing to upkeep, since doctors weren't allowed to know all the details about him. He went to the pediatrician for the sake of physical health, but they had to monitor his quirk health on their own. So once or twice a year, his mom would run a few generic tests, just to make sure everything was fine. Maybe it'd tell them a little more about Collector and how to stop the more dangerous parts of it. They never figured that out though, or if they did, his mom never told him her theories. But this time was different. Usually they did more than just a blood test, and Izuku also did this a few months ago when he told her about his slime quirk. So it was weird his mom only wanted a singular blood test now. But he shrugged it off, went to bed and went to school. They did evacuation training that same day, which everyone was more than happy to participate in since it meant skipping out of class and preventing another stampede from happening again. Other than that, and a small incident where Kaminari convinced Koda to send a rat in Kaken's bag, who killed it out of reflex much to everyone's sadness, the day was as normal as UA got. It was only after school that things got weird. He was about to take the train home and spend the day wandering around until 6 p.m., when he checked his phone. surprised at the text from his mom. Come to the hospital. This was certainly new. So he did, trying to figure out if the text was just an accident or if his mom really meant for him to come to her workplace along the way. But eventually, he found himself at the automatic doors of the hospital he used to come to when he was younger, walking into the ER. Memories started flooding in. The place hadn't really changed that much over the years. He liked that. Oh, is that the younger Midoriya I see? His focus snapped back to the front desk, surprisingly lineless considering hospitals usually always have a waiting queue. Being busy was kind of their whole brand, so it was weird to see no one waiting. He smiled and waved, walking up to the desk. Hi, Miss Covey, he said softly. Covey was near the same age as his mom, curly red hair tied up in a headscarf that she dyed a different color every other week, black eyes that reminded him of Aizawa-sensei now, though her irises weren't nearly as powerful or as dark. She was one of the few people who never really cared about Izuku's supposed quirklessness when he was younger, and he adored her for it. Oh, it's been ages. You really should visit more, young man. And I heard about the quirk. Congratulations, sweetie. I'm so glad things are finally looking up for you. Thanks. And while I'd really like to catch up, my mom asked me to be here, and it sounded kind of urgent. Do you know where she is? As far as his mom and Covey's relationship, it was simple. Covey was his mom's work wife. So she 100% knew where his mom was at all times. Yeah, she told me about it. Told me to send you down to the ICU, don't know why. Maybe she needs your help with something? You used to volunteer there a lot. Izuku just nodded along. Honestly, he didn't know what else to do. Yeah, probably. Or maybe she's trying to rope me into the medical field again with a cool diagnosis. We both know how she is. That got Covey to laugh, and she handed him a volunteer pass so no one would try to stop him on the way there. Yeah, you're right. Always going on and on about a new case she got. Anyway, go down there and help Inko. And promise you'll visit more often. I rarely see ya anymore. Inko never brings you on our couple's game night, even though we all keep telling her to. Yes, ma'am. He responded politely, flashing one more smile before walking away. The moment he turned around, he sighed a breath of relief. The ICU could be described as one word: depressing. Everyone was either asleep, dead, basically dead, or crying. There was no in between. Even the volunteers down here looked corpse-like. Their backs hunched as they walked, their heads drooped so that they could only look at the floor. There was no sound of footsteps. It was as if the people walking around were actually gliding, like ghosts. Something in the room just killed people from the inside out. But he's digressing. His mom told him to meet him down here, and even the ghost of. The ICU won't stop him, probably. Eventually, the elevator dinged, singing its song in the land of the dead and opening its doors for Izuku to leave. The room was strangely clean for a room of the dying. He didn't know if it really fit the theme, but he liked it. He spotted his mom by the small desk for the nurse in charge of the section, quickly walking over. He really didn't like this place. It wasn't as soothing and quiet as he remembered from the times he helped out here as a child. This place used to be his hideout, the patients his friends, because while they didn't talk to him, they didn't yell at him like everyone else either. His small, harmless gestures like asking the comatose how to answer a question on his homework always brought their families smiles. And if what he did made someone happy, then damn it was he going to do it again. He saw life in some of them, watched others slowly fade away, but it didn't bother him back then. He wasn't old enough to know what death really meant. How times change, he went from an innocent kid to holding a constant reminder of death at 8 in the form of a quirk. He shook his head. Bad memories. The room's dreariness was affecting him. Hopefully, whatever his mom wanted could be done quickly. He could already feel this place trying to kill him. His mom maintained a glowing smile once she saw him, quickly coming over and giving him a small hug, before motioning for him to follow. It was kind of an unspoken rule not to talk if it wasn't necessary in the ICU, either out of respect for the grieving families or for the dying patients. Either one works. Izuku just nodded and followed along, clutching his bag strap more tightly. He really didn't like this room. Eventually, his mom sat down, right in front of a comatose patient, an elderly woman Izuku recognized from the last time he was here, all those years ago. That wasn't good. His eyes flickered between the old woman and his mom, utterly confused as to what was going on, but eventually relented and sat down, relaxing slightly in his seat. This is Soma AI. You used to read her bedtime stories. Do you remember her? His mom whispered, still softly smiling. Izuku just nodded, the memory being drowned out by the sorrows Izuku was no longer blind to. He wasn't an innocent kid anymore, no matter how much that disturbed him. His mom's smile disappeared in an instant as her own memories clouded her mind. She got rear-ended by a drunk driver, her whole family was in the car. She was the only one who survived, and her last living relative recently died, so there's no one to grieve for her anymore. Beep, beep, beep. The ventilator and balloon shifted up and down, breathing for the poor old woman, singing its own symphony of the heart and lungs. She's under the government's jurisdiction now, and it's only a matter of time before they tell us to turn off life support. She can finally rest peacefully soon, his mom spoke, reaching out and gently placing a hand on the old woman, trying to comfort her even if the woman didn't know it. But she shook her head suddenly, letting go of Soma AI's hand and leaning back in her chair. Sorry, got a little emotional. She quietly laughed, wiping her eyes. Anyway, do you want to know why you're here? His mom asked, turning to him, still whispering. Izuku just nodded, saddened by the story but still determined to get through this. He hated this place now. It reeked of death. It only served as a reminder of what he caused 10 months ago. His mom slowly leaned closer, whispering right next his ear. She hesitated for only a moment, then, I need you to take her quirk. Beep, 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 beep. No. Take. Just no. No, he wasn't going to do that to this poor old woman. What was his mom thinking? Kiwi, she's going to die soon, so she's not going to miss it, and in order for us to move on I need to run some more tests after you use your. Mom, I can't just do that. That's wrong on so many levels. I'm not going to take something that isn't mine, he yelled. Take. Shut up. My quirk is bad, Mom, it should never be used. Even if he choked on air, bad memories flooding his mind. Even if no one will miss it, he hissed, determined to keep his eyes on Soma AI. Beep, beep, beep. No one will miss it. Just like no one would miss the sludge villain, right? Because who would miss a killer? Your quirk isn't bad, Kiwi. Okay? Never say that again. It's just, you need to be careful with it more than others. And you've done so well in doing that. But I just need you to. Mom, he said, finally looking away from the comatose patient, lying in bed eternally. He was so confused. Bad things happen when I use my quirk. I lost Dad the first time, we both know what happened in the second, and I hurt the dog when I took the third. I don't want anything bad to happen again. Not anymore. And I don't want you to be caught in trouble again because of something I did. He hated the sob that came out at the end of his sentence, as he curled in on himself and looked down. Looking at his mom only made him feel shame. After all, he was the reason she was doing all of this. Eons passed before she spoke. I know, Kiwi. I know that it feels like your quirk is a bad omen. But trust me, it isn't. No matter what happens, it isn't. And I need you to trust me and take her quirk. I promise nothing bad is going to happen. I promise, okay? His mom pulled him in closer for a hug after that, slowly rocking back and forth while resting her head on his, lightly ruffling his curls every now and again. He stared at Soma AI, stared for what felt like ages, watching the ventilator expand and contract, watching the heart rate monitor beep a steady rhythm. He could feel his spirit break as he sighed and closed his eyes, just enjoying the warmth of the hug instead of the pain in his thoughts. What's her quirk? He whispered. The information he got from Collector was fuzzy. The words that used to be crisp whispers were nothing but mumbled nonsense with comatose patients. It's always been fuzzy, at least for the ones that were too far gone. Those were the ones whose brains had been destroyed beyond help, where there was absolutely zero chance of a comeback. The personality paired with a quirk can't exist in a brain like that. So the most he could tell from Soma AI's quirk was the color dark orange. It wasn't very bright. It's called craving. His mom whispered gently. She could tell what a person wanted the most. Kind of like those movie tropes, don't you think? She half laughed, not letting go of the hug for even a moment. He stared at Soma AI for what felt like another eternity, thoughts swirling uncontrollably. He didn't want to do this, he hated this, he wanted to run away, back into his forest and cry on the soft grass, away from society where no one could hurt him. I don't understand why you're okay with me doing this. I thought you hated my quirk. His mom hesitated for a second. Kiwi, if I hated your quirk, that would mean I hate you. And I could never do that. He looked at his mom, but no colors or words flashed into his head. He closed his eyes to avoid the reason why. You're not scared? I'm not. I am. Why aren't you? Because you're my son. I'll never be scared of you, I promise. You need to trust me, Kiwi. He wanted to run. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I won't hurt her. No, you won't. She can't feel any pain. But he didn't. I trust you. His mom said to trust her, and he does. That's all there is to it. Take. It was like taking candy from a baby. There was no resistance. No humanity involved. Robbed a corpse. What the hell did he just do? 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 He didn't really remember much after that, only having a brief memory of his mom doing another blood withdrawal when they got home, and him immediately passing out on his bed. He woke up the next day sad, but he managed to shake off the guilty feelings in his soul throughout the school day. He smiled and no one figured out that something was off with him. It was another semi-normal day. Of course, it didn't stay semi-normal. Drags, remember? On Wednesday, he was immediately sat down in the living room when his mom came home, who started pacing back and forth in front of him excitedly. His mom started to go off on a whole tangent of explaining how his quirk worked, getting into some probably really cool medical stuff, but here's the thing. Izuku wasn't a doctor. So he had no idea what his mom was talking about. Mom? Hey, Mom? Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt but have no idea what you were saying. Can you just what exactly are these pills for? He looked at the white bottle in his hand, unmarked and bland, a clever disguise. His mom stopped dead in her tracks, her rambling coming to an end. He didn't know why, but it wasn't clear to him where he got his mumbling tendencies from until just then. But clearly, it was his mom, and it was weird to see the process on the other side. Was that really what he sounded like when he was analyzing quirks? No wonder he used to get punched for it. Oh, sorry sweetie, I guess I got a little caught up in the whole thing. His mom laughed, scratching the back of her head before continuing. Okay, sorry, I'm just so excited. I figured out how your quirk works and how to stop it. Izuku just stared, not really sure what to make of that. He blinked once. Twice. How do you stop it? He repeated blankly. It was fairly simple actually. Once I compared the blood work samples I got from before and after you took a quirk, the pattern was abundantly clear. Your quirk factor is your blood, there's something foreign in it that doesn't show up on the normal tests. Which opens up a realm of possibilities, including my new theory. Your quirk doesn't necessarily take quirks, it's more like a copy and damage type thing. I'm just guessing, but I think when you touch someone, you send tiny sensors that spread across the target's body and finding their quirk factor. I think your body copies that same quirk factor, encodes it into DNA for you to manually pull up and use, but at the same time, those little sensors destroy all of the target's quirk factor DNA, essentially making them quirkless. The only problem is the speed, considering you can take a quirk in under 5 seconds, but the rest is at least biologically viable. His mother's jaw snapped shut, she even comically slapped her hands up to her face covering her mouth. He simply sighed, sitting back down. Sorry, but you're getting sidetracked. He sighed. To be honest, the explanation his mom just gave him made him hate Collector even more. Please. Explain these, please, he said, shaking the bottle in his hand. His mom waved his sour mood off with a laugh. Sorry, Kiwi. Right? The pills. I want you to take them. I've already added this to your official record, got a friend to diagnose it, no questions asked, so you won't get bombarded with questions if someone tried to poke their nose in someplace that doesn't belong. Izuku stared at his mom. Then at the bottle of pills. Then at his mom. Then at the pills again. He spoke lowly. "They're quirk suppressants," he sighed. His mom's smile dimmed slightly. "Yes, they are. But these ones have been medically tested to not interfere with full-body transformation quirks, so it's your only option if you want to keep using that slime quirk." Izuku twirled the bottle around, opening the lid to look at the pills inside, looking at the sticker on the back with the 1000 warnings every medication has that everyone ignores. These ones felt different though. May cause dizziness, drowsiness, nausea, addiction, breathing problems, stunted growth for people under 18, death? Mom, are you sure? Because this sounds really bad? I know, Izuku, I know it sounds bad. But all medication sounds bad, and most of the time it isn't. And besides, I don't want you to take these every day. No, that would be crazy. Just, when you know you're going to fight someone, or when there's a chance that you might accidentally take someone's quirk. I want you to have the option to guarantee it won't happen. And also, she walked over, her footsteps oddly quiet while she sat right next to him, looking solemn. She sighed, taking a moment to breathe in fully and collect herself, speaking a lot quieter than before. "I'm scared. Scared that you may accidentally use your quirk and expose Collector. You are surrounded by heroes now, Izuku. Constantly. There's no chance to hide your quirk anymore if you mess up. And this can guarantee that you won't. So, please? Can you trust me, Kiwi?" He looked up at his mom's loving eyes, then back at the pills. Then his mom, then the pills. "You said you weren't scared of me," he said lowly. "I'm not, Kiwi," she said, shaking her head. "And I'm not saying everyone else should be either. I know you'd never hurt someone on purpose. But accidents can happen. This is just a safety mechanic." He started twirling the bottle around and around, a fidget he could focus on. "It's not that you don't trust me. You just think it will help. That's what you're saying, right?" His mom paused before answering. "Yes. You can't. You need help, Kiwi. I'm trying to help you. By making me a pill popper?" That was the wrong thing to say, and his mom became red in the face. "By making sure nothing could happen, even in the worst-case scenario. And remember, you don't get a choice here, young man. You're either taking this, or you're dropping out of that course. That's final, okay?" He closed his eyes and let out the longest sigh he could. Drags. Not the worst thing that could have happened, though certainly not the best. But it's fine. He trusts his mom and she said it's fine. So it had to be fine. That was the point of the rules after all. Family, safety, security, happiness. They were all protected by the rules. A small list and the staple of the Midoriya household. Don't come home until always keep his phone's tracker on. Don't make noise when his father was home. Don't use any quirks, although this got changed when his mom finally realized what this rule in particular had costed him. Don't tell anyone about the rules. And finally, the new one. Always take a pill before a fight. Each had their own purpose and were thoughtfully crafted by his mother. And he, mostly, obeyed because of that. She was the only who cared about him in this entire world after all. Even after knowing his quirk, she took care of him. She loved him. She wouldn't do anything to hurt him unless there was a good reason. And there was always a good reason. He respected that most of the time. And he loved her too all of the time. The only flaw she really had was getting too stuck in her own viewpoint sometimes. She made rules without being too considerate of him once in a while. Take the previous quirk rule, for instance. Don't use a quirk under any circumstances, ever. On one hand, being quirkless almost guaranteed his safety when it came to the dangers of Collector. After all, who would suspect the quirkless freak could snatch a quirk by tapping them on the shoulder? But that was the issue, he was the quirkless freak according to society. Who'd want to be friends with a freak? No one, obviously. So he'd spent the past decade being alone. And it wasn't her fault that he had no friends. But his loneliness was a consequence of that rule. And at first he could handle it. He quite honestly didn't have a choice in the matter. And when he couldn't really handle it anymore, he put up with it for his mom's sake. He tried to talk to her about it, of course, but she wouldn't budge. "Kiwi, it has to be this way. It's the only way to keep you safe. Besides, you have me, right? You're not lonely as long as you have me. Whenever that feeling comes up, just remember we'll sit down for dinner soon and talk, okay? Again and again with that hour-long speech. It was easier to go along with it. That changed the day he took the sludge villain's quirk. His mom finally realized his unhappiness and allowed him to use a quirk. The opportunity to gain everything he wanted, his dream, a life outside of dinner time, it was right there. He could use a quirk in public now. He could be a hero now. All that was blocking him was the rule not to go to UA. One tiny, offhand comment his mom made when he quickly asked her. That barely counted. And besides, Izuku wasn't happy before. And the rules were supposed to protect his well-being, right? Therefore, if a rule wasn't allowing him to be happy, it should be removed. Yeah. That sounded right. That logic was strong enough to get him through the entrance exam and break a rule, but it was so fragile that it broke once his mom made new rules to recover it. They discussed more after their argument. It wasn't an argument, it was just talking about his ascent to UA and his eventual future. Because, as crazy as it sounded, Izuku was going to be a hero now. An actual, full-on hero. And you're 100% sure on this, Kiwi, right? It's never too late to change your mind, his mom asked skeptically. Izuku frowned a little, but shook it off. It hurt him to see how much she doubted him. But he understood. He was used to his mom's stubbornness. She'd come around eventually. It's the only thing I see myself doing. I want to help people, he smiled. Her face became sweet at that but quickly turned to seriousness once again. Well, if we're doing this, then one thing has to come. First, safety. There's no point in any of this if you get hurt, Izuku. He nodded emphatically, tucking his arms in his lap. His mom sighed, pressing her thumbs between her eyes, thinking carefully. Well, the pills should help cover our bases. But it's not foolproof. You need to be really careful, Izuku. Think things through before you try and fight anyone. I will. I promise I will, he said, but his mom took his words flippantly. If any mistakes do happen, it'll be out for the world to see. We can't fully control that, but if you avoid the media then it should be easier to hide. His face fell at that. So, I can't be a limelight. No. It's too risky. And quite honestly, fighting should be at a minimum for you too. Maybe something like intelligence gathering? He paused. He had to think carefully here. One wrong word and it could spark another hour-long lecture on safety above all else, or something like that. I always imagine myself as being kind of like All Might. And the slime quirk isn't useful for intelligence gathering. It wouldn't make any sense for me to do that. Oh, I'm sure you'll figure it out, she waved. But it's the safest play here. The less opportunities you have to use your quirk, the better. No, buts, she said firmly, staring at him right in the eye. She glared for far too long, smearing her point across his face. You want to attend UA, right? This is the only way. Understood? He closed his eyes and sighed again. Yes, I understand. And he did. He did understand. She was just concerned about his safety. His well-being. Which the rules protected. But not really. He wasn't exactly happy with this. And being happy was part of his well-being. But going to UA mattered more to him than being like All Might. At the very least, he'd be a hero. At the very least, he wouldn't be alone anymore. So these new rules were a sacrifice he was willing to make. For the sake of his well-being. For his happiness. The next morning, he woke up to his shrieking alarm, brushed his teeth and put on his UA uniform with no trace of the guilt days before. He walked to the kitchen, wondering if he should eat breakfast before shaking his head. Eating in the morning always made him feel sick for some reason. He was out the door in under 10 minutes, ready to start the day, to which he promptly remembered the night before and quickly headed back inside, to the bathroom. He opened the pill cabinet, slowly grabbing the pill bottle and pressing down on the lid. It was the type of bottle that was tricky to open by design so babies couldn't accidentally eat them. Somehow those type of lids always seemed more adult-proof than kid-proof. The pills were a bright blue, way too colorful and happy than they should be, but at the very least, small. At least they weren't those horse pills that looked impossible to swallow, and disintegrated when broken into smaller pieces. He sighed, looking at the warnings as he twirled the bottle over again. Addiction, stunted growth for minors, death. He'd have to be careful. He did some research and almost all the sources said this drag was strong and must be taken seriously. But it's fine. Poor his mom, he only had to use them on days where he had to fight, so not that often, right? Purposefully ignoring the fact that he was in a hero course, a course for fighting, he swallowed the pill, gulping down a cup of water before leaving once again, putting a bounce in his step. He should be excited. Today was finally the day after all. All Might would be teaching his very first battle class, the #1 hero, the same guy who saved him from the sludge villain. Today was supposed to be a day of STMLTN, not the dangers of drag use. He walked into the classroom, sitting down and saying hello to his friends. Probably, he's still getting used to not being alone and he wasn't 100% sure if his group could be considered friends. It was almost trippy walking in. Every time he blinked it was pitch black. No light, no colors, no words. It was semi-freeing, the conditional silence. It was a little lonely too. The day went semi-normal once again, the only weird thing being a student crashing into the window during math, clearly having a quirk malfunction and thankfully not breaking the glass considering Izuku was right next to it. Everyone sort of paused on their work, watching them awkwardly slide down as gravity began to take over and eventually disappear. They never really got an explanation for that, and everyone just sort of shrugged it off and moved on after the student went out of sight. Then came 7th PRD, something he was both dreading and desiring at the same time. It was conflicting to him, but oh well. At least it started off with a bang. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. It was dead silent for only a moment, everyone reeling from the shock that immediately went through their systems. All Might. Freaking All Might was standing right in front of them. Wasn't that just incredible? Of course, all the professionalism that Ida had talked to the class about right before the man entered went out of the window. Immediate cheers and the buzzing of questions rippled across the classroom, adrenaline pumping through every student. Even Ida didn't follow his own advice completely. The entire class had gone completely ballistic. As for Izuku? Well, he was excited, but he was also a lot calmer than the other students. This was his second time seeing All Might after all, and while the amazingness of the whole situation was still there, it was a lot more passive to him. As such, he didn't look at All Might for too long, preferring to look at the joyful expressions of all his classmates, his own happiness growing at the sight of their smiles. His eyes flickered to Bakugo, who was sitting still and not even cheering. A frown formed, one of confusion. That's weird. Kakin had been declaring he was going to be the next. All Might since he was, why wasn't he singing praise like everyone else? Or at the very least, looking somewhat surprised? He shook his head. You know what? Doesn't matter. None of his business. Kakin clearly doesn't care about him anymore, he's made that very clear since kindergarten, and Izuku's just been too stupid to accept it. He's moved on from that now. He's at UA, he's gotten useful, he actually has friends of all things, probably, and he didn't need Kakin anymore. If you really want to get into UA, there's a quick way, you know. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Tears pricked his eyes almost instantly as that mantra echoed in his head. He roughly wiped his face, pretending something had been caught in his eye. Would his brain stop making him remember that stupid line? It didn't matter. Kakin didn't actually mean it. And why did he even care? It wasn't like they were friends or anything. Related to fighting will be covered in battle training. All Might said, the entire class erupting in another round of joyous cheering. His head snapped up and instantly locked onto the powerful being at the front of the class. If All Might was talking, he should probably listen to that, since not doing that would be rude. He went back to listening to the probably wise words of the #1 hero. Like he had told Shinso before, the man was a living legend for a reason. An incredible quirk, and an incredible career. He must have some useful advice. He still looked around though, it was exciting to him to see everyone else's reactions. But he almost forgot. He didn't get a chance to focus on it the last time he saw All Might, but he'd been wondering about his missed chance ever since then. What did the #1's hero quirk feel like? He stared intensely at All Might, all observant eyes watching his every move, waiting for the flood of information to come. But his mind remained empty. Quirk suppressants. That was a bit anticlimactic. Now, we asked you to submit a form detailing your hero costumes, and I am proud to say here they are. On cue, 2 giant sheets of the wall popped out, revealing case racks filled with briefcases numbered 1 through 20, clearly for every member of Class 1A. There were a lot more cheers that came from it, everyone's blood pumping as they began to hype up. Please change in the locker rooms, then meet me at ground beta. All Might shouted, before zooming out of the class, everyone bolting for their own assigned briefcase the second he was out of sight. Izuku waited a bit until the area was clear, grabbing his case, number 18, sweet, and walking out of the classroom instead of running like everyone else. This was an Aizawa-sensei's class, so there wasn't a need to rush. People got there even faster than they did on day 0, and back then Aizawa-sensei had threatened them with expulsion if they didn't hurry up. The locker rooms were practically empty by the time Izuku got there, and the few who remained booked at the moment he walked in. Goes to show which teacher they cared more about. Then again, everyone had gotten much more familiar with the campus since then, but honestly Izuku doubted that was the reason. The promise of seeing All Might was the greatest motivation one can have. So he changed in his lightning-fast speed. It was a hard habit to break from Aldra days. He started walking at a faster but still slow pace to ground beta. He saw a few of his classmates go the wrong way, but Izuku was too far away to reasonably tell them that. So he watched at least 5 take a right, disappearing down the hallway while Izuku took a left. They'd figure it out eventually. Midoriya, he looked up, not changing his slow pace as he walked through the entrance of ground beta. His eyes flickered at the clothes the lavender boy was wearing. Oh, so Shinso and him both chose to go dark, huh? One look from Shinso told him that the tired kid was thinking the same thing as he studied Izuku's costume. Do you ever get the feeling that you're unoriginal? Shinso asked sarcastically, earning him a laugh from Izuku. Oh, all the time. Izuku replied, taking the moment to look more closely at Shinso. He was wearing all black, a thin coat that buttoned diagonally from his left shoulder to his right hip, silver buttons shaped like diamonds. His left sleeve was layered, showing 2 stripes of white where the cloth ended and began, clearly meant to let him literally hide a trick up his sleeve. On his right arm was a mechanical glove, with what looked like a dart machine stuck on the top, purple accents tracing it instead of silver, probably filled with tranquilizers. His utility belt, pants and boots were all black too, each with their own silver stitching as a small accent. The coolest part was his eye cover, a dark purple that shined neon in the light, giving a futuristic look to the whole outfit. Are you done checking me out? What do you think? I'm hot, right? The way Izuku immediately turned red did not help with his stuttering denial, and Shinso started to die laughing at him, unable to explain the situation when Ida walked over with a puzzled look. Calm down, I'm just joking, he cackled, flipping his eye cover up so that he could look Izuku directly in the eye. I was supposed to have this mask too, but there was a note in my case that said that they needed more time with it, since what I requested was a lot more complicated than they thought. Shinso said, his voice sounding a little strained and disappointed, but ultimately pleased. You look amazing, Shinso. It is a very practical costume that will undoubtedly prove its use in today's training, Ida said, chopping a hand in the air while speaking. Izuku and Shinso both did a double take upon seeing Ida's costume, a bit confused but ultimately shrugging it off. It was just so bulky. Thanks, my knight in shining armor. Shinso joked, cracking a smile. Shinso's joke wasn't that far off actually, as Ida really was covered in a white, knight armor. It was a lot more modern than medieval though, exhausts running up his back for flair and his quirk's calf engines sticking out of the suit perfectly. He was clearly wearing a navy blue bodysuit underneath, and he reminded Izuku of a transformed car. But that was probably what Ida was going for. Though none of that was the reason Izuku was surprised. He just cracked a smile at the obvious reference Ida had based his costume off of, holding back a laugh. You look a lot like your family member, was all he said. There wasn't much to say beyond that. Ida looked surprisingly shocked at Izuku's inference, leaning down and whispering slightly. You know. Of course I do, your family name is the same as Ingenuum's. Besides, this is a hero school. It's not uncommon for famous heroes' kids or siblings to come here. Like Todoroki Shudo, he said casually, lowering his voice since Ida did it first. Shinsu's face scrunched up in confusion. Wait, you mean the white and red guy? Who's he related to? Izuku just blinked at him. Endeavor, he blatantly said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Shinso and Ida's eyes both widened comically. How did we miss that? Shinso asked to no one, just staring at the sky as if he were waiting for God to answer him. Eventually, he shook his head, Ida spearheading the conversation as usual. Yes, well, I do not like to talk about it since I do not want to come off as bragging, but yes, I am related to Ingenium. I am his younger brother. I hope to become as an amazing hero as him. Izuku just smiled and nodded along. He hadn't been in this type of atmosphere for a while, a positive one at least. Guys! Uraraka shouted, running up to them in heavy footsteps. Izuku turned around and her costume was actually really cute. She came screeching to a halt, perfectly positioning herself next to the three boys. Alright, you guys look awesome. What about me? I was trying to go for a space theme because gravity and all, and I think it came out pretty well. She ended, questioningly. She had a greenish-black bodysuit on, giant pink boots that went up to her knees that looked really heavy to walk in, pink cuffs around her wrists and shoulders, no gloves on to maximize her quirk activation. She also had a pink space helmet and breastplate that connected to her utility belt, which was also unsurprisingly pink. She must really like pink. Or it had something to do with the pink glow her quirk gave off. Either or works. He felt a nudge on his shoulder, turning around to see Mina cockily elbowing his shoulder. She was wearing a fur scarf connected to a beige jacket, a purple and teal spotted dress with the same beige boots. A white bandana with holes for her eyes covered her face. Are you done checking out Uraraka yet, Midoriya? She asked, clearly in a flirty tone. The same red blush from before completely negated any chance of his stuttering denial from working. Mina's smile growing wider in a cruel fashion upon watching Izuku squirm. Eventually she shushed him, clearly done having her fun. Man, I was kind of hoping you guys would end up looking somewhat similar. But all we got was Space Girl, Car Parts, Emo 1 and Emo Come On Guys. What about Deku Squad? All four of them looked at her confused, Izuku flinching slightly at the name. Deku Squad? Uraraka repeated, prodding for Mina to explain. That's what we've all been calling you for. 'Cause you know, Midoriya's the leader and the brains, Ida's the, I guess the muscle, Shinsu's the sarcastic one, and Uraraka's cute. Perfect friendship group trope. Mina exclaimed, putting her hands out as if she were about to hug them all. Uraraka raised an eyebrow. Just cute? That's it? That's all I get. Izuku's eyes just narrowed, not even hearing what Uraraka said before. Okay, but why? Deku? Mina just looked at him, her smile never wavering. 'Cause Bakubro calls you that? It's a cute nickname, you should go by it more often. His expression tightened, just nodding and looking away. He didn't really want to spoil what nickname actually meant and ruin her mood. It didn't really matter, anyway. He was used to it. An echo reverberated from the great beyond, everyone but Mina flinching at the sudden calling. But, you talking about me, alien freak? Mina didn't miss a beat, immediately snapping around and yelling, "OH, shut your a-hole. PNG Pomeranian," muttering that last part. It should have been impossible for Bakugo to hear it, and yet. Who you calling a Pomeranian pink beach? Obviously you blondie. Who else is loud, obnoxious, and small? Mina shouted, walking away from Deku Squad and back to her own group. They all just stared in a little bit of shock, listening to the very violent-sounding argument before shaking their heads, returning their attention on each other. I am not just the hottie, Uraraka mumbled, clearly still irritated by that comment. But she shook her head violently, regaining her smile. Anyway, Midoriya, why is your costume so big? Uraraka asked, pointing at him to very quickly try and change the sour subject. Whenever Bakugo got brought up, they could all see Izuku visibly sour from it, so they tried their best to avoid the topic. Izuku's costume was, you could say they were really fancy pajamas. He had a dusty dark green pants that were strangely baggy, pockets adorning the sides. A utility belt, the same color as the pants, wrapped around his waist, and a simple black tank top. He had a black cloak on, draping over him loosely, his hood pulled up to fully cover his hair and his face if he tilted his head down slightly. To fully cover his face though, he had a black, steel-looking mask that only showed his eyes. He had black boots as well, ones that traveled halfway up his calves but were covered by the pants. And of course, black gloves were on too. He pulled off his hood and mask, looking down to check out his costume once again. Yeah, it does look a little big on me, but it's necessary. I realized at the exam that it was kind of hard to get my clothes on properly while changing back into normal form because they were so tight, so I asked them to make it loose. And water-resistant. You wouldn't believe how many clothes I ruined when I used my quirk wearing non-water-resistant clothing. It looks like I jumped in a pool. They all just nodded along, Ida piping up. What about the mask? Won't that be hard to put on when changing back? Izuku just shook his head. Not really. My mouth doesn't change, remember? So it should be fairly easy to keep this mask aligned with it, I hope. Honestly, he wasn't too sure about this costume. The amount of skin showing made him anxious, but it was better to fail now than out on the field. All right, settle down. All Might shouted, next to a control panel with a screen depicting a normal concrete building. His smile somehow got even wider. You all look amazing. The first step in hero prep is maximizing your costume's efficiency, so don't be afraid to change your costume completely. Do whatever you need in order to fight at your very best. Now, on to the assignment. I call it battle training, ground zero, he said so excitedly, reaching behind him and pulling out some flashcards and a bucket. It kind of ruined the whole grandness of the introduction, to be honest. But moving on. Now the base of this is, there will be 2 teams at a time, each containing 2 people. The hero team and the villain team. The villain's job is to protect this bomb, and the screen cut to a large, missile-shaped figure seemingly inside the concrete building, for 10 minutes, while the hero team must have at least one member touch the bomb or capture the villain team in that time. The villains will be able to move the bomb wherever they so please. Any questions so far? That was the wrong thing to ask apparently, because questions immediately started buzzing out of everyone. Raise your hand, be dmed. How will the teams be chosen? Will we have to worry about damage to the building? How will we be scored? Isn't my cape fabulous? Are we going to get expelled if we fail? All right, settle down. I may be the number 1 hero, but I only have 2 ears. All Might laughed and a few chuckled, but the joke was a bit too dry. Now, that last question. You do not have to worry about expulsion unless you do something really reckless. That got a sigh of relief out of everyone, and Izuku swore he almost saw Shinso drop to his knees in relief. As for how the teams will be picked, it's simple. He flashed the note cards he had picked up before. It will be by random. Sir. Ida shouted, raising an arm up, clearly waiting to be called on. All Might nodded in his direction, and Ida immediately put his hand down, taking a huge breath. Isn't picking teams by random a bit detrimental to our learning experience, considering this is our first battle? Well, it makes sense considering that heroes don't usually have control over who their allies are in any given situation. After all, sidekicks split up from their leader in serious disasters, and there are usually multiple pro-agencies responding to the same crisis, so it's always a gamble on who shows up in actual hero work studies. He looked up only to see everyone staring at him, and he immediately shrank from the amount of eyes tracing him. Why is everyone staring at him? His heart began to sink. Oh no, did he just say that out loud again? Did he? What did AFO tell you about your creepy muttering again, Deku? Bakugo said, strangely quiet. He piped up not long after, snapping his head to look Izuku directly in the eye. Oh yeah, it's effing creepy, he snarled, earning him a playful slap on the shoulder by Mina. Ahem. All Might coughed, clearly trying to regain attention on him. Yes, just as he said, heroes don't have control on who they team up with at any given moment. We'll be simulating that here. I see. Pardon my interruption. Ida said with a bow, looking straight forward with all the determination in the world but clearly a bit thrown off at the simple explanation, probably frustrated at the fact that he didn't think of that himself. Shinso just patted his back, mumbling, "It's not your fault, you're the bronze of the group after all." It earned him a playful glare from Ida, to which Shinso glared right back with a cruel smile. "Now let's draw the teams," All Might declared, tossing the note cards and scrambling them together in the bucket. Lots of cheers followed, along with silent boos. The teams didn't seem too overpowered, at the very least. It was hard to tell, since none of them had ever really seen how well their classmates could use their quirks. But eventually, all the teams were called out. Team A, Hanta Siro and Aoyama Yuga. Team B, Ida Tenya and Shinso Hitoshi. Team C, Todoroki Shuto and Jarikyuka. Team D, Kaminari Denki and Kirishima Aijuru. Team E, Tokoyami Fumikage and Shoji Mezu. Team F, Midoriya Izuku and Ishido Mina. Team G, Hakigura Toru and Sata Rikadu. Team H, Azuitsu and Uraraka Ochako. Team I, Kuji Koda and Ojiro Masher. Team J, Momo Yaoyorozu and Bakugu Katsuki. Are you serious? I'm paired with freaking muscles? Cover your abs, dude, you're making me self-conscious. Hey, for your information, Kaminari, my muscles ain't got crap to do with your skinny butt. Oh, the brawn and the sarcastic ones, what will they do? Oh, shut your trap hole, Uraraka. Go have fun with the frog and be hot. I will eyebags, don't even worry about it. Yay, Midoriya. I get the brains of the squad. Thanks. Nice to meet you, Shoji. You too, Tokoyami. So, what exactly is your quirk, Todoroki? Mine is earjacks. It's basically sound waves and super hearing, not too complicated or anything. Off ponytail. I'm going to grind these extras into dust on my own. Come at me, beaches. All Might said we are a team, we should at least act like it. So, can you talk or do sign language? Or am I just going to have to I'm just going to have to carry the conversation? That's fine, respecting boundaries and all is fine. Wow, you're really big for a high schooler. Oh, thanks. Hagakure. And, are you, sorry to ask, but, are you naked right now? What? Of course not, I'm wearing my gloves and boots. Okay, now that you've talked with your group a bit, it's time to see who's facing who. All Might announced, dropping a new set of flashcards into the bucket. He tossed it around before dramatically pulling out one. The first hero team will be Team B. Shinso and Ida didn't even look at each other, both of them immediately adopting the same determined glares with just a nod. And our villain team will be Team H. F yes. Uraraka screamed, everyone around her flinching away from the amount of bloodlust leaking out of her. Shinso had a wide grin, turning to face Uraraka and immediately sizing her up. Oh? So I'm up against the hot one of the squad, huh? Too bad you don't have the FBRBs. Least I have the looks, the only thing you have is. Okay. All Might shouted, knowing full well where that sentence was going. He quickly picked another card, hurrying as Uraraka and Shinso literally started growling at each other like dogs about to fight, Tsu and Ida holding them back. Next hero team is Team C vs. Team E. Both groups only shared a glance, anticlimactic compared to Uraraka's and Shinsu's full-on dogfight. But it kept going like that. Hero Team D versus Villain Team A. Hell yeah. Get ready to get to the wood beaches. We've got Kirishima's hot abs on our side. Fia dude. Let's have the manliest fight there's ever been. And going. Hero Team I versus Villain Team G. Until his heart froze in place once he realized who was left. He looked to his left, eyes wide open with unrelenting fear, his body completely still like a deer caught in headlights. His breathing stopped working. Every time he tried to force air into his lungs, his body froze in the action. No. Just breathe. Just breathe. Can't he needs to. Hero Team F. No. This he can't. Did All Might really expect him to fight Kaken of all people? Versus Villain Team J. No. He can't, he just can't. He's not going to. He tightened his fists, gripping as hard as he could and gnawing the inside of his mouth the way a dog does to a bone. No. Breathe. He can't breathe. Why can't he breathe? What's wrong with him? Why does this always happen? The world was spinning. It was always spinning, but it felt like it had gotten faster. His body swayed, he was standing still, but he felt like he was walking, stumbling drunkenly to somewhere safe to pass out in. Dizziness, drowsiness, nausea, addiction, breathing problems, stunted growth, death. Was it the pills? It could be. He'd like to think it was the pills. He'd like to think that he's grown these past few days, moved past his overarching fear of canon, given up on the small hope inside of him for the return of his friend. I'm not leaving until shitty Deku stops hiding behind you extras like the weakling he is, and tells me how the F he got into you. He'd like to know the answer too, Kaken. How did a coward like him ever get into the freaking death trap? He rubbed his hands together. They weren't cold, but it was the absent-minded tic he's always had. Shifting his weight back and forth, staring at the building a few seconds and back at Ida. He was nervous. He didn't want to be scared nor acknowledge his fear, but the subtle truth always seemed to come out in the end. He didn't really know why he was nervous. Actually, no, he did. He didn't want to disappoint himself. He could do this, he knew he could. The issue is, Uraraka and Tsu are both extremely difficult in close quarters. Tsu can easily back away while Uraraka can simply float her opponent. If we were to try and use the capture tape, we might be able to overcome Tsu's agility with my speed, but Uraraka will be difficult and very risky. Therefore, we should stick to a touch-the-bomb strategy. He stared at the white capture tape in Ida's hand, pondering the logic only for a moment. He shook his head. Yeah, and to be honest, it sounds like a much bigger hassle to capture than to touch the bomb. The question is, how the hell do we look for the bomb? He said, turning to look at the 5-story building. It did look like just a regular office building, small windows evenly spaced out every now and again. Well, the map of the layout doesn't reveal that many options. Ida said, unraveling the paper All Might had given them earlier. There's only the main stairs. Uraraka and Tsu will probably be able to trap it extensively since moving the bomb would be easy for them. But at the same time, using the main stairs will give us more space to move around in case of battle, which will be helpful to me especially. As for how we search, let us adopt a simple strategy of floor by floor. We do not have quirks that will allow us to quickly pull off any other option, so for time's sake this is best. Do you agree? Shinso just hummed, nodding as he looked at the same blueprints Ida was reading. Mina was wrong, Ida wasn't just brawn, he was pretty smart too. A different kind of smart than Midoriya, but still a brain in his own sense. We also have to worry about Uraraka and Tsu themselves. The smart thing to do is hide the bomb, and with Uraraka's quirk, they could take it anywhere. The bomb's pretty big, so that limits closets and stuff, but that's still a lot to search. And if we do find the bomb, how do we fight them? Ida put away the blueprints, holding a hand up to his chin as he thought. A few seconds passed before anyone spoke. Uraraka is dangerous in close quarters. She will probably use that to her advantage and go on the offensive. You are by far the easier target than me, as I have super speed, so I believe the better option would be to use a bait and attack method. No offensive, Shinso. Ida immediately rushed out, not realizing how insulting his words sounded during his rant. Shinso just shook his head, waving him off. It's fine, it's true anyway. She won't be able to touch you, but she probably could with me. I'll be fine, depending on what training she's done. I started taking a self-defense class about a year ago, so hopefully I can do something in the dodging department. What about Tsu? You will have to trust that I can dodge. As soon as we see the bomb, I will dash straight for it. In the meantime, you should try to put one of them under your brainwash. Succeeding will help immensely. Although, I don't know how you would be able to, considering Uraraka probably told Tsu how to avoid falling victim to it. Shinso just let out a sigh, drooping forward and letting his arms hang. Ida was right, and like hell did that annoy him. His mind briefly flashed to the note in his suitcase saying his support item wouldn't be ready. Damn it, he really needed it right now. Especially with his element of surprise thrown in the FING trash. Boom, Shinsu. Take that, you twig-looking motherfucker. Oh shut it Uraraka. One more second and you would have been space dust. Ida was about to touch the F-bomb. And who was the one who got brainwashed even after knowing the F requirement? Uraraka just stuck her tongue at him, continuing her playful dance as they walked back into the observation room. They were both right in some way. The villains barely secured a win, but everyone could tell that the villains didn't take it as seriously as they probably should have. Uraraka and Tsu decided to adopt the riskier but more fun strategy of hiding the bomb on the 5th floor and going to hunt the hero team. They blasted Ida into a wall, leaving him open for Uraraka to float him, which basically doomed him for the rest of the match. Or so, everyone thought. Shinso ran as soon as Ida was off the ground, causing both Tsu and Uraraka to chase after him all the way up to the 5th floor, where he was inevitably pinned down. And just as everyone thought the match was over, Shinso let out a sly question to which Uraraka answered, but not after officially capturing him with the tape. She let her guard down too early, causing her to get brainwashed, and by Shinso's command, drop her quirk's effect on Ida and attack Tsu. Which worked for about 20 seconds until Tsu inevitably woke Uraraka up with a light kick, just in time for Ida to come crashing through out of nowhere. Cue some desperate but obviously playful fighting from both the villains and heroes, frantic searching for the bomb by the hero team, and the climatic point of Ida finding the bomb. Time eventually ran out. But the plot twists, plot armor, the almost cinematic experience of the fight made everyone go ballistic with excitement in the observation deck, so it was hard to say that anyone really lost. It was a great start for everyone to say the least. Well, that's what it should have been. Come on Mito. You just missed the whole freaking fight. It was so effing awesome. Uraraka was like Bim and Shinso was all, I don't think so beach. Hey, are you even listening? Hello Mito. Mina started waving her hand next to him, which was clearly useless as he was clearly not looking at her. He was curled up on the farthest bench away from the crowd, staring into the blank void that appeared when he closed his eyes. He had blocked out most of the cheering from his class to wallow in his regrets, so when Mina spoke to him it caught him off guard. She practically bounced into the seat next to him, still giving him her signature dopey smile. He sighed and curled himself tighter. He really did not want to talk anyone right now. Is this about fighting Bakugo? You're seriously still caught up on that? Stop looking so effing depressed. We effing got this. Why the hell are you so worried? He didn't look at her, but he did raise his head. He only spoke in a deadpan voice, though, all while watching the floor. She wanted to know why he was worried? Then she'll get a freaking answer. I'm gonna die, he gulped. Whoa, what? She drawled. God, she was so loud. Did she have to be so loud? Whatcha talking about? We effing got this. I get that you and Bakugo have this whole we don't get along rivals thing going on, but, like, it's not that intense. He didn't say anything, merely tucking himself back into a ball while All Might asked questions about the fight in the distance. He felt bad. He should be paying attention to class, but he did not have the mental strength to exist right now, much less listen. Like, I get it. Bakugo's supposed to be super talented, or some shit like that, but you're FING smart man. Brains over bronze type sheet. You set a new record on the entrance exam. That was just luck, he mumbled, tilting his head away from her. That was not just luck. That was the opposite of luck, mind you. Get up and stop moping, dude. Think of a way to beat them. Use that brain of yours. You got this deck. No, 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 no. Don't call me that, he growled. A million emotions spiked at once. He turned to her to further drive in the point. Part of him wanted her to see how serious and angry he was. Maybe then she'd finally leave him alone. But his face turned sour into immediate regret when he saw how hurt and confused Mina looked. God, he was so rude. And sensitive. It was just a freaking nickname, it didn't matter. Nothing to get angry over. Nothing to make a big deal out of. She was just trying to cheer him up and he yelled at her for it. What was wrong with him? Why would he do that? He didn't mean to snap back. Yes, he did. No, he didn't. He would have much preferred to just bite his tongue and leave it at that. He was just so tired. His head hurt from the lack of oxygen. He couldn't lie when he was tired. He couldn't push everything down when he couldn't think. He hated that. He didn't want to get mad, he wasn't mad at anyone actually. It was just frustration. Just frustration. Frustration of always being the one who has to lose. "I'm sorry," he said immediately after, looking down in obvious shame. He heard Mina shift slightly, but he didn't dare look at her. They just sat in silence as the next group headed to the battle station. He sighed, resting his forehead on his knees. In and out. Breathe in and out. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. He was going to die by explosion in a few minutes. What else did he have to lose? So, who's the MVP of this round? No one replied, all just pointing immediately at Todoroki, still staring at the screens in pure shock. The joyous, fun atmosphere Uraraka felt was gone, much like any semblance of warmth in the battle arena. Todoroki literally froze a FING building. The entire building. Shoji and Tokoyami didn't even get a chance to move, they were just immediately frozen to the ground. Dark shadow clawed at the ice, keeping them trapped, but it was futile. It wasted too much time. And on top of that, they made a lot of noise trying to free themselves, telling Jairu exactly where they were. And since they had adopted a stay and protect the bomb strategy, it told the heroes exactly where to go. The fight was over in 3 minutes, much to everyone's shock. Even All Might looked a little petrified. She thinks so at least. It was kind of hard to tell. The man was always smiling and cheerful. She shook her head, shaking off the shivers sent down her spine from staring at the ice-filled screens. She looked around the room. Everyone had mostly gotten over it now, just whispering and glancing at Todoroki with wide eyes. Todoroki himself looked indifferent. There was no pride or joy from the win, just neutrality. Midoriya would probably be the only one without any semblance of shock. She started smiling at the thought of it, him frantically scribbling in his notebook and muttering to himself like a madman. It was an off-putting sight at first, but she had gotten used to it. Now it was just amusing to see him get so excited over even the simplest quirk. She glanced around the room for him. It would be hilarious to go from seeing the shell-shocked expressions of her classmates to the undying excitement Midoriya undoubtedly had. She frowned slightly. He wasn't here. Did she miss him? She scanned the room again. No, he's definitely not here. Where'd he go? He was definitely here to see her match. She saw him when she got back. She started walking towards Mina. She remembered Midoriya was sitting with her earlier. Probably talking strategy. Mina was completely right when she said he was the brains of the group. It always became abundantly clear when he started talking. Her friend was freaking smart. Hey Mina. Mina turned, smiling playfully as usual. Where'd Midoriya go? I didn't see him that long ago. She was caught off guard when Mina frowned. Sadness didn't really fit a person like Mina. Said he had to go to the bathroom. That was a bit ago though. Like a minute after you came back. Either he's taking a monster sheet or he's doing something else. Uraraka just smiled at the joke, waving it off. Hey, thanks. I have to go to the bathroom too actually, so I guess I'll check if he's there. She started walking towards the exit, but paused when Mina's voice broke through the other voices all around her. Hey, Uraraka? She asked, hesitating at first. Uraraka hummed, turning around. You're closer to him so I just thought? Mina trailed off, looking away sheepishly. Uraraka narrowed her eyes. That was weird too. Shyness didn't suit Mina. Eventually, Mina just shook her head, going back to a smile. Nah, forget it. You'll get it when you talk to him, was all she said, before walking deeper into the crowd of fellow classmates. Uraraka stood and stared for only a moment, then shook her head, walking away as well. She'll get it if she just talked to him? What does that mean? The walk to the bathroom stalls lasted a few minutes, but it was nice outside so she couldn't really complain. If there were fake birds in the fake city, they would definitely be singing. The stalls became within her sight. They were just like park restrooms, a small building divided in half for one singular bathroom. And just as she was opening the bathroom door, the male one flipped open. She recognized the green hair almost immediately, looked like Mina was right. He did come here. So she paused, waiting for the doors to close to talk to him. Her eyes went wide once her friend fully came into view. Midoriya looked sick. Not normal sick either, Just bad. He was clutching his stomach, body sagging as if all his energy had been zapped away. His eyes looked sad. Was he feeling bad? Was he just tired? He didn't seem tired this morning. He was his usual quiet, bubbly self. He jumped when he saw Uraraka, staring in confusion, not knowing what to do. They both stood frozen for a time, neither one daring to make a move in fear of scaring the other. She sighed. She was going to have to break the cycle of staring, wasn't she? She put on a smile, maybe that would encourage him to do the same. Hey, you okay, Midoriya? You look ill. That was putting it lightly. He didn't respond immediately. She could practically hear the gears turning in his head, computing his next statement. Then a smile painted on his face, and she saw him turn from a lifeless doll to an expressive being. He shook his head and hands frantically, a habit she noticed from him. Of course I feel fine. I'm fine. She looked with skepticism and a little bit of shock. How'd he do that? It's like he pressed a button and instantly turned into the exact opposite of what he was before. Hey, if you're feeling bad, you can just say so. I know you were talking with Mina earlier, and she started acting weird when I asked about you. Something just seems up with you. Neutral. He pressed the neutral button now. It was kinda weird how quickly he could switch. Kinda cool too. What did she say? Oh, nothing bad, she immediately blurted out, which only put more doubt on Midoriya's face. It was actually the opposite. She started to say something but just said I'll get it if I talk with you. So, she sat down on the bench next to the stalls, patting the space next to her. She tried to make it clear she was signaling him to sit with her. What's up? She watched as his eyes flickered to the space next to her, then her, then the space, then her. Until he finally sat down, a bit away from her, just staring at the ground now. He was a quiet person and she respected that. Most of the time, he didn't speak unless someone started talking to him. But that was a blessing in disguise, because it gave way to another great trait about Midoriya: he knew how to listen. It wasn't that great when the whole point of this was to get him to talk though. Okay, I know you were fine this morning and you were fine until all the way up to the last PRD, so did something happen this class? The way his body tensed told her she was exactly right. There were a few more seconds of quiet, then, I have to fight Kaken. Her eyes widened. God, the fear in his voice was just so potent. Why was he that scared? She knew Bakugo wasn't the most kind person out there, but he wasn't that bad. All he'd done was get into Midoriya's face. It wasn't like he hit him or anything. He continued, his voice barely a whisper. It turned into a full-on meltdown. God, I hate this. This was supposed to be different. UA was supposed to be different. This wasn't supposed to happen. But here I am. I'm going to lose because I'm too weak, too much of a wimp to try and defend myself, and it's not going to be anyone's fault other than mine. And His breath hitched and he sunk further in on himself. I thought this was the part where I get to win. Uraraka blinked once. Twice. But you haven't lost. You haven't even started. You can't just give up because you found out an old classmate is going to be your opponent. You have to at least try. All he did was shake his head. No, you don't understand. Kaken always wins. His quirk is amazing, his fighting skills are pro sidekick level. You saw him the first day of class. He launched that ball more than 700 meters. Kaken is just too good. And I'm just too bad. His head dropped to his knees as he curled around himself. She didn't like how much sadness suited Midoriya. She waited for the deadly silence to dissipate before replying. Why do you call him Kaken? No response. Just curled into a tighter ball. He literally screamed in your face twice, threatened to blow you up on multiple occasions, and yet you still find new ways to compliment him, while he finds new ways to curse you out. But why are you giving any credit to an a-hole like him? Nothing. No response. Just void. Is it the same reason he calls you that weird nickname Deku? The switch was disturbing this time. Don't. Her heart dropped. On instinct she leaned away. She didn't know his voice could sound so terrifying. It didn't suit him. He must have noticed her fear as he quickly shot up from his position, relaxing and looking down in shame. I'm sorry, he whispered, turning away from her. She's lost count how many times he said that phrase now, and she was starting to hate that. But she shook her head. That didn't matter right now. Even if it wasn't her place to pry, she still wanted answers. So why does he call you Deck that name? At first there was silence. A second passed. Then 2. Then 3. Then a minute. Then 2. Until finally, he was born quirkless. That's what everyone thought. But it wasn't true. I was just. She could see the pure embodiment of a dilemma coursing through his mind for a bit. But eventually he just shook his head, continuing his whisper. It surfaced about a year ago. Unexpectedly. The doctor said that certain requirements were met, and that it's rare, but it does happen. But spending 10 years being quirkless, it leaves an impression on people. He trailed off, taking a deep breath, like he was preparing himself for the next sentence. When I was 4, you know how kids always make up names for each other? Kaken started calling me. It wasn't like bullying or anything, but he paused, taking a moment to blink. The gears turning in his head were loud this time. It means useless. She waited a second to make sure he was done. You mean Deku? He just nodded, looking away solemn again. I got it a year ago. And I was really excited after a bit, because that meant I could come here, and maybe people would be nicer at my old school. I waited to tell people but it just... I don't know. I never ended up telling anyone. I didn't want my parents to have to deal with question after question, and all the attention I would have gotten it was just overwhelming. I didn't want to go through being ostracized again. So this is the first time Kaken's ever seen my quirk, and I guess it's the third time I've ever really used it in public. She frowned. Well, that's just sad. Her jaw tightened. What the F is wrong with Bakugo? Why would he do that? Just because Midoriya was quirkless at the time didn't mean he had to get made fun of for it. It wasn't like it was his fault or anything. Anyone can be born without a quirk. It's effing genetics. Damn it, he's such an a-hole, she yelled, standing up from the anger that boiled with that statement. Midoriya just flinched, now looking at her with a subtle fear. She hated that. She hated how he was looking at her right now. She hated how fear suited someone like him. Listen, Midoriya. She tried to sound confident and positive, but it was impossible to tell if it affected Midoriya in any way. Kaken, she said mockingly, doesn't know shit. You've only had your quirk for a year, right? You had to start from scratch while everyone else in this FING building had a 10-year start. And guess what? You got into UA. You aced that FING test even while everyone was ahead of you, including Bakugo. That makes you better than he'll ever be in my eyes. He blinked once. Twice. A little shocked at her statement probably. But he shook his head, his body sagging with the weight of depression on his shoulders. It doesn't matter. That written test doesn't matter. The practical exam does. He beat me on that. Boys. Wins. And if I couldn't beat Kaken back then, he looked down, full of grief and sorrow, then I can't beat Kaken now. She let the silence ring a bit to think before continuing. Why not? He's too good. You're just as good. No, I'm not. Yeah, you are. The way you control your quirk, that can't be easy. You carried me away from the 0-pointer, even I could tell that it was pure skill. You're probably just as good as Bakugo. I'm not, you don't get it, okay? When I try to fight back, there's just ash and I just freeze. I just freeze. Okay? I just sit there and take it. I do know why, but dang it. He cried, dropping his head on his knees again. He dropped slowly into quiet mumbling, like he was terrified of the sound of his own voice. It was almost amazing how small he seemed right now, even though he was taller than her. Her frown grew deeper. God, what should she do? What was she supposed to say? What was anyone supposed to say in this situation? She sat down next to him, thinking over a million sentences and tones she could use. Should she act sympathetic? Pitying? Should she be encouraging? Should she hug him? What exactly should she say? She stared at him. It felt like an hour, but it was just 5 seconds. She hesitantly placed a hand on his shoulder. She hated his slight flinch from touch. He looked up at her. They locked eyes for a moment. Then she spoke. The truth. What else can she say? If you can't fight, then all you have to do is win, right? Midoriya narrowed his eyes in confusion. What? She smiled slightly. I mean, you don't have to fight him in order to win. Sure, it's nice if you can take out your opponents, but what matters here is the bomb, nothing less, nothing more. So you don't have to fight Bakugo, all you have to do is get to the bomb before he sees you. She wanted to laugh at how wide his eyes got, at the slow turn of his neck as the gears started turning in his head. God, he was so easy to read. Most people didn't think that was a great trait, but to her it was awesome. It meant that he had nothing to hide. Her smile became a lot more real when he started muttering to himself. There was the sound she wanted to hear and laugh at while staring at everyone else's shell-shocked faces at Todoroki's battle. She quietly stood up, slowly walking away to not disturb what was obviously the tirade of thoughts going through her friend's mind right now. She got about 10 feet away before she heard it. Uraraka? She hummed, turning around. She felt a weight lift off her shoulders at the small smile he gave. He nodded. Thanks. So, shall we move on then? Most everyone just nodded their heads. The shock was once again too much for them to handle. There were a couple too stunned to even move. And once again, no one could blame them. This fight was a freaking massacre. Why were there so many? Sata whispered, curling up in the corner of the room and rocking back and forth. Him and Hagakure both had a number of tiny little scratches. Well, Izuku could only assume so for the latter. It was kinda hard to tell, since, invisible. Koda, this entire time, instead of watching the fights like everyone else, had been outside, gathering all the animals possible, mostly rats and birds, to prepare a freaking army. And it worked. A little too well, actually. Izuku had gotten back just in time to see Sata getting mauled, and Hagakure successfully running out of the building with 20 animals chasing her. Needless to say, thank God he wasn't there to see the entire thing. That was already traumatizing enough. Dude. Kirishima started to voice. The first of the students to speak. He turned to Koda slowly. You better pay for Sata's therapy sessions after this. Because holy mother of man. He trailed off, shivering at the thought of being the one in that situation. Koda turned bright red and looked down. Poor guy, he just wanted to do his best. Right? All Might coughed, clearly trying to move the situation along. Last teams head towards the building. It's safe to go now, right, young Koda? He asked, almost apprehensively. Koda nodded quickly, then returned to looking down in embarrassment. All Might didn't bother responding, just nodded as well. Right, well. He clicked his tongue. Young Bakugo and Yaoyorozu, Midoriya and Ishido, please head to the building. And grab the blueprints on your way out. The prep time starts when you get there. None of them really had anything to say to that, so off they went. This was it. The final battle of the day. He's either going to win, or he's going to die. And there's no in-between. He'd been getting away with far too much the past 2 weeks, and there was a 100% chance that this is where Bakugo will try to get revenge for it. There was no possible way his ex-best friend wasn't thinking along the same lines. He wasn't exactly calm. He could feel his panic slowly rising every single second, but it was a lot mellower than before. Uraraka had helped him see the light in this, and he was clinging onto it as hard as he could. Besides, if he just let himself take the inevitable beating from Bakugo, that would be unfair to Mina. She clearly wanted to try her best, try to win, as crazy as it sounds, so shouldn't he at least try for her sake? Probably. Or maybe he was being stupid again. Well, speaking of Mina. Mido, you still in a moping mood, or you finally pull your head over your butt? He turned around to see a smiling Mina, clearly looking apprehensive from before but trying to stay positive regardless. He gave a smile back, even though the action made him want to puke. His nervousness was steadily rising, and faking confidence made it worse. But a fake smile was the least she deserved, after he'd been so rude to her before. His smiling made her eyes light up. That's good. At least he's doing something right. Cool. So what's the plan, boss man? She rhymed, running to catch up to him. He was walking quickly, Bakugo and Yaozu were behind them, and he did not want to give them the chance to catch up. Mina struggled to keep up with his brisk pace, but she managed. He talked at the same speed too. Well, I didn't see any other entrances on the cameras other than the front one, so that seems like our only option. We can't open the blueprints until All Might tells us we can, so he can start the prep timer, but we know there's 5 floors, each with stairs connecting them. The only logical plan for the villains to take is to move the bomb to the highest floor and hide it there. But since the bomb is medium-sized, it'll take a large chunk of their prep time, which means Mito. But considering we're going against Kakin, that likely doesn't matter. He's going to want to pulverize us on the first floor and get the match done within 2 minutes, which means our only option is to stealth it and hope for the best unless Mito. He whipped his head immediately to Mina. He resisted the frown trying to form on his face. What? Well, now. She was blunt and to the point. I have no effing clue what you just said, she deadpanned. He blinked. Oh, did he start to mutter again? Oh, me bad. Sorry. It's cool. I just tuned you out so you could think it out. But we're here. And All Might's about to start the timer, so you need to say you're ready. He blinked once. Twice. He looked around. Oh, they were at the building already? That was fast. He didn't know if dread was building inside of him or not upon realizing it's about to start. 'Cause on one hand, part of him was screaming to run away as fast possible, and on the other hand, part of him just wanted to get it over with. And on the other hand that was formed by a quirk, a small part of him actually wanted to win. And he didn't know how to feel about that. Oh, right, he chirped, putting a hand up to his ear to turn on the comms they were all given. He didn't hesitate. I'm ready, sorry for the wait. A click, then a booming. All right then, everyone is ready. You all have 10 minutes to prepare. Start. The comms buzzed, and with a click it was silent once again. All right. Mina smiled, ripping open the blueprints they were given. He kept his eyes on the front door of the building, where Bakugo and Yaozu were undoubtedly behind. He was expecting Bakugo to make a declaration of Izuku's future death on the way here, but surprisingly nothing happened. Or if it did, he didn't hear it. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. Well, it does, but it doesn't. Right now, he needed to confirm something really important, not think about his possible future murder. He needed the answer to the question he'd been asking for the past 10 minutes. How many entrances were actually in this building? Because if this is supposed to simulate real life, then shouldn't there be 5 floors? We already knew that, but at least we can completely confirm it. What does this say? Oh, look at this. Mito? 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 She asked, looking up from the paper. She spun around until she finally saw him, surprisingly a large amount of distance away. She cupped her hands around her mouth to make her voice louder. Hey Mito, where you going? We should be looking at the blueprints right now. He just simply turned and waved a hand for her to follow, giving her a small smile. This one didn't turn his stomach upside down though. I have an idea, was all he said, walking towards the back of the building. Mina looked at the blueprints, then back at him, before shrugging and following along. The building was facing a normal street, so it was tucked pretty tightly between the other 2 buildings besides it. Nothing they couldn't fit through. All Might? Are there seriously no cameras at the back of the building? So, I'm sure they'll show up again at some point. Eep! Mina screamed, a rat darting by into the infinite void that's called shadows. She scowled. God, if Inkoda didn't just give Sada PTSD, he gave it to all of us, she angrily voiced, stomping her foot and growling at the rat running away. Izuku didn't answer, just continuing to snake his way through the alley, checking the building thoroughly. He was on the right side for now. The only things on the building that could be seen were some windows and AC units. Nothing they could use to climb. Or for Mina to use to climb. He couldn't climb walls per se in his sludge form, but he was very close to being able to as long as he had enough momentum. But if he alone went to the top, leaving Mina at the bottom, she'd be crushed by Bakugo, leaving him alone against 2 enemies. It was by far the safer option to stay together, given the information they had. He reached the end of his alley, his options either to turn left and snake around the back of the building or check out the buildings surrounding it. He took a left and immediately a smile formed. Jepa. Mina, look. This alley was a lot wider than the one before, wide enough for two people to walk side by side comfortably. Probably for the fire escape bolted to the wall, with doors attached to every single floor. AKA their way of avoiding the first floor. AKA their way of avoiding Bakugu. Oh cool. The fire escape. Sweet. Why are you excited about that? Mina asked, curiously staring at the big smile that painted on Izuku's face. Usually he hated staring, but he was too happy to care right now. Because this gives us full control. Kaken is going to go to the first floor because he thinks that's the only entrance to the building. And he wants to win this by crushing both of us himself. Which means this gives us the chance to skip him entirely and go directly for the bomb, which is most likely on the 5th floor. All we have to do is head up and take out Yaoyorozu as fast as possible so that Kaken doesn't have the chance to get there, then we touch the bomb. His heart was pounding, but this was different than all the times before. This wasn't fear, this was excitement. He was almost glad that this was happening now. He almost wanted the battle to start as soon as possible. No, he did want it to start right now. His blood was pumping, he felt lighter. Was this adrenaline? Was this an adrenaline rush? It felt good. It felt really good. God, this was so. Okay, two things. That's awesome, but those stairs look really old. You sure they won't immediately collapse? Mina pointed out. She looked like she was putting serious thought into what he said. It was the most serious he'd ever seen her. He breathed slowly, he was too excited. Breathe in. Breathe out. And out. High emotions meant more mistakes, and he can't afford to mess up right now. I mean, we should probably test it before making any plans, right? Mina asked, walking over to the first steps of the fire escape. He followed along. She waited for him to get closer so that they could both step onto it, to test if it could handle both of their weights. She looked up at him. Okay, 3, 2, 1 ages. The sheer loudness of the creaking was enough to scare them off. Okay. Definitely can't stand on that at the same time. Nope, nope, nope. Mina shouted, walking in circles before spinning around to face Izuku. But Izuku simply paused, waiting a few seconds before stepping on it again, this time alone. There was a much softer creak, but nothing too worrying. He climbed the second step. Then the third. It wasn't too loud, so Yaoyorozu or Bakugu probably wouldn't be able to hear them. He climbed back down. It seems fine as long as only one person climbs it, which means all we have to do is head up individually. It's a simple fix. But he trailed off, another problem forming in his eyes. But what? Mina asked, walking back to the fire escape. She flinched when a rat scurried by them, probably running from the deafening creaking too. Well, on the cameras we both saw, there were so many rooms on all the floors. The bomb could be anywhere. I just don't know if we'll be able to find it in time. If we take too long, Kaken might assume we somehow slipped past him and head up early. So if we both use this entrance, we're limited on how much we can explore efficiently. I mean, it's much better to have someone search the first half while someone else does the other half. Instead of starting at the same point like we are. But if we do that, then someone has to go through the front entrance or cut through one of the other floors, and that makes the risk higher of being caught by the other team. Mina followed along, holding a hand up to her face while she thought. They both sat and thought for a while, Izuku looking around at the wall. Maybe there was something else. There were windows, none that could be opened without breaking them and making a sound. AC units, not much you could do with those. Vent outlets, wait. Mina, could you give me the blueprints for a second? She didn't hesitate, immediately tossing over the giant piece of paper rolled into a scroll. He opened it, pressing it flat against the dirty wall, eyes scanning the entire paper until he found it. His eyes followed every path laid out in the drawing, every crevice marked with white on blue, his smile growing wider as he found the route. Okay, he said, positioning himself so that Mina could see. That vent right there, he pointed at one just above a couple of boxes, leads to a vent on the other side of the 5th floor. I could definitely fit in there with my quirk, no issue. It won't hurt timing-wise either, since the round is 10 minutes long, the same as my quirk's duration. She gave a cunning smile. Oh right, You turn into a big blob, right? Man, I thought you had an intelligence quirk or some shit, so I was really shocked when you did that on the first day. He ignored the compliment. That should let us cover more ground while staying relatively close, so even if one of us is caught, the other can still be hidden. But that shouldn't matter as much since Kaken's going to be on the first floor. Yeah, that was actually my second question. How do you know Bakugu's going to be on the first floor? Mina asked. He looked at her with a much softer seriousness. He felt like his life should be flashing before his eyes. It was only fitting, honestly. He'd spent the majority of every day of his life with Bakugu, most of the time unwillingly. And every single one of those moments were telling him this. I've been with Kaken since the day I was born. We've been to every school together. I know his personality like the back of my hand, and right now, all he's thinking about is how much he wants to crush us. He likes lowering his advantages to make a bigger challenge for himself, so when he wins it feels even better. He's going by himself on the first floor to shorten his odds, that way it'd be a better victory when he wins. Trust me, he'll be waiting for us to show up. And we aren't going to. There were a few seconds of silence while Mina thought. She was staring at him the whole time, and though the urge to squirm and hide from her gaze was there, it was a lot less potent. All right, she finally said, a smile back on her face. But you messed up at one part. Izuku scrunched his face in confusion. What? You said, when he wins, I think you mean if he wins. Screw off, ponytail. This ISF pointless. We should be getting ready for confrontation, not playing hide and seek. She bit her tongue literally. It was taking everything in her power not to say something mean back. What is with this guy? She grunted as the weight of the bomb shifted. This thing wasn't truly heavy, but it was heavy enough for her to struggle. And it's not like Bakugu was helping all that much. She spoke as if she wasn't trying to remember how to create a muzzle. Leather, how do you make leather again? Cool. I get it. You want to fight and beat them within 2 minutes. That's awesome. Go for it. I, for one, do not trust your abilities enough to be able to do that. We don't know each other. And I find it really hard to believe you can win a 2v1 as easily as you claim. She felt the door slam against her back. Did he just stop holding the door while she was dragging it through? This freaking guy. You think I'm an idiot? You think you're better than me? When did I ever say that? She yelled back, rolling her eyes. God, you are so full of yourself. This is a team exercise. We're supposed to work together. And right now, we both need to move this bomb, then we can go fight the other team. Together. She hated herself for saying those last few sentences. Why would they ever go and hunt the hero team? That put themselves at huge risk. It was far better to move the bomb to a safe location than set up traps to stall for time. But alas, compromise was the best option here. What? You think I can't do it by myself? You think I need your help? You'll see. You'll see when I pulverize that shitty nerd into the ground. I'm going to kill that lying bee, he raged as she finally managed to pull the bomb through the door. You know, you really shouldn't talk like that. Saying you're going to stupid bomb. Saying you're going to kill someone is the least heroic thing, like, ever. Stop making empty threats and help me out. You think I'm AF liar? How is that the only thing you heard? She yelled, now dragging the bomb to the next flight of stairs, to the 4th floor. Screw it. This guy is freaking insane. Wasn't UA supposed to be the best school in the country? How is this guy let in? She growled. You know, if you say you're going to kill Midoriya one more time, I might actually believe you. Bam. For a second, she genuinely thought he punched her. It was so loud that it really seemed like a possibility. Slowly, though, she realized she wasn't in any pain, and she was still standing upright. She looked around, saw the door she had closed before now open. Oh, he must have flung the door open so hard it was like an explosion. Fitting, considering his quirk and personality. She rolled her eyes. At least she didn't have to listen to him anymore. Why was he so mad? Why did he keep saying he was going to kill Midoriya? That kid had done nothing but been sweet to everyone, an unbelievable, too nice kind of sweet. What was this guy's deal? She shook her head. You know what? Doesn't matter. None of her business. What matters now is that she won't be able to carry this bomb up the stairs by herself. Bakugo had been mostly holding doors open for her, but he occasionally helped her carry it up the stairs. And as much as she hated it, she couldn't do it without his help. She looked around. She was on the 3rd floor, so this would have to do. If she was lucky, Bakugo would manage to hold up a good fight against Midoriya and Mina, stalling enough time so that they wouldn't be able to search all the floors. But Midoriya's quirk was tricky. She didn't know the extent of his capabilities, and it was very possible that he could search large areas all at once. She dragged the bomb. At least now she didn't have to waste her breath yelling back at the wild insults and accusations. The farthest room from the stairs will have to do. She quickly made a door stopper, the rubber popping out of her palm while she dragged the bomb inside. This was a surprisingly large room for an office building, which was kinda bad. Having an open field was actually disadvantage for herself, since the opposition both had quirks that work well in that type of arena. But she had no choice. It's the furthest from the stairs and therefore will take longer to find. She dragged the bomb to the opposite end of the door. She's going to have to be the last battalion against Midoriya and Mina, a very unfortunate circumstance. She saw how well they did on the running track at day 0. They both can go really fast if they wanted to and probably beat her to the bomb. Which meant she'll have to create something equally as fast to stop them. She looked around. Ignoring the camera mounted in the corner, there was absolutely nothing in this room. She knew there was fake furniture in other places, but dragging a bunch of desks and chairs won't help. The hero team was way too agile to let a bunch of objects in the way stop them from touching the bomb. She looked at the ground. Oh, this will be good. That will work perfectly. It won't work on, but as long as she gets trapped, then this will work. Even better, she could put them wherever she wanted. She should lay some on the stairwells too, not just the 3rd floor ones but the 1st and 2nd. That way it wasn't obvious which floor is the most guarded one. Yes, this will work. She may actually have a chance. And she'll even win by herself. More points for her. Time is up. Heroes, enter the building. She and Midoriya gave one more glance before. Smiling at each other, giving a nod. She watched as his body melted, ink enveloping his already black clothes and into a large liquid mess. The dark and slimy mass snaked and coiled up the wall, bubbling at the vent's grate before slipping through. The building groaned at the change, the vent cover fall off from the pressure of the liquid. The slime was able to move faster, and Midoriya disappeared in a matter of seconds. Alright, that seemed to work fine. Time for her to move too. She apprehensively took one step, sighing a breath of relief when the thing didn't go crashing down immediately. One step after the next. 1st floor. She peeked through the window of the rusted door. No one was there, but considering this was at the back of the building that made sense. Bakugo was probably hiding to ambush them near the front of the building. She smiled. God, he was going to get so mad when he realized they weren't coming in. She'd pay every dollar she owned to see that. She kept climbing, slowly as to not make that much noise. The farther she went up, the louder it would creak, so Midoriya told her to be careful. They didn't know if anyone could hear it from the inside, and she would much rather not get ambushed from above. Thank you very much. 2nd floor, nothing in the window. She kept going, her pace slowing down with every step. 3rd floor. She peeked through the window for fun once again. Just in case, you never know if someone might actually. She had to physically slam her jaw shut to keep herself from acting out her surprise. She ducked down slightly, keeping herself out of view from the window. Was that Yaoyorozu? She took a second before peeking up again. Okay, she wasn't crazy. Yaoyorozu's here. She was crouching down near the entrance of the inside stairwell, placing something on the ground. What was that? She squinted, but it was no use. She had terrible eyesight. The only thing she was seeing was a gray blob in her hand. She watched as Yaoyorozu draped something over the floor before quickly walking back down the hallway, surprisingly towards Mina. She ducked down, pinning herself against the rusty door and praying to God Yaoyorozu didn't see her. But eventually she heard a door click open from inside, and a small boom signaling it had shut. She let out a sigh of relief. She hadn't been caught. Still, what was that about? Why did Yaoyorozu go into a random room? Shouldn't she be on the 5th floor protecting the bomb? She put a hand up to her ear. Mito? Think we have a problem. She heard weird squelching sounds for a moment, then a normal voice. Her body shivered at the disgusting sounds coming from the earpiece. She had to lower the volume in order to avoid ripping it out of her ear. What was that? She asked, not really knowing if she wanted an answer. Oh, sorry, I have transformed back in order to respond. His voice was quiet, and of course it was. He was in the vents, his voice could be carried out anywhere. In the FING building if he was too loud. What's the problem? I just saw Yairazu enter a room on the 3rd floor. But shouldn't she be on the 5th? That makes the most sense to hide the bomb, right? She questioned aloud. There was a pause, then the earpiece crackled back to life. That's weird. Maybe they thought we would realize they would hide the bomb on the 5th floor, so they decided to be unpredictable? It's probably not a trap. They don't know we're using the fire escape, unless they heard the sounds during prep time. He trailed off. It was quiet, then. I think it's still worth checking out. What room did she go into? I don't know, I had to hide so that she wouldn't see me, but it's definitely a room near the fire escape entrance. Alright, go for it. See if the bomb is there, if not, run to the 5th floor to meet me there. You're definitely faster than Yairazu, so you should be able to put some distance if she sees you. But I'll change my path so that I'll be closer to you just in case the bomb is actually there. Got it, bossman, she cheerfully whispered, lowering her hand and hearing the audible click of the comms turning off. She stood up, carefully placing a hand on the rusted doorknob. But she paused. This thing is really rusted, so if she opens it, she'll probably make a lot of noise. Maybe she should. A giant ball of a clear, gel-like substance immediately leaked out of her hand, the sizzling equivalent to a steak cooking on a frying pan. A devilish smile appeared on her face. God, there was nothing better in this world than melting locks to doors you're not supposed to open. Dude, it's been like 10 minutes since we last saw Midoriya and Mina. Where are they? The round literally already started and they aren't even in the building. Kaminari drawled, swaying side to side to dramatize his annoyance. Yeah, when are they going to fight? Hiding away is not manly, dude. Kirishima added, practically jumping on Kaminari for fun and staring intensely at the screens. The only two who were clearly visible were Yairazu and Bakugo right now, which was even more boring than not seeing anyone at all. Yairazu was busy incredulously setting up her traps in the stairwell, a really boring process to watch, before running back to the bomb room and shutting the door with barely a sound. Bakugo was pressed up against a wall on the 1st floor, looking angrier at every passing second the hero team didn't enter. It's not like they could though, since they were clearly not at the front entrance. Or in any room of the building. Jiru piped up. I mean, it's a good strategy in general. To hide and wait for the perfect moment to strike. But the villain team isn't on a timer, the hero team is. So I don't know why they would be using it. You are correct. Ida added. Guerrilla warfare tactics have consistently proven to be the most effective type of strategy in most cases. However, that's only if you have time to. And in the hero team's case, they only have 10 minutes. Waiting for the villains to get bored and put themselves at a disadvantage is a foolish strategy indeed, he finished, crossing his arms on his chest. It was similar to the way a father would to their child when they are disappointed. Bro who cares about strategy? Kaminari continued. I just want to see Mina get punched in the face. You're only saying that because Mina made fun of you for getting one-shot by the French guy earlier. Shinso cut in, pointing at Aoyama, who immediately struck a pose. He was clearly doing it for attention, and literally no one batted an eye to it. And what if I am? It'd still be funny. Kaminari pouted, crossing his arms and turning away from Shinso. The lavender-haired kid rolled his eyes. Why did I even bother saying anything? He mumbled to himself before walking away. Look! Uraraka shouted, jumping on Kaminari the same way Kirishima did before, almost making him lose his balance. She pointed at one of the screens. Mina! Everyone's attention immediately snapped back to the screens, mostly in confusion. True enough, the girl was there, appearing out of nowhere and quietly walking towards one of the doors. She looked intense, focused. A lot different than her usual playful expressions. She briefly peeked inside the first room to her right, before closing it silently and moving on to the next. Wait, how did she get to the third floor? She didn't go up the stairway. Ida asked, to no one but to everyone at the same time. It didn't make sense. From their perspective, it looked like Mina had just appeared straight from the void. Invisibility. That's not her quirk. That's Hagakure's. Maybe she scaled the wall? It's a concrete building, not brick. How the hell would she get any kind of grip? That's not the part you should be focusing on, Karo. Everyone turned to look at Tsu. If she's been here the whole time, then she probably saw Yaoyorozu go into that room earlier, which means, holy shit, she's going to find the bomb. Kirishima immediately cut in. And right on cue, Mina opened the door to the bomb room, pausing in shock for only a moment before immediately charging a stunned Yaoyorozu. The audio from the cameras cut in, and they all watched as Mina put a hand up to her ear, smiling maniacally as her acid leaked from her skin. Mido! I found the bomb. Hell yeah! Something finally is going to happen. Kaminari cheered, unraveling himself from the weight of Kirishima and Uraraka playfully leaning on him to stand up straight. How'd you get here so fast? Yaoyorozu yelled, before putting a hand up to her own ear and holding out her arm. Pink and blue bubbles started to fly magically off her skin. Bakugo, they're here. On the third floor. They all saw how dark the scowl on Bakugo's face immediately became, all flinching at the bloodlust pouring through the screens. He didn't respond back, didn't put a hand up to his comms, only hitting and blasting at a wall angrily. Damn it. It was just one word, but it was enough to tell this dude was said. Seething with rage kind of said. The real type of hate. The kind you don't get over for hours. He ran out of view of the first camera, appearing in the next one, and the next, and the next. He was clearly running to the third floor as fast as humanly possible, destroying the peaceful atmosphere the rest of the building had as he ran. Well, he set off. Dark Shadow said, clearly stating the obvious. Tokoyami hummed in agreement. However, he doesn't know which room the bomb is in since he left earlier, and since it's far away from the stairs, there's a chance he won't make it in time. How truly foolish. Tokoyami pointed out. A couple of classmates nodded to that point. Mina and Yaoyorozu didn't have particularly loud quirks, so it's not like Bakugo could just follow the sounds of battle. He also doesn't know about the trap Yaoyorozu placed on the stairwell, the same one he's running up right now. There's a chance he might be delayed due to falling for them. If only. Shinso laughed. And right on cue, Bakugo reached the stairwell and boom! The gray blanket covering flew off, revealing the destroyed hardware of the bombs, covered in a strange, sticky substance. It latched onto Bakugo's feet, throwing him off balance and forcing him to put his hands on the stairwell. Another bomb exploded, now covering his arms. Shinso started cackling in the background, but it was drowned out by the wordless growl Bakugo let out, the substance bulging and twisting from the heat of his palms. A quick snap, and parts of himself became free, the substance being blown to the walls. He furiously yanked his arms out, but it wasn't enough. Some tendrils stayed locked on his forearm. Most returned their focus to the camera on Yaoyorozu and Mina. Ignoring the bloodlust leaking from Bakugo was far better than staring directly at it right now. Yaoyorozu's pink and blue bubbles had now formed a shield big enough to cover her entire body and a fighting staff. It only made sense, considering Mina's quirk is acid. The shield's size was necessary in order to not get hit. But that shield will slow her down. Is it really wise to compromise your speed when facing a faster opponent? Shuji said, towering over most of the students with only his quiet, monotone voice. Yeah, but what else can she do? Get covered in acid burns and keep going through the pain? That's martyr fighting. She'd run out of steam too quickly. Ojiro added, standing upright to see past his classmates' heads. They all saw as Mina skirted across the floor, a wave of transparent gel forming underneath her. It was kind of like a snowboard, the way she rocked back and forth in a wavelength, charging straight for Yaoyorozu, not letting her know which direction she's going to go in. Yaoyorozu seemingly got tired of the weight, throwing the rod in her hand straight for Mina. She dodged it easily, curving to the left and staying on that path. She was far from Yaoyorozu physically, almost to the point of passing her completely. But the distance surprisingly didn't faze Yaoyorozu, as she only grabbed some pistol-type object on her utility belt with nothing but composure. She aimed and shot, zero hesitation, a large, black net spreading open, flying towards Mina. But just before it enveloped her, Mina brought her arm up, a giant wave of acid shielding her from the rope. They clashed together, dropping onto the ground in a bubbling acidic mess. She crossed the last couple meters without trouble. She was now behind Yaoyorozu and closer to the bomb. In other words, Mina was home free. And oh! Kaminari cried, holding his hands and head up towards the sky. Surprisingly, Shinso was the one to comfort him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Calm down," he began, his voice sounding slightly evil. "Remember, she doesn't know that Yaoyorozu placed those on the ground there too," he said, a devilish smile appearing on his face. "Aren't you on the hero team side, Shinso?" "You know, 'cause Midoriya is on that side?" Jiro asked, turning to look at him. "I support no one and everyone. As long as Bakubich doesn't get to do anything, they can all lose," he shrugged. "Why just Bakugu?" Zero asked. "Because it'll pisses him off. You're an a-hole." "You bet." Boom. Everyone's heads snapped towards the screen, excitement coursing through their veins as their eyes landed on the scene. Kaminari's smile grew wide, his body jumping up with pure joy. "Yeeseasis. New." She struggled against it, but the more she moved the more her body seemed to lock into place. What the hell is this sheet?" she yelled. Yaoyorozu relaxed, resting the heavy shield she had put up to block herself from the explosion. She smiled at the trapped Mina, who was enveloped in a strange beige substance. "A special type of glue I made. I put it in a landmine type of design and then used sheets to cover it, that way it won't look too obvious at first glance. You were so focused on me that you didn't even see it. And on top of that, it's highly resistant to acid. It'll take you a few minutes to burn through it, which leaves me plenty of time to use this," she explained, holding out her capture tape and ominously walking towards Mina. Mina's eyes went wide. "Wait, so that's what you were doing at the stairwell?" Yaoyorozu paused, confusion etched on her face. "Yeah. But how do you know I was in the stairway?" "Bem. What the F dash?" Kaminari shouted, physically jumping back. Everyone else was too stunned to speak. He was the only one who managed to narrate his thoughts aloud. He breathed deep, using every ounce of oxygen to scream as loudly as he could. When the hell did he get in the vents? The first thought he had coming out of the vents was, "Thank God." Geez, those things were dirty. And the items in there were so random. How the hell did a baby pacifier get inside? He hadn't been this trash-filled since when he first got this quirk, when he killed that poor man under the... You know what? Not now. Later. That's a thought for later. His second thought he had was about the bomb. The moment he busted through the gate, he saw it. It was right there, 20 feet away from him. All he had to do was go in that direction. Then he looked around. Mina was on the floor, covered in a beige sticky substance, clearly trapped. Yaoyorozu had a giant shield in front of her that was covered in said substance, visibly shocked at Izuku's perfectly timed arrival. He blinked at them awkwardly. His third thought was, "It's finally time to fight. Go 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 go." The vent he came out of was directly in front of the bomb on the opposite side of the room. He'd have to get past Yaoyorozu if he wanted to get to it. Something Mina tried and clearly failed to do. "Mido! Watch out, she put freaking landmines on the floor. They're filled with some type of sheet I can't melt through." Mina shouted, still struggling against the sticky substance holding her captive. He only glanced in her direction as a response, shaking his head slightly. "Go go go go." Yaoyorozu shook off whatever surprise she had left, immediately pulling out a pistol and shooting at Izuku. A black net appeared, aiming directly for him. Damn it, she had good aim. He swerved to the left and kept going, now turning to the right. Yaoyorozu shot again, another perfectly timed shot, to which Izuku had to backpedal. He could easily slip through the net, but that would take longer than to just simply dodge. "Go go go go. Come on." Yaoyorozu muttered, pink and blue bubbles forming across her arm as some white capsule popped out. She stuffed it in her gun and fired again, hitting the wall while Izuku barely managed to dodge. That bullet was faster than the nets. It immediately bursted open into a white powder, falling like snowflakes in the first signs of winter. He gritted his teeth. This wasn't going as well as he hoped. Clearly, that was meant to disable his quirk somehow. Yaoyorozu was really good at chemistry. She directly told him that she had to know the molecular structure of every object she wants to create. It'd be no problem for her to come up with a way to stop his quirk. What she did to Mina only served as evidence to that. If Izuku got past her, he wouldn't be able to use the floor as a running ground. It's covered in landmines and he doesn't know what will happen if he touches that substance. And the room isn't that tall, so if he rides on the wall, he won't have a lot of options to dodge a well-aimed shot. He needed momentum to glide on walls, so his dodging choices were limited to up or down. And that's pretty easy to predict. Go, 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 go. He turned suddenly, charging at Yaoyorozu full speed. He had no choice. He needed to disable her somehow so she didn't hit him with whatever was in those capsules. Every time he got close, she fired, and he had to dodge again. And again. And again. His teeth formed a malicious scowl behind his slime. Damn it, he's just wasting time. Kaken definitely knows that they're here, which means it'll only be a matter of seconds before he showed up, and he needed to get to the bomb before that happens, except he's not doing that, which means Kaken will show up, which means he's going to hurt him, and there's going to be pain and blood and ash and smoke and ash and smoke and ash and... Hey Yaoyorozu, watch where you're stepping. His heart skipped a beat when he heard shouting, but he quickly realized it was Mina who yelled, not Bakugo. The momentary fear went away, but his relief quickly turned into confusion. Why did she shout that? Was Yaoyorozu about to step on a bomb? Why would she warn her? Why would she? He blinked. Wait, that's why. To do exactly what Mina did to him. 'Cause doubt. He watched with cruel eyes as Yaoyorozu immediately whipped to her left, thinking she was about to step on a bomb. It made no logical sense for her to do that. After all, why would her enemy warn her about that? But sometimes, instinct trumps logic. Go, 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 go. He didn't hesitate, immediately springing onto Yaoyorozu while he could. She had looked away, she hadn't seen him coming. Her body was swallowed by ink and pushed backwards, a hard thing to do as a liquid but doable. She didn't go flying, but that was probably the best way to put it, all the way to where Mina was. There was a small squelching sound as she landed in the same glue Mina was trapped in, and a small yelp from her surprise. The moment lasted a lot shorter than it should have. He even hesitated for a second to keep it going, just staring at the two with a weird form of astonishment. Yaoyorozu was looking at him too, with a little bit of sadness, but he got the feeling she was impressed with his actions more than anything else. He tried to exhale air before quickly shaking his metaphorical head. No lungs, he can't breathe. Actually, how was he able to talk if that were the case? Because you need air in order to speak. Boom. Boiling hot, red. Cruel smiles. And ash. There you are, Deku. Jiru was the first to speak up in a while. Her voice was quiet compared to the explosion that just happened, a stark contrast indeed. Is it just me, or is Bakugo taking this a bit too seriously? She asked, turning around with wide eyes. Maybe he's just really hyped about our first battle training? Kaminari suggested, but even he knew it was wrong. This was just different than any typical reaction everyone else had. More specific. Tsu chimed in. Well, he seems to be focusing mostly on Midoriya, Karo. Maybe they've got a history? Shinso cut in quickly. Well, apparently they went to the same middle school, at least, that's the kind of impression we got from Midoriya. Whatever's between them, they don't like to talk about it. Shinso said, adding that last part to try and end the conversation. He didn't like talking about a person's past when they weren't there to hear it and set boundaries. The whole thing was kind of invasive to him, and to be honest, Midoriya didn't seem like he wanted to talk about it, ever. He respected that. Kirishima cut in. Well, that's just straight up not true. Remember 3 days ago? Bakugo basically screamed it for the world to hear. I mean, he's being really FING weird about it, But I get why he's hyperfixating on Midoriya. They've clearly known each other a while. I would get freaked out too if someone I knew for a while just suddenly showed up with a quirk. I don't get why he's effing growling. He pointed at the screen showing Bakugo running like a goddamn panther to the bomb room, but I get why he's mad. I mean, why would someone hide a quirk? The rest of the class sort of mumbled to themselves after that. Half of them didn't even hear the whole cafeteria screaming match Bakugo started right before the break-in incident, only knowing about it through misleading rumors. A few seconds passed until Midoriya didn't hide it. It just came late. Really late. And he didn't know how to tell anyone, so he just didn't. Uraraka looked away as she spoke, a shadow falling over her eyes. Everyone stared at her with confusion, mostly wondering why she knew that. But she shook her head, turning to them. Anyway, we shouldn't be talking about this. It's none of our business after all. Let's just watch the boom. There was a crackle as the speakers relayed the audio. It made Bakugo's voice even more terrifying. There you are, Deku. But. He wasn't thinking, he just moved. He just moved for the wall. The floor was still covered in bombs, so it was the only way to run. Nothing went through his mind. Nothing had to. The amount of pure, overwhelming fear was enough. In an instant, the wall became his new floor. He didn't know how the hell he was going this fast, but he didn't care. He needed to run. Run away from that thing that was hunting him down. The wall was smooth, it was hard to cling onto, but the speed he was moving it helped his momentum. Boom. He only blinked. That fraction of a second. That was the only time he wasn't looking into the world. He blinked. And Bakugo was there. Arm raised. Explosion bound. Cruel smile. Fiery ash. That was the only word that popped into mind. He's not going to feel that again. He's not going to feel the heat burn his skin anymore. He's not going to smell the ash and the smoke either. He's done. He's done with this crap. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he has to do to get the hell away from Bakugo, he'll do it. He has to. He has to. He can't take this anymore. Take. The explosion was coming from his right. Take. Bakugo's right arm was stretched out, and his eyes are no, don't look at his eyes. His arm. Right arm. It's stretched out. Not too far a distance, and his body is flexible. He could grab onto it. Take. A liquid tendril shot out, ink secured itself on the giant grenade-shaped gauntlet Bakugo had. Take. The echoes of Collector, a voice that wasn't there, that he couldn't hear, yet was influenced all the same. Grab onto him and fling him into the wall and use him as that one last push he needed right now, or even better to take. He blinked. What was he even thinking right now? No, it doesn't matter. Kaken's in front of him. He has to run. He was halfway into the movement from before, an inky blot keeping Bakugo in his grasp while momentum slowly pulled the two together. This was bad. He needed to keep his distance, not get closer. Kaken was so unbelievably good at close combat, and Izuku's quirk is more suited to ranged attacks and quick takedowns than anything else. But he's halfway in midair, and he can't go back to gliding on the wall. The change in momentum would make him slide off. So what should he do? He's never tried this before, but if he's dying anyway, might as well try something new. Squelch. Separating was hard, okay? He didn't know how to navigate when his liquid body was apart. It was like trying to go left and right at the same time. It just didn't make sense. It's why he never does it. Well, it's why he never did it. He wasn't in the position to see it, but Bakugo's eyes went wide with absolute shock as his body split open, leaving the perfect avenue for the explosive blonde to keep rocketing forward. As soon as Bakugo had passed through, the ink snapped back into place, still flying in the direction of the bomb. Wait, the bomb. The match. He'd forgotten about the match. This'll all be over if he just ended the match. His liquid body melted, retracted, flesh, skin, and bone could be seen as the mess got smaller and smaller. Bits of human started to appear. He needed to in order to touch the bomb. Green hair, white streak, dark clothes, dark gloves, green eyes. No smile. The fight is completed. Midoriya Izuku touched the bomb. Hero team wins. And ash and smoke was no more. Holy shit, dude, that was sick. You guys did awesome. Yeah, Mina, how'd it feel to get one shot? Oh, shut your trap, taser face. What did you say to me, alien freak? Everyone in E. Ida's voice was a lot more distinct than everyone else's, so it was easy to hear. The chatter immediately stopped as everyone turned to look at him. I know we are all very excited about the fight, but please, remember, this is a class. We must discuss this in an orderly fashion. Izuku blinked lazily. It was the only thing he could do. He felt exhausted. All Might cut in. Ahem, well yes. Young Ida is correct. Now is the time to discuss the fight strategically. All right, first order of business. Who is the MVP of that round? He blinked repeatedly to try and wake himself up. Oh, an easy question. He could answer that. He pointed at Yaoyorozu, while everyone else pointed at him. Are you freaking kidding? His eyes widened. He didn't really know what to say at first before he shook his head in disbelief. What? No, just no. His mumble turned into a shout. She clearly carried the entire villain team. She was the one who hid the bomb, she was the one who made the traps, and she was the one who defended it. Solo. And she almost won. He felt crazy, waving his arms around like a madman when he spoke, but he didn't care right now. Because he was not about to let himself steal a title someone else clearly deserved. Okay. Settle down. Would anyone like to explain why Midoriya is the true MVP? Several students raised their hands, and to his utter shock, Yaoyorozu did as well. Yaoyorozu? She put her hand down. Well, I'm only assuming this since I was obviously not there for it, but he managed to communicate to his teammate while I was not able to. Bakugo was being difficult and I lowered myself to his level. All we did was yell a barrage of insults at each other. His were much more potent, but regardless, I should have stayed calm. And there's also the matter of planning. She paused, turning to Mina who was still silently arguing with Kaminari. Mina, how did you know I was setting up traps in the stairwell? Mina looked a little surprised at being called on, clearly not paying attention, but she shook her head back into focus. Oh, well, I saw you through the window. We went around the backside of the building and found a fire escape, Mito's idea. Midoriya went through the vents while I went up the stairs, that way we'd be on opposite sides of the floor so we could search faster. And I accidentally saw you running into a room after laying some stuff on the ground through the door's window, so I followed you and bam. The rest happened. The ripple of gasps and ohs sent shivers up his spine. Yaoyorozu just nodded, smiling. So I was right. You found a different entrance other than the front one. You would have had to in order to avoid Bakugo who had stormed off into the first floor. No one else in the other battles thought to survey the area before looking at the blueprints, except for Midoriya. And of course, there's also the matter of him beating me, getting past Bakugo, and him being the one who actually touched the bomb. All of that, I would say, makes him the MVP. He opened his mouth to protest but shut it. He hated it, but she made logical points he couldn't argue against. But still, in the end he didn't really do much. He almost lost them the match when he panicked at the sound of Bakugo. Why couldn't any of them see that? He felt someone pat his back. Midoriya. He looked to the sound, seeing Uraraka stand there, her arm draped around him. She smiled sweetly, and for the life of him, Izuku couldn't understand why. For once in your life, take the FING win. He blinked uselessly, then just nodded and looked down. He did not have the courage to argue anymore. All right, does anyone have any more questions? Surprisingly, Todoroki raised his hand. It was the first time he saw the kid willingly speak to anyone before. Yes, Todoroki? He took a second before replying, studying Izuku of all people for a moment. He had a quiet voice, an assertive one too. Who trained you? His eyes went wide. He felt like a rat being watched by an eagle overhead. Wait, on second thought, not a rat. God knows he's seen too many rats today. Never again. He trailed off, not really knowing how to answer that. Everyone in the room had suddenly gone quiet, and he could feel eyes burning into him again. He wanted adrenaline again, that would soothe him, that would make everything a lot less intense than it was now. He purposefully ignored looking in Bakugo's direction. He could smell smoke just from the boy's fiery gaze. His neck ached slightly. He brought up a hand to massage it. No one, he said, though it sounded more like a question. Everyone's eyes widened, clearly not expecting that answer. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. There was a PRGNT pause. Are you lying? What? No, he said, flinching at his own voice. He said that too loud. Why did he do that? He looked so suspicious now. No, I'm self-taught. I just worked really hard, and no one taught me or anything. He bit the inside of his mouth harder. Again, Todoroki just looked confused. It's just, you have incredible balance and control over your quirk. You split in half and came back together again midair. And while I don't know the details of your quirk, even I could tell that it takes a lot of skill and experience to do that. So I just thought. He could feel himself turn red from the compliments, and he looked down to try and hide it. He failed miserably. Oh come on Midoriya, just take the FAE compliments. You don't have to look embarrassed every single time you do something well. Yeah man, you were FING sick out there. That midair split was so FING cool, you did it last second and it looked awesome. Stop looking at him. It was an accident. This entire thing was just some convoluted joke the universe was playing. They're right. The fight was so freaking manly. I think that was the coolest one of them all. Yes. Go away. Go away. The air was thick. Not smoke, but something similar. His neck hurt. The scarred tissue twisted and pulled, as he tried to find the best angle to rest his head in so that he wouldn't have to see them all. Their eyes became too much. It hurt. HURT. Too many eyes. He felt paralyzed. He started chewing his tongue. His mind was filled with cotton, and the only thing that could stop that was pain. But why was his mind filled with cotton? He didn't. They're smiling at him. Staring. Stop staring at me like a freak. But you are one. The compliments. He'd never been complimented like this before. Ever. They branded his skin, his desk, filled with sticky notes and curses and scribbles, condolences for his pathetic existence, out to make everything worse. But those were insults back then, and these were compliments. And compliments were a good thing to have. They made people feel good, and warm, and fuzzy. But Izuku didn't feel good. His mouth was aching, his tongue was now a crown mold for his wisdom teeth. His soul was smoldering under their fiery gazes. Izuku's mind was stuffed with cotton. Did that count as fuzzy? Izuku didn't understand. Stop staring. Amazing job. Seriously, I would have never thought to go around the building. You're pretty smart, Midoriya. MVP Mito, let's go. He kept looking down. He bit his tongue even harder to stop the scream that wanted to escape. The iron taste of blood leaked into his mouth. Izuku didn't understand. It didn't make sense. Yaozu was the one who did everything. She should be the MVP. Not him. Not the stupid coward who tried to run from the match, who did everything he had spent 10 months trying not to do, who was still too weak to confront the past, to confront Kaken, to actually fight for once in his goddamn life. So, why did they keep insisting on that? He was a coward. He was weak. He was so fragile and stupid and gullible and clumsy. Izuku didn't deserve a single ounce of their praise. Of their attention. Of their eyes. They all knew that, didn't they? How pathetic he was. Was that why they were complimenting him? Were they mocking him? Laughing? Smiling? Lying to him through gritted teeth and stares he would give anything to have on him always. This was all just some sick joke. Because he couldn't possibly be praised right after that miserable performance. Izuku understood now. They were all in on it together. Making the delusion that Izuku had done something good. The entire class was against him. The entire world. Just like Aldra. His heart skipped a beat at that. Bullying. Hey, look who just walked in. I was just looking for something to wipe the floor with. No. But Yue was different than Aldra. He sacrificed so much to get here. It was supposed to be different. Every day was the same. Stop staring. Stop laughing. Please. He couldn't take it anymore. Why do they all enjoy seeing him suffer? Ithurts. Get away. Get away. He needed. His face was so bloody and they were already lying to him, conspiring against him. He knew what happens next. So he had to leave before they hit him. His hands clenched, and through the thickness of the gloves, his nails put enough pressure to cause pain. He heated the skin underneath his tongue, a swole canker sore, and put some pressure. Just a little. It wasn't enough to snap himself out of it. He pressed harder, and the pain rocketed into his chin, electrifying his jaw bones, but he didn't care. He needed more pain, more, to snap himself out of it, clear the cotton from his mind, his paralysis, because he needed to run before they hit him. He pressed harder until it popped. His head instantly became clear, and he knew what he had to do. He smiled. He made it as real and sweet as he possibly could. He ignored how everything inside of him was screaming, protesting against the lie, at the mask he was putting up. He ignored how much the foul taste of blood and probably pus from the sore made him want to puke. But the class wanted a smile, they wanted to see him happy. He should give that to him. He had to in order to survive, even if it wasn't real. God, he was such a liar. Thanks guys, he said kindly. No one noticed how tightly he was clenching his jaw, forcing only the most necessary movements. They all just kept going, flushing each other with compliments as they walked back to the main campus, after All Might dismissed them and left dramatically. No one noticed as he quietly changed in the locker room at lightning speed, not giving anyone the chance to look closely enough at the scar on his neck. No one noticed his brisk pace as he walked out of the school, past Bakugu, who looked just as lost as he did. He just wanted to get home. He wanted to sleep. He was so exhausted. He had forgotten how tiring fear was. He hated that he was reminded of that. The train arrived. He boarded it absent-mindedly. He didn't take a seat. Trains were always crowded at this time, and there were a lot more people who deserved a seat more than him. He struggled to keep his balance from the mechanical shaking. It was annoying, but he was partially grateful for the train's rocky movements. It was the only thing that was keeping him awake. A few minutes went by. His mind tries to sink back into numbness, all fuzzy and in denial, so he started gripping and popping his hands and fingers. He didn't feel gross anymore. The irrationality of fear had finally left him, and he was able to think clearly again. And he thought about what they said to him. All the compliments. Was it really a lie? Or did the amount of eyes trigger him? Izuku had never fared well in crowds. And most of the time that was Collector, but Collector wasn't here today. Not in his conscious at least, perhaps in his unconscious depending how the pill worked. But today had shown Izuku that he had an aversion to crowds himself. All it took was 20 students to stare at him, and he was right back at Aldra. God, he was so sensitive. It was staring. Staring. Was he going to run away every time one of his friends made eye contact now? Just because they stared at him didn't mean they were going to hit him. Just because they stared at him didn't mean Yue was actually the same as Aldra. He reminded himself of the conspiracy he thought of before. Was it true? Was the kindness, the one he had never seen before or understood, just a disguise to hurt him more? Uraraka was always nice to him. Ida was always nice to him. Shinso was always nice to him. Everyone was nice. And if he thought about it, they didn't act two-faced around him. But what if? But they hadn't. They were all fine. Kind to him. Accepting of him. Of the parts they knew. So he might have assumed wrong then. Maybe, just maybe, they weren't lying when they said he was great. But that didn't make sense. Izuku had displayed such a terrible set of skills today. He had ran from every battle, and he didn't do a single thing himself. There was nothing to compliment about him. Izuku didn't understand. And he wanted to know, so desperately. So he wouldn't have to lie to, potentially, good people again. Pretend to accept things, accept their gracious words, let them walk away feeling satisfied when in reality, they had done nothing but pain to him. A sharp arrow of guilt hit his chest. He struggled to keep his eyes open. God, he was just so tired of himself. He didn't even know the truth anymore. Who was lying to him and who wasn't? When was he going to grow up? When was he finally going to be able to exist outside of Aldra's shadow? God, he wished he was Kakin. Kakin always wins. Kakin didn't get scared. Kakin's normal. Even better than normal. He had an awesome quirk. And he's had an amazing life. Kakin wasn't lonely. He always had people gravitating towards him. And he was so freaking, so frustratingly smart. And Izuku was the exact opposite. He's a villain in the making, pretending to be a wolf while actually a man-eating sheep, so unbelievably stupid and not normal. He had no one other than his mom. He didn't have anything good about him. He's nothing. He's nothing. Nothing compared to everyone else. Everyone else would have no problem standing up to Bakugo. Hell, all of his classmates yell back at the insults Bakugo shouts at them now. No one other than him had a problem with walking away. He's just so jealous. Of Kakin. Of Mina. Of Uraraka. Of everyone. He's jealous of everyone. He wants to both scream it and lock it away in cage. And God, did he feel so guilty about that? Why did he let his jealousy get to him? Why did he treat everyone around him badly because of that? He always had to lie because of it. He always had to deceive everyone around him because of what he was feeling. Loneliness. It's not their fault he feels guilty. It's not their fault. It's no one's fault. It's his fault. He's home. He sighed a breath of relief at the sight. Thank God. He felt like he was about to pass out. He climbed the stairs to his apartment complex, wiping his shoes on the welcoming mats outside. He wanted to run, but his body took its time. He took out his keys, fumbling for a bit before finally turning it into the correct slot. He sighed as he pushed open the door. He should really shower, but he didn't think he had the energy to write. He froze, paralyzed as he locked eyes with the man in his living room. No. No. Wait, what time was it? Was it 6 o'clock or was it? No, he'd just come from UA. That meant it had to be at least 3 o'clock, which meant his father was sitting on the couch. White, short hair, thick-rimmed glasses. He was staring at Izuku with an equal amount of shock. And all Izuku could do was stare back. No. He wasn't supposed to be here. He's not. Why did he? How could he forget? No. This isn't supposed to happen. This isn't supposed to happen. He was better than this. How could he forget? Run. He was frozen, glued to the ground. Was he shaking? He couldn't tell. He couldn't feel. His breathing was wrong, as if someone tampered with his lungs. Had the cotton moved from him head to his chest? Who did that? Why did that? What the hell are you doing here? It wasn't a question. It was a demand. His jaw snapped shut. When did it open? When he opened the door? Why did he even come home? He's not allowed to go home. What? Are you FNG deaf? Mute? Answer the effing question. His vision was blackening. He shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be here. He needed to go. Why was he still here? Why didn't he check the time? What part of don't come home until 6 o'clock do you not understand? God, you pull this sheet every year. Close the door. He stayed frozen still. I said close the door. He couldn't feel anything. He couldn't feel himself move. All he heard was door shutting behind him. Did he do that? Or was it some poor passerby, intimidated by his father's yelling into doing Izuku's job for him? Sorry, he didn't mean for that to happen. He should go apologize to them. He should go. He should leave. He should apologize and leave. He felt distant. As if someone else had taken control. Like his body had gone on autopilot. I'm sorry, he heard himself whisper. I'm sorry, I won't do it again, I'll leave, I'm sorry. No. Don't you dare. You get away with this every time, you need to learn. He heard cabinets being opened, angry stomping across the house, but he couldn't see. He couldn't see anything. All he sensed was all-encompassing rage around him. You're lucky, Izzy. You're lucky you even have a place to live in. You're lucky I make meals for you, that I keep a roof over your head. Me and Io should have tossed you into the F street and you know it. And all you have to do is obey the rules. That's it. Why are you so insistent on breaking them? Clang. Crash. What was happening? Do you enjoy this? Do you just like making me mad? Do you? Seriously, when are you going to realize your presence? Is AF curse? Dear Dad? Why does your attention cost so much? Breathe, breathe. He couldn't breathe. Why couldn't he breathe? Who messed with his lungs? He needed to breathe. Why won't they let him breathe? Why? I do know that. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Say one more word, I dare you. He heard his jaw snap shut, but he still couldn't feel it move. It was silent for a bit, then, stomp, stomp, stomp. He blinked, darkness disappearing almost instantly. His vision was back. Why was it back? Why did it have to come back? He watched himself look up slightly. He could see the chest of his father standing in front of him. The man was holding something. The man was shaking. Why was he shaking? Why was he always so mad? God, you disgust me. He could feel tears prickle his eyes from that, the only thing he's felt in minutes. But that just made him even angrier. Why the hell are you crying? I haven't even done anything to you yet. He could feel the tears almost triple, his non-existent breathing slowly morphed into hyperventilating. No. He shouldn't be crying. Crying always made his father act worse. This was bad. His shaking had become violent. His heart was pounding out of his chest, like he was having a seizure. Look up. It's okay, sweetie. It's okay, I know. You made a mistake, that's okay, sweetie. It's okay to make mistakes. Just don't do it again, okay? And if you do, next time just do what he says, okay? He'll calm down if you just do what he says. Sure, it's okay. Just do what he says next time and you'll be okay. He needed to look up. He needed to look up. Just move. Just do something. Anything. Just look up. Why couldn't he look up? Why couldn't he look up? Why was he repeating himself? Why couldn't he look up? I'm trying, he heard himself whisper. Was he actually saying that or was he just hallucinating? Oh wait, why was he focusing on that? He needed to look up. He needed to look up. Why couldn't he look up? I said look up. Pain. There was. He needed that. He needed pain. It snapped him out of whatever state he was in. It always did. He woke up to his head slammed against the wall, a hand pulling his hair so tightly he thought it was going to rip it off. It hurts. It hurts. Good. The smart part of him whispered. I deserve this. We deserve this. He deserves this. For being so stupid. So stupid that he forgot to check the time. So stupid that he just walked home from school like a normal kid. He was so stupid. He just wished his dad wouldn't have to suffer because of it. You look just like him, you know. Hand on his head, trying to make him bleed. How long had it been since his father physically touched him? Why can't we hug like normal people? He watched silently as the man before him slowly start to break down, the man who still managed to grip his hair tighter than ever before. I bet you like this, huh? Do you like doing this to me? Do you like reminding me of all my shit? I hate hurting you. I hate seeing you now because you're always so mean to me. He didn't answer. He's not supposed to answer. His mom said to stay quiet and do what he says. That's all he has to do. Calm down, it wasn't that hard. It was simple. It was easy. Just do what he says. Answer me. What am I supposed to say to get you to love me again? He felt himself get pulled forward, then slammed back on the door. He didn't mind, he welcomed pain right now. It was the only thing keeping him sane. He tried to talk, stutters falling out like raindrops. He needed to answer. He needed to do what he says. He needed to answer. And no, I don't. I promise I don't. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I won't be bother you again. I'm so sorry. I bet you hate me, don't you? Bet you wish I would drop dead. His breath hitched. Yes, hate. And no, I don't hate you. I love you, Dad, I love you. He lied. He didn't feel love upon sight, only fear. I promise, I swear, I love you, I didn't mean to hurt. Why? Shut up. You want to kill me, is that it? You're waiting for the perfect moment to strike. That's why you keep breaking the rules. Just tell me the truth. What, did you walk in here then chicken out? Well, guess what, you can't kill me. You can't do anything. You can't hurt me anymore. I'm not there anymore, I left, I'm not there anymore, and you died, so you can't hurt me anymore because I'm free, because I won, because I'm not there anymore. His father kept rambling, his pale blue eyes shaking maniacally as he pressed Izuku into the door harder, to which Izuku suppressed a wince. He couldn't move. He couldn't take a breath. He couldn't look at anything other than his father's eyes. He'd forgotten they were blue. He hadn't seen them in over 2 years, despite living in the same house all this time. He'd forgotten they were blue. The calm part of him, the one that was used to this, listened closely. After all, it was times like these that he got answers to any questions he had about the man. He listened and watched his father's face with his eyes, so he didn't see what the man had gotten out of the kitchen. What was his father talking about? He never hurt him. Well, he never tried to hurt him. Wait, did he ever try to hurt him? No, he didn't. Did he just forget? How could he forget something like that? No, he definitely didn't do that. I know, honey, I know you miss him. He misses you too, you know? He's not in the right place. He needs time to get over some things that happened in the past. It's not your fault, okay? You just remind him of certain people. The way you look a lot like the person who hurt him. It's nothing to do with you though, Kiwi, nothing at all. Was this about that? He didn't know much about his father. He didn't know his quirk, if he ever had one, where he was born, who his parents are, his hobbies, his favorite food, but in essence, his past. His mom never talked about his past. All he knew was that it was bad. His past had something bad in it. Something bad enough that it justified his anger. Something bad enough to be a good excuse to hate his son. Dad. He mumbled. It did nothing to stop the manic ramblings of his father. Dad, look at him. Please. I didn't do whatever happened to you. I would never do that. I love you. I'm sorry. So please, look at me, just look at me please. Shut up. He felt pain. Something sharp traveled up his neck in one swift motion. There was a flash of metal. It was a knife. When did his dad get a knife? From the kitchen? He cried out in reflex. The pain was searing, not scorching like he was used to. He regretted it instantly though. He's not supposed to do that, scream or react, be loud in any way. He was a quiet mess and he understood that. It was his role given by his mother and he graciously accepted it, his purpose in life, so he could take the pain without a noise. He'd been through far worse. This was nothing compared to that, so why did he cry? It's just going to make everything worse. Just shut up. Shut up, shut up. You don't get to talk. You don't get to say anything after what you did to me. After what you did to Shira. I'll kill you, I swear to God I'll kill you. Bang. His mom's a liar. Doing what he said didn't make things better. It just made it far, far worse.